der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Of weeks on from the previous race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife that forms part of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, we have arrived at pretty much the half-distance marker of this now 8-race season, although still 9 clubs involved, with effectively the double-header to come later in the year for the 12-hour race. But it's the ROWE 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen this weekend, and all 6 hours of it will be brought to you via the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're on RS3 this weekend because it's just about the busiest weekend on the Radio Show Limited network for the whole of the year. I think 4 separate events taking place, but we have eyes glued to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 5th round of the season. I say we, that's me, Johnny Palmer, and Bruce Jones. I think we're going for a world record here of the most different combinations of commentator that you can have involved in a championship. Have they ever been repeated? No, I think me and Peter Snowden have done a few along the way, but it's nice to be working with you, Bruce, for round 5.
Peter Snowden brings us lemon drizzle cake, and I do many with him, but good for my waistline. He's busy this weekend in Estoril, but as you say, sports car racing around the globe. Everywhere you look, there's something happening, and it's all bubbling up nicely at Monza for the World Endurance Championship as well. 85,000 tickets sold there this weekend. That was by last weekend. I reckon we must have that number here on the grid at the Nürburgring. It's great to see the fans out, and great to see the weather as good as it is today. Absolutely stunning.
And a great entry as well. I think there's definitely something attractive about the 2 extra hours being tacked on. So we may well have drives that are normally 2 driver efforts increased to 3, 3 to 4. You get the pattern, and there's a bit more from a strategic point of view to be weaved in as well. It's nothing like the 24 hours that is held annually and separately from the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, but nevertheless, the stint lengths will not alter. 7 laps from the off, although 8 laps when we get into the race proper. And that key rule that the pit stops in the middle chunk of the race determined by how long your previous stint has been. But then when we get to the final portion of the race, the closer you pick to the checkered flag, the quicker you can be in pit road, and that is the sliding scale that can be so key to a good result here, Bruce.
Entirely, and the cars in the top class, SP9, you mentioned that some of the cars that normally have 3 drivers have 4. The cars in SP9, the ones that are seriously gunning for victory, 2, by and large. You move down to the Porsche Cup 2 class, definitely the Cup 3, you're up to 3 drivers, and some of these more production-based cars, they're definitely getting lots of people in the action. So each sheet of the timing sheets gets fewer cars on it, because each car has more drivers. So a lot of the crews running with four drivers on board for the 6 hours, and those that sort of brave the weather conditions in March in the opening round, when you may have snow, you're not going to have much temperature. This could not be more different. The circuit is the same in terms of where the tarmac runs, but it really is looking fantastic today. Some very quick times in qualifying coming in. We had the top 6 runners under 8 minutes. That's always a good mark, and the fastest time was set by Shearer Sport PHX, Vincent Kolb, and that inimitable expert of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Frank Stippler, and they qualified on pole by 2 seconds. But again, with 118 cars due out on the track this morning, in fact, in the end, I think we had 111 go out to play. We got a really good number of cars right at the front end. The Audi number 5, top of the chart, 7 minutes 54.2. That's 2 seconds faster than Christian Kroniers and Kuba Gimasiak in the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW Falcon. They've got 2 Porsches in the race as normal. Joel Eriksson, who won this race 12 months ago, sharing with David Pittard, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He's moved across, can't get enough of it. But the sister Falcon Motorsport car qualified only 20th. They only got one of their laps in, effectively an out lap, a semi-flying lap, and that was it for them. So they're starting 20th. Look for them working their way up the order.
That is a radical departure for me for David Pittard. We know about his front-engine GT experience from Valkenhorst all the way back to Ginetta GT4s, actually, and Ginetta Challenge days. Then the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. He moved forward to Aston Martin and has raced at GTE level with Northwest and with TF Sport. Obviously a key victory, perhaps the biggest victory of his career for David Pittard in May, when he took the victory for Fricadelli Racing and their 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But to my knowledge, he's never raced Porsches. So they always say about how, particularly a rear-engine Porsche, these are still rear-engine cars, being the GT3, but he'll just throw himself into anything, it seems.
Well, of course he will, and at the start of the season, he would have been down to be competing this weekend in the World Endurance Championship at Monza, but when Northwest Motorsport, Paul Dallalana's team, was handed over, or their entry handed over to another crew, he's free to race this weekend. And I'm trying to think what he raced. He had a brief period in historics before he came over to do this. I think the only car he's raced with an engine in the back is probably a Chevron B6.
Okay, all right, well, maybe drawing on some of the knowledge.
But I think, being David, he's always got an eye on the future, and he's really worked so hard on his career. So, yeah, he's going to have a little look and see, and get used to Falcon tyres as well.
There is that, as you quite rightly say. So Falcon Motorsports, Joel Eriksson, David Pittard. That's the number 3 car that posted a 7:56.438, but it was set by Joel Eriksson. And whether Joel does a couple of stints, so first 2 hours, Pittard then for hours 3 and 4, and then Ericsson back in, or whether some teams like to do a driver change with every single pit stop, and the time is there to allow that because they're minimum pit stop reference times. It possibly complicates matters slightly when you're unplugging and then plugging a new driver every single time, but maybe good to get into the spirit of that nevertheless. And a new partnership there for Ericsson and Pittard. Great result last time out in NLS4 for the Pro Sport Pro-Am entered Aston Martin of Maxime Dumouriez and Mike David Ortman. And Dumouriez, I have to say, I thought that car would fade because Dumouriez is a bronze, Mike David Ortman is silver or possibly gold. But anyway, they managed to get an overall podium during NLS4. Now, that was helped along by one or two retirements, but nevertheless, the kind of not quite British racing green, it's more of a, well, Snowy referred to it as a Kermit green. It looks most unusual on an Aston Martin, but it's a car that goes very, very fast, and an overall podium. You can't argue with that, Bruce.
No, and starting 4th on the grid. But, you know, also hats off to Vincent Kolb. Normally when you look to the car, the number 5 Audi, you expect all the damage to be done in terms of smashing quick times in to be done by Frank Stippler, but Vincent Kolb, you know, but I've always seen him as consistent, never having quite the ultimate pace. But you know what? He's looked, he's listened, he's learned, and he put that car on pole today, and by the margin of 2.1 seconds. So that was a very tidy run from him. No wonder he's looking very pleased with life indeed, just moving away from an interview on the grid there. But just going back to the elements of the car you need to watch for. In my eyes, in the early laps, is going to be the progress of the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Number 4, Dennis Fetzer and Martin Ragginger, nowhere near matching the pace because clearly their qualifying was curtailed. They ended up being nearly 30 seconds, in fact, precisely 30 seconds slower than their sister car, number 3, which is Joel Eriksson's last year, who was a winner last year in this same 6 hours. And he's sharing, of course, with David Pittard, as we've mentioned.
Yeah, the Fetzer-Ragginger Porsche only did 2 laps, and the second of the 2 laps was the quickest, as you might expect. It was Ragginger who did both efforts, so Fetzer didn't get a chance in the car, although I noticed that for the majority of cars, it looks like they were able to get at least 2 drivers cycled through. You mentioned Vincent Kolb. It was a Frank Stippler time, though, so 7:54.210 put Stippler on pole by 2.1 seconds.
Okay, well that sort of explains things, but I just saw Vincent being interviewed on the grid as the pole sitter. But anyhow, he's going to be up at the front of the grid, but Frank Stippler's driving, and one driver going around the circuit is seeing precious little because his bonnet is folded back on one of the Porsche Cup 3 cars, and it's car number 474. By this stage of the season, you should really know where you're heading around this circuit. I jest, though, but that's going to be bring it back round to the garage to get that put back into place.
Arguably, it's much easier on the Grand Prix circuit where that had happened, though. At least it's nice and wide, and you can, well, there's a few more areas to identify precisely where you are around the circuit. 121 is one of the Cup 2 cars. We will talk about Cup 2 actually, because the pole sitter is in the top 10 overall, and that's the Fricadelli racing car of Klaus Aberland and the driver known as Jules, joined by Felipe Fernandez-Laza, who was part of that foursome that took victory a couple of months back. Meanwhile, interviews continuing on the grid. I will pause for those because sometimes they're done in English, depending on who is being chatted to. So we will be able to earwig on some of those through the course of the countdown to the start of the race. But that was a Laza time.
Yeah.
An 8:11.204 for the treble one, Bruce.
And I would expect Tim Neusser, who's in the car that qualified 7th, to be speaking in German, because he is German. He's in the Schnitzelam number 11 Mercedes, sharing that car with Patrick Assenheimer, who knows, definitely one of the drivers who knows the circuit blindfolded, and Marcel Marshevich. They're actually the top Mercedes. They're the only Mercedes in the SP9 class. And so a little bit of honour going there. But actually, Schnitzelam have had some really good, solid runs with that car. So we will take a look at their progress today. But Tim Neusser looking very pleased indeed with life, because he's joining forces, as I say, with Assenheimer and Marshevich. That's a great load of Langstrecken series experience to be working with.
And Schnitzelam did have another entry in the SPX class, which is one of the GT2 Mercedes. Can't immediately see that on certainly the first 3 or 4 pages of the grid, but they were sporting that car during the 24-hour race, and also I think it in fact made it into one of their shootouts, the single lap shootouts or double lap shootouts that you were covering for the qualification race for that 24 hours. And certainly the GT2 car was here for the NLS4 event as well. It seems this year though, Bruce, it's absolutely impossible to win one of these races unless you have a BMW M4 at your disposal, because we've had 4 races and it has been always the Bavarian brand taking victory.
I had noticed that theme was running through the championship this year. So where are they placed on the grid? We've got number 34, Walkenhorst Motorsport M4, second on the grid, Christian Kronius and Kuba Gimasiak. Kuba, last year's champion, on his return to racing. The next best one is in 6th, also by Walkenhorst Motorsport. So they've got 2 in the top class. That's M4 GT3s, but certainly their numbers have been greater in the past with entrants from ROWE Racing. But looking down the grid today, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari. There we go. Yeah. 5 mates in the top 5 positions. So maybe this time around we'll get a different name at the top of the charts. But it's not a 4-hour race. It's 6 hours of fun in the sun, as they say in the advertising blurb.
The result of NLS4, I believe, had 5 different manufacturers in that top 5 as well. That's how that was the headline on the review of that particular race. So, yes, clearly balance and performance is around about right. Remember as well, we have to weave in different tyre manufacturers, because Walkenhorst Motorsport, who took victory last time out with Christian Krognes and Kuba Gimasiak, that team favours the Yokohama rubber, but we have Michelin, we have Goodyear tyres, we have some Hankook rubber as well, and the odd Ferrari running on Pirelli from memory too. But there are other different tyre manufacturers all the way through the order. My hope is that now that we have heard during the Spa 24 weekend that the Nürburgring 24 will be part of the Intercontinental Series, I'm slightly worried that when we get to the 24 hours, does that mean that all the GT3s will have to be on the same tyre manufacturer? And therefore that will end the kind of open series that it has been previously. But yeah, who knows?
It will be something. If that's the case, that will be something that goes missing. But what it does mean, there'll be even more international crews coming to take part, because I think it's a very clever move to do, because the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring was separate. Now it's going to be included. And if you go, okay, right, let's structure our season. We've got Bathurst, we've got the Nürburgring 24 Hours, we've got Spa 24 Hours, and the final round is Indianapolis. That is actually a very attractive program to go. And may I sort of venture the view that those first 3 circuits are absolute classics. I'm still not entirely sure that Indianapolis, I'm going to be hit by a bolt of lightning in a second, Motor Speedway is quite the place, the perfect venue, because I think it's not in the same nature as the others. I'd love to see it at somewhere like Road America, but it's not all about me. But I'm just thinking of classic circuits that curl through the trees. But anyhow, I think it's a really attractive championship, and I think in terms of the number of international crews that will come and experience the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, it's definitely going to go up.
On the face of it, Indianapolis and history, absolutely no argument whatsoever, but it doesn't have a GT history, it doesn't have a GT3 history as such. It's all about the Indy 500, but it has produced some good racing in the past, and, you know, the calendar has moved quite a lot in the last few years, so who's to say that it will stay at Indy, you know, for a prolonged period. It might be nice to mix that American round up a little bit.
Yeah, even go to COTA, somewhere that's actually more akin to these cars. But you look across the States now with IMSA, with the GTD, you know, so similar to GT3, you know, so the sheer number of teams that are running, all the manufacturers at this level. And one of the cars I was most looking forward to seeing at Spa-Francorchamps last weekend was the GT3 Ford Mustang that was unveiled, and that looks a very, very attractive bit of kit. So you can imagine, not just stateside, but globally, that's going to start appearing. And it may do like the BMW M4 did, which is run for a season, just sort of getting the odd good performance and then building up. And now look where the M4 BMW is very much a car that a lot of teams want to run.
Along with all the GT3s, the SP9 cars that we have got to do battle, we'll also try and keep you in tune with the various other classes further down the order. Now, looking for the Cup 3 pole sitter, which is the 959, I make it. Cup 3 is sort of two-pronged these days. There's a Class A and I think Class B, but the B class is for the older Caymans. Yep. It will be A's that we will be focusing on, and Heiko Eichenberg, Patrick Grüter, Fabio Grossa have taken pole in their 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, but right on their tail, Marius Rauer, Moritz Oberheim and Finn Zulauf. And I would imagine there wasn't a great deal of time between them. No, there really wasn't.
We're talking about 20,000s, aren't we?
I love it. And to be honest,
sandbagging.
You know, dreadful behaviour. Yeah, it really needs to be a lot closer than that. And bear in mind, we're talking about a single lap around this 24.3 kilometre circuit. And what they're going to have to be doing is stringing probably 8 or even 9 laps together in a Cup 3 Cayman. So, and to do that on several occasions for maybe 7 stints. No, less than that, fewer than that in a Cup 3 division, probably 5 stints across the piece, as the crowd now are being gently ushered away from the very public grid walk to make sure that we can be away in a timely manner. Bear in mind, it takes about 20 minutes to do a green flag lap around this circuit. We had high drama during NLS4 when the green flag was done, no problem for Frank Stippler, but at the end of the Grand Prix lap of the first racing lap, he wasn't turning left at Sabine Schmidt's curve. Instead, he was turning right and into pit road because they had either a slow puncture or a full puncture on that number 5 car, and it had to be changed. So the Grand Prix lap was wiped. It was as if he'd not done that, and then he had to chase. Unsurprisingly, the fastest lap started to come from Frank Stippler because he had completely clear air in front of him. It was almost like doing the 2-lap qualification piece of the N24 weekend, where you do that in complete isolation. It didn't take him long to catch the tail end of start Group 1 and then work his way up the order. But you're always going to be on the back foot there. I suppose the benefit is if you do detect something that's slightly awry with the car, there is the option of ducking into the pit lane, but it puts you so far behind everybody else. Let's see whether we can catch up with David Pittard in this change to a Porsche for NLS5.
Aber das macht das gerade aus. Das ist das Schöne hier auf der Nordschleife Startaufstellung beim 6-Stunden-Rennen. David, wir unterhalten uns jetzt zum 2. Mal. So, Qualifying ist vorbei. Sag was. Wie ist gelaufen?
Now, Pittard
speaks German now.
Yes, he does, which is inconvenient for us, but highly skilled for David Pittard. And we talk about the number of cars that he can race. Well, he can also communicate with his mechanics and the rest of the team about what the car is doing and not doing. But it's no favours to us, David. Thanks for that.
Better still, he can communicate with his wife, who is German, lives in Germany, so he's embraced it wholeheartedly. Yeah, I was listening to him after the 24 hours at the ring, was very impressed because a lot of British drivers are really poor at languages. Exceptions to the rule being Alan McNish, absolutely fluent in French. That's from his time in Formula 3000, and that's obviously stood him in good stead. He's learnt English since then. I joke. But all well. But David, he's really embraced the scene, and big smiles on his face, and I'm sure he's absolutely loving the experience because, whatever sort of racing driver you are, you want to try everything out there that's available. And now we've got 13 different manufacturers involved in GT3. Why not work your way through them? Get a feel, and also it's better understanding, because if you're racing against a Porsche, you don't understand where the Porsche performance, how easy it is to sort of eke the maximum out at various points on the circuit. So he'll have had his learning radar fully tuned to every possibility.
Excuse you, yes. But I just think about the people that have come through Carrera Cup over so many seasons. Kevin Estre, Nick Tandy, Nicky Team started in Carrera Cup and can be seen occasionally now still racing Porsches. Kuba Gamaziak's obviously now switched to the Vulcan Horse Motorsport BMW crew, but he is a former Super Cup champion. And the amount of experience that you must gain after so many years of racing Cup cars and then moving into Porsche GT3 cars. David's not going to be able to learn all of that in one weekend. So, Joel Eriksson, I would anticipate him being a little faster than David, at least in the early stages. It was Joel who set the 7:56.438. But it's going to be fascinating for me to see how quickly he can get on the pace and work out. It's really just the rotation of that car. By rotation, I mean how it turns through a corner and the weight, the balance of the car, because he's gone from learning how a front-engined car behaves with all of the weight in the front, although the power delivered from the rear. Obviously, he took to that Ferrari 296 like a duck to water, with the engine sitting immediately behind the seating position, mid-engine Ferrari. But I've always been led to believe that the Porsche is the most difficult, if you're not used to it, most difficult GT car to get your head around.
The one thing that stands out in my mind, because it was a flippant quote, but it sort of is still there decades later. Eddie Irvine did a Porsche Super Cup race back at Imola in the long ago's. And I said, what was it like? And he went, raised his eyebrows to the skies and described it basically, with the expletives removed, as like driving a car that was towing a caravan. That was his view, all that weight in the back. Okay. So it was something he had to learn. I think he quite enjoyed it, because all racing drivers love a challenge, but when it's not actually your career path, you're already in Formula One. I think it's something you're not that concerned about. But for drivers like David Pittard and anybody else in the field, you want to try something that's different. You want to understand what your rivals may be having to cope with. So all is set. It's just great to see this. People having cleared the grid, just wearing shorts and T-shirts. It's a fantastic day, and it looks set fair. And we've got this fabulous mix of 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 grid positions. We've got 109 cars qualified. A couple didn't qualify. I'll wait to see if they get in. They failed to do any laps, so we might have a couple of cars starting from the pit lane, which will be an Opel Astra and a Toyota GT86. But all is set fair. 4 hours of racing, not enough for us. Today, it's 6 hours of racing, and the field will be led away by Frank Stippler. Been there, seen it, done it, won it. Can he do it again today? And of course, for Shearer Sport BHX, absolutely on a high after some great results recently.
I'm sure the annoyance of NLS4 is still rattling around in his brain, because that was no doubt a race-winning car that had to start so much further back for the details I've already given you. There's an SP Pro car that will start from 25th, well, it qualified in 21st. Remember that depending on which class you are in, you may be reassigned a starting group. I'll tell you about starting groups in a moment if you're new to racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But the SP Pro car is a Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup MR for Dieter Schmidtmann, Sak Nana and Christoph Breuer. And they set an 827.997, which was faster than, some of the Cup 2 cars. So that could get certainly ensconced in the Porsche 911 brigade. SP8T 151 took pole position, which is the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing for Fabian Vollvend, Celia Martin and Beitske Visser. 28th fastest for that car. And SP10 we've not spoken about, which is effectively GT4 It's a BMW M4 GT4 on pole position there for FK Performance Motorsport. Torsten Volter, Nick Wustenhagen and Christian Connert in 187. But elsewhere in SP10, we have cars like the Toyo Tires Supra to look out for. So the Toyo Tires with Ring Racing GT4 for Michael Tischner, Uwe Kleen, Heiko Tonges and Tim Santler. SP10 also has one or two other manufacturers in it. The Aston Martin Vantage, for instance, from Pro Sport Racing. And they will be starting... SP10 generally start from the back of Group 1 or maybe the front of Group 2?
Back of Group 1,
okay,
as far as I recall. Unless they've been jumbled. Obviously, the ultimate number of cars we've ever had in these events is knocking on 180. Today we're starting with effectively 2/3 of that, just under 120 cars. Yeah, 120. I haven't made it up, you know. If people are just listening for the first time, it's the full-blooded Nordschleife. It's 24.358 kilometres, about nearly 120 cars going out to play all sorts of classes, from those very fast SP9 cars at the front of the field down to Opel Astras, Renault Clio Cup cars, BMW 325i's, and of course we've got the mixture of cars running as specialist sports racing cars, and we've got cars in the production classes as well. And the very slowest of those will set off in the back of the final group and will be lapped fairly soon, but they'll have... possibly at least half a dozen cars nose to tail when the first of the front runners come up to lap the last of the tail enders, and then thereafter for the remainder of the 6 hours it's going to be overtaking, taking left, right and centre. Car in the pit lane is at Mullner Motorsport.
That's certainly the colours of Mullner.
It's blue and it's white of nose and sitting waiting to go on the grid. That's not one of the 2 cars that failed to qualify, so it's one of their Cup 2 class cars. We'll try and work out which that one is as it becomes clearer to us. Can't quite see close enough to see the number, unfortunately.
It may be the 1, 2, 3 car.
Due to start 16th.
Yeah, for Marcel Hopper, Peter Terting and Jos Menton.
Very annoyingly, I could see 2 of the 3 figures on the door when it was open for a second. I saw a 1 and a 2.
Ooh, okay.
So it could be 1,
right
2,
path.
3. I think the sister car is 1, 2, 1, if memory serves me rightly. No, 1, 2, 4.
Okay.
Which is supposed to be 23rd on the grid. But the car's being waved around now. Unlike a lot of events at the Nürburgring, they're not going to just find out where the puddles are sitting or where the track is greasy, because conditions as starting Group 1 pull away for the start of this race to have a sighter lap. It's all just about feeling what temperature you can get into your tyres, whatever make of tyre you have.
So 3 starting groups, and each group is a particular type of class. So the quickest class, SP9, starts predominantly in the first group, but there are also, including the other Mullner Motorsport Porsche, equally I didn't grab the number of that one either, so the process of elimination can't quite be worked out in my head just yet, but the Cup 2 cars are also part of start Group 1. They will be let free in about 20 minutes time then and head into the Mercedes Arena, an area of the track we don't use for the 24-hour race, but it is in full access this weekend. Mainly not used for the 24 hours because that's paddock space basically, and trailers, awnings are littered around the Mercedes Arena. But you turn sharp right now at the first corner, and then basically 3 lefts, another right, and then that takes you back onto the main Grand Prix circuit, down towards then the cut-through hoop, which is an awkward corner. There's a big dip in the middle of it. Some of it's off camber, and you have to get the exit right to ensure that your run then to the sweepers, the left and the right, which are the Bilstein Curver, and then Ad Van Bogen, the kink after that, is as quick as it can be. So the Cup 2 cars, including a Huber Motorsport Porsche, now working their way through that part of the lap. After they get underway, a minute or so further back, 2 minutes back, the second group emerges out of Hohenrhein and over the start-finish line, and their race will start then. Timekeeping do a splendid job because effectively you've got 3 different race starts here, and they have to make sure that all of the timing is equal, so that you don't all of a sudden get the second group coming through 2 minutes ahead of the first group. But there's some clever mathematics and calculations that ensure that doesn't happen, although the first lap or so you might get a bit of a higgledy-piggledy timing screen for that, but it'll sort itself out in due course. And then the third starting group comes out of Tiergarten and will start their race after that. Plenty of the track being used, certainly for the Pro Sport Aston Martin, weaving left and right frantically. It is a warm day, but clearly tyre temperature needs to be built and indeed retained for the full 24 kilometres.
One thing I don't think we mentioned, the fact there are two Aston Martins in the top 10. We've got Durr Motorsport with Phil Durr and brother Ben, young drivers. They're starting 8th, so a good chance for them to get a lot of lapping in, 3 hours apiece. And interesting to see how they divide it up. But as I pointed out a little earlier, most of the cars in the SP9 class, the fastest cars in the field, will be having just 2 drivers sharing the 6 hours. Some in the middle ranks are having 3 drivers, and some towards the tail 4. And I think I fancied spotting a very production-based BMW looking as it had 5 names on the roof. So quite a party. Of course, I can't find that now, but it could be the drivers who shared it across the course of the season. But certainly the production-based cars, get your friends to share the fun and the cost.
Well, that's the key thing, probably. Yes, and I've certainly seen 5 drivers entered for 6-hour races in the past, so it wouldn't be a surprise. Probably 5 a little too many for the normal 240 minutes that are held for NLS, although a much longer race later on in the season being the 12 hours, 6 on one day and 6 on the next day, so Saturday and Sunday. Startgruppe 2 now heading then down towards the cut-through loop, the Goodyear Spanger, as it's called on my sheet, so we'll call it that as well for the rest of the race. TCR included in this second group as well, TCR being the global front-wheel drive touring car category, and we have the 808 Cupra TCR, by the looks of things, on pole position there. So car 808 is the MSC Kempenich team, with best racing for Jens Wolf, Majek Uch, Sebastian Schmemann and Florian Haller. The driver certainly registered in Italy, may well be born there as well, but car 808 qualifying in 54th position, and there's the Opel Astra in second place, car 802 for Tobias Jung and Michael Eichhorn. So those cars involved with Start Group 2 are now working their way down from Bilstein-Kerve to Advan Bogen, and then they will turn left in a moment or two onto the Hudson back for the continuation of their green flag lap. And Start Group 3 headed, as it so often seems to be, by a Hoffa Racing BMW with the large rear wing, and that is now working its way through the right-hander past the in-race penalty box that will be potentially used if a quick penalty needs to be served. So you have to drive through that box rather than the racing line to soak up what is equivalent to sort of a 3 or 5 second penalty, and therefore doesn't need to be done in pit road.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum
Nürburgring
vieler
Nordschleife,
Rennfans,
the green
der
hell,
für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell. Benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen. Der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt One. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
In einer Welt, in der Zeit kostbar ist, entscheidet Präzision über Erfolg oder Misserfolg. Seit über 90 Jahren prägt das Traditionsunternehmen Baumann Logistik aus Bonn die Branche. Wir vereinen klassische Logistikdienstleistungen mit innovativen Full-Service-Konzepten. Von der nationalen und internationalen Spedition über die Intralogistik und Lagerung bis hin zu Container-Raumsysteme und Modulbau. Mit uns haben Sie einen Partner an Ihrer Seite, auf den Sie sich verlassen können. Baumann Logistik aus Bonn. Ihr Partner in der Region.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nürburgring in September with a beautiful NLS6. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
NLS5. It's RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels with Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, keeping an eye out for these cars at the sharp end of start Group 1 then, heading now towards the Stefan Bellof S and the second concreted section around the circuit, which is Schwabenschwanz, or the Swallow's Tail. And the cars will work their way left through there, then a slight right-hand kink, but the more crucial one is the second part of Galgenkopf. That brings you on to the very long Dottingerhoor, which is not entirely straight. It runs parallel with the public road from the Tankstelle, where you can buy a very good annual on the the NLS series, as well as the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The much larger left-hand kink is known as Antonius Bucher underneath the bridge, and then you have to try and slow the car as late as you dare into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein before funneling back onto the start-finish straight. Not all green flag laps can go to plan, and I noticed at 10:52, or rather 11:52, which is only 5 minutes ago, there was a brief code 60 at Arenberg, which is that tricky right-hander after Schwedenkreuz that then ducks underneath the bridge and down to the foxhole. It was only there for about 10 seconds, but is that some indication that someone has had a half spin or maybe run off into the gravel on coldish tyres, although you wouldn't expect tyre temperature to be low by the time you get to Arenberg? That's something like sector 3 of the lap. Anyway,
no, I mean,
it's green again now.
Yeah, well, it might have been a mechanical problem, because actually you really have no excuse going off there on a formation lap in perfect conditions. The driver's book of excuses would have to be very, very thick indeed to find one that tallies with that. But right now, with cars still winding their way merrily past all the industrial units full of motorsport industries on the straight, right alongside them, hidden by a band of trees, and the fence and the barriers are the real cars. The cars we come here to watch this weekend. It's the GT3 cars running in the top class, the SP9 class. And just to refresh your memory, it's the number 5 Audi on pole position. That's from Scherer Sport PHX. The number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW starting alongside. Second row is Porsche. It's the faster of the two Falker Motorsport 911 GT3Rs. That's Joel Eriksson who should be starting that. That's car number 3. And Aston Martin, good to have them in the top 4. Pro Sport Racing, Maxime Dumaret and Mike David Ortman. And the best of the Ferraris, the only Ferrari in the top class, Racing One's Christian Kohlhaas, sharing with Axel Jeffries, another driver jumping from make to make. We've seen him in Lamborghinis a lot in recent years. Great to have him mixing it up. But the sights over the ring today, the forest can be seen as far as you can see, which in winter is often about as far as the end of your arm, but today it is many, many miles indeed. The Eiffel Forest looking fabulous, the meadows around the circuit getting ready for a little bit of a summer trim coming up. Harvest is approaching, but right now we've got 6 hours of racing ahead of us, Johnny. I think we're going to have a fabulous one. Who's going to get the jump at the start? I mean, not the jump, the best start is what I mean. Yes,
don't jump it for goodness sake, because you will be back into pit road serving a penalty sooner than you can blink. So the grid formation is starting to build very tidily indeed. Everyone has to be 2 abreast by the time they get to the turning point at Tiergarten, under the control of the lead car, the pace car right now. But in a second or two, it'll be Frank Stippler dictating the pace, with alongside Kuba Gimasiak, maybe? It was certainly Kuba who started the car in NLS4, number 34, with Christian Krognes doing the final 2 stints in a 4-hour race. But you have to think about a little bit more about your driver split over an extra 50% of race distance. It is the only true 6-hour race of the season. The ROWE 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen is about to get underway for 2023. Green lights now displayed on the gantry from BMW Power, and absolutely neck and neck for first and second between the Audi of Frank Stibler and the Yokohama shod BMW. But now to the high side, here comes the Ferrari 296 GT3 to take the lead, but he's going to run out of road. That's either Christian Kohlhaas or Axel Jeffries in the blue and white, the dark blue and white Ferrari. He has nipped into second place as it's 3 abreast. Banging door handles, late on the brakes now will go Joel Eriksson though in the Falcon Porsche, and also on the inside Mike David Ortman has bagged 4th position, now make that 3rd, although he's way off the road as he does it. Track limit certainly questionable there from the Pro Sport Aston Martin. BMW 2 wheels on the grass, he was shoved there by Joel Eriksson, and Kuba Gimasiak says, hang on a minute, it's the first few corners of a 6-hour race. But the Advan, the Yokohama Advan sponsored BMW, is not being treated too well here at all. This feels like payback after 4 wins from BMW this year.
It really does, and while all that was happening, we got up into 7th place, having started 10th, the best of the Cup 2 Porsches, the Fricadelli racing car getting in. But we mentioned 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions on grid. I think they all changed that top order about 5 times. Still the first 5 manufacturers in those first 5 positions, but a brilliant start from the Racing One Ferrari, up into 4th, into 3rd, now into 2nd, and the Aston Martin coming on great guns. The Kermit Green, I think we'll stick there. I think we'll stick with Snowy's description of the colours. So as they head through down towards Hatzenbach, it's nose-to-tail action between the top 6 cars at least, and the second starting group is just getting to the point of consideration. That's to say the final chicane before they come up to see the start straight and get their start from starting group number 2, and that's the one filled with Cup 3 Porsches at the front end of its field.
Indeed. I can give you some names now. It is Kuba Gimasiak in the Valkenhorst BMW, Frank Stibler, as mentioned, in the Audi. David Pittard has started the number 3 Porsche. I know he was chatted to on the grid, but I thought he was holding back. But Pittard in the 3, Mike David Ortman, as I said, in the 17, and Nicholas Cruton driving the 35 Valkenhorst BMW. Start Group of 5 then, about to get underway, although they're leaping on the brakes. There's a little bit of overlapping. Now they can start to overtake one another, and the bomb burst from Start Group 2 commences with Caymans, although it's not a Cayman that will lead heading down towards the first corner. Instead, a Porsche Cup car that has got the jump between the two, just being kicked up in the background as well as one of the all-white Caymans is able to gain positions, taking quite a lot of space here to sort things out. There's a very slow runner, which is another Cayman by the looks of things, the red and white car working its way through the first corner that everyone had to dodge in a moving chicane, but the TCRs did just about get safely through there.
One of the things that always strikes me is when you have a race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife and the conditions are fine, they've got so many more possibilities going into the first corner, and a lot of them use the track that we, on the outside, when you're sort of exiting the bend, we saw both of the Aston Martins in the top class going way beyond the white lines, that extra little apron they can go on, which is effectively the cut through we used at the start throughout the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But there is scope in the winter months when the track is cold and greasy. There's only one little racing line. I really fear for drivers going down, but that was a really, really good job. And you know what? The drivers will love racing for 6 hours, but still the start of a race, when there's a possibility of making a move, then you can really, really have a crack this time of year. But the 911 that started at the front of the class, it's almost as though it's in the wrong class, because it's exited the Vidal chicane, is now turning into the first of the Sabine Schmidt curves, as the first of the Caymans that's giving chase, falling away all the time, is only just exiting that chicane. So I
think the blue Porsche that has made the jump is the 4 Motors by a concept car, so the alternatively fueled 320. So by the regulations, the AT car does have to start in Start Group 2, but it's capable of doing an 8:41.9 in qualifying, which is quite a bit faster than any of the Cup 3s. But 959 crossed the line as the leading Cup 3 car, and the 959 entry is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car for Grüter, that is was at the lead as they crossed the line, with Zulaf and Dominic Baumann also in the mixture as well. Had nearly 5 minutes of this race, and keep an eye, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, on the little box that was appearing top left, because that's how the GT3s are getting on this opening lap. Meanwhile, for the third time of asking, the Rover 6-hour ADAC event is underway now for start group 3, heading over the line and down towards the first corner. So Hoffa Racing already losing a spot, although lights frantically being flashed there by one of the Princes, might be Alexander Prince, who started car 604 in the H4 class. And behind the Prince-driven car, Yannick Fubrich in the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec BMW 240i, but also involved in this group V6, V5, SP3. It's a real collection of cars, but certainly one of the big fights comes from the 240i class, as many as 10 cars in that this weekend.
Yeah, and one of the things I love in the towards the tail of the field with the production class cars, you've got older BMWs taking part. 605, you mentioned it started on pole in the class, has been given a jump, but that is from, you start actually checking when that was built. It was quite some while back, so I like the fact that a car that is from another age, still looks fantastic, an enormous rear wing on the Hoffa Racing BMW, but it's still got a place to come and play and go racing and be competitive, albeit against more modern machinery, but that should have fantastic straight line speed. We'll look for that. And for those drivers at the front of Group 3, much as the ones at the front of Group 2, they can go and play in clean air for a while, but soon, not just immediately, but sometime within a handful of laps, they will have the SP9 cars coming through. But right now, they can concentrate on their battle. They're just about to head through the two left-handers, the Sabine Schmitz curves, and go on to the Nordschleife, with the first 4 cars in the second group having made their break very early on.
Yeah, so we'll keep you in tune with what's happening in the lead pack. Yeah, drivers over a 605. I said it might be Alexander Prince. It certainly is him that is starting that car. Michael Kroll and Thomas Mullens are the other drivers in the H4 entered BMW, and the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW 34, having lost all that ground in the early stages, around the outside of the Falken Porsche at Arenberg, where we had the code 60 on the green flag lap. That's a terrific overtake then from Kuba Gimasiak on David Pittard, and Gimasiak no longer in the... Well, he actually was timed as the race leader, bizarrely, over the line. That shouldn't have been the case, although, of course, you are able to start racing as soon as you see the green lights, rather than needing to wait until he crossed the line. I reckon that gives Gimasiak 4th position now, behind Stippler, then the Ferrari of Axel Jeffries, the Aston Martin green car of Mike David Ortmann, and Gimasiak in the first of the BMWs, getting ahead of the 3 of David Pittard to take 4th place, Bruce.
Yeah, and actually it's ironic, it's just a little unusual that among the top 5, the battle for 4th was the closest. They've actually really rather strung out, about a second between 1st and 2nd, between Frank Stippler and Axel Jeffries and Zimbabwean, actually closing in through the Tiergarten sweepers, and then 4th and 5th, and they've changed around again because Pittard has used the straight to his advantage and got his Falken Motorsport Porsche back ahead of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So BMW, where's it all gone wrong? 4 race wins. This is round 5. They're only running 5th at the end of the opening lap, but the first 5 cars will be over the line, covered by about 2 seconds. Then the Schnitzelarm Mercedes hoving into view in the background, but certainly as they got towards the end of the Dottinger Her, the Ferrari just started to get a little bit of a tow, a little bit of a slipstream from Frank Stippler, and through the Mercedes arena, there's only a car length between them. The Audi, though, is still in front, but Axel Jeffries really enjoying his chase here in the Racing One Ferrari. Blue and white and very quick today.
Yep, Stippler leading Jeffries over the line by just over half a second. Very wide, though, for Kuba Gimasiak, exiting the Mercedes arena and down towards Goodyear Spanger for the second time. Ferrari riding the curves, but it seems pretty happy with that. Racing One, in the early stages of the N24 event this year, we're not far away, in truth, and we're getting good sector times as well. In fact, there was a point where we might have thought that Ferrari would bag a place in qualifying 2 because of its sector times. So it's certainly not shabby. And the thing about balance of performance is it tends to make each particular manufacturer good in certain areas and not so good in others. And it's always interesting to me in the opening exchanges to work out where they are. The BMW looks not too bad on the straights, and clearly it's good on the brakes as well, because he was able to outpace David Pittard into Arenberg. However, that place back in the hands of the Brit now.
Yeah, and looking at the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, the Ferrari was absolutely fabulous in a straight line. What we've seen over the years, we can't see it in this race at the moment because the best Mercedes started in 7th place is falling back in terms of distance. Might have gained a place. Mercedes traditionally coming out of the final corner had a huge amount of grunt down the straight. But right now, Mike David Ortmann is putting up the best showing of an Aston Martin driver so far this year. Now getting onto the tail on the exit of Hatzenbach, cuts right onto the tail. He's 2 car lengths down now on the Ferrari. But at this point, well, there we have it. Seen from above, seen from the helicopter, through the early twists on the lap, the Aston Martin, or the way it's been driven by young Mike David Ortmann, is very positive indeed. And this is allowing Frank Stippler a little bit of a chance to escape by, an entire second perhaps. It was only half a second over the start-finish line, but he's trying to make his break. Oh, and the Aston Martin, as they go past Flugplatz, is starting to close in on second place big time. He's gained 3 car lengths in the space of not much at all, then hammering down onto the brakes, and in fact the Porsche and the BMW coming into play, just how we like it. And as long as we can stay high in the air, we can see who's got the most punch out of corners. But while that's happening, meanwhile, in another planet, a whole second clear at the front of the race, Frank Stippler is trying his utmost to escape in the number 5 Scherer Sport PHX Audi. Audi, Stippler, Nürburgring, they do rather go together.
Yeah, agreed. I have to say, someone who really stood out to me in NLS4 was Mike David Ortmann, just 23 years old. He is silver. I was suggesting he might be gold earlier in the broadcast, but still silver rated. Came out of F4 Italy and other single-seater associated with that, then on into the ADAC GT Championship, but really now making the Nürburgring his own from Germany, so you would expect that, but mightily impressed by his pace in the green and white Aston Martin.
At the end of the opening lap, could you let me know where the number 7 Porsche was? Qualified by Martin Ragginger, but down in 20th position.
Number 4 Porsche.
Is he in the top 10 yet?
Is in 7th, yes.
7th, good. Okay, so his next target...
The GT3s were grouped as GT3 cars at the front of start Group 1, so that automatically gave him places. He didn't have to, as far as I know, start 20th and behind a whole load of Cup 2 Porsches. But yes, I'd noted that because on this lap, Ragginger has already done the best second sector of anybody else. So it's a quick car, and I would suggest that the Door Motorsport Aston Martin isn't quite as quick as Ragginger, so he'll be looking for a way by.
Well, he will be working his way forward. Meanwhile, the sister car is 2.8 seconds down on the lead, having gone back to 5th place, back up to 4th. And but right now, just trying to find his advantage. Frank Stippler trying to pull away with the Ferrari in 2nd place. And for the Kohlhaas family team, because Racing 1 is run by Martin Kohlhaas, father of Christian, they've given it to the... Yeah, gosh, this is a hybrid combination, isn't it? A Zimbabwean driver based in the Middle East but racing a lot in Germany. We call him by his name. It's much simpler. Axel Jeffries.
You're never short of a conversation topic, though, with Axel, because he's got plenty that he can add to a conversation. Some changes around in Cup 2, I noted there. It was a slow 3rd sector for the Hofmeister-driven Team Mattol 911, and also slow run for Tim Scheerbart through that 2nd sector, but Felipe Fernandez Larza leads Cup 2, 10th place overall. Remember, the Cup 2 Porsches can go further on a stint length than the SP9, so we actually had during NLS4 a Cup 2 Porsche lead outright for a lap before it then needed a pit, and that rather put it further down into the midfield. But Gabriele Piana, who has driven GT3 Mercedes in the past, so Piana's certainly not too shabby for Black Falcon. He's running 2nd ahead of the Avia WNS Motorsport car of Tim Scheerbart in 3rd position in the 120 Porsche, and then Noah Nagelsteig and Ben Leuchter in the Max Cruiser Racing Cup 2 car. Some big names within Porsche Cup 2 racing there at the sharp end, as you would expect, and I think that's going to run and run for the full 6 hours.
That's one of the things I absolutely love about the NLS, is if you don't pay full attention to the entry list, you'll suddenly find a driver who is far better known than you expect, racing in 86th position because he's just out with some mates for the weekend. Yeah. But hearing that Dominic Baumann was much further down the field, but in an experimental class car, well, you you know, he's a fantastic driver at GT3 level, or SP9 as we call it here. But manufacturers, if you're a semi-works driver, they want you to be out there driving their latest product and bringing it on. So drivers like Dominic Baumann, again, go through the entry with a fine-tooth comb, and you will find them. They're always there or thereabouts. And early in the season, we have drivers trying to get their ring license so they can take part in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. So as a series in which to come and do that, the NLS is absolutely brilliant, and it's always worth taking a really close look.
Meanwhile, Francesco Merlini, the Italian driver at the wheel of 952, which is one of many Cayman GTSs in the field. He's running 5th for Smerlis Racing and chasing the Adrenaline racing car, which is David Griesner, Austrian, 930, sharing with Stefan Kreuzer, Florian Wolf and Matthias Beckvermet. And those four will get ample time behind the wheel, but this looks to be 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. So the Schmickler Motorsport car, and we were talking about Baumann's a moment or two ago, that will be Horst Baumann who's driving the 950, 718 Cayman for Schmickler Performance. So this could very easily be the lead of the class. Unfortunately for them, it is now in the hands as, speaking of the lead
has just changed. Again, we mentioned the Racing One Ferrari, all Ferrari 296 GT3s, very, very good in the straight line. Where's the greatest straight line? Along the Dottinger, and about to catch the last of the tail enders as they go into the chicane at the end.
That has worked its way out on the track.
It looks like it's a production class BMW, like a street car. But the Ferrari's into the lead, so Axel Jeffries made it work. Frank Stippler wants it back, and Mike David Ortmann in 3rd place has suddenly got company because David Pittard working his way closer and closer. But that was, we wanted to talk about the performance advantages of the different manufacturers, and the Ferrari straight line, magical. Axel Jeffries just the man to get the toe from Frank Stippler's Audi and stick it past him. But you know what, Johnny? He did that with such ease. He was long before that little kink to the left. A lot of drivers have to brave it out around the outside, but the move was done and dusted before they went under the bridge. So that was a phenomenal exit out of Galgenkopf, clearly. And then the punch of the Ferrari and its sleek lines. So put the 296 GT3 alongside the 488 GT3, and you think, oh, they've dropped it down, made it leaner and cleaner at the front. That is the principal point. It's a beautiful looking car, but clearly even more beautiful in the hands of the drivers when they find it's rather quicker in a straight line than some of their rivals.
The timing of that overtake was superb, not least because 3 minutes before they arrived on the Dottinger Hohe, a segment of that long straight was a code 60, so they would have had to slow and they would have had to definitely not overtake. But amazingly, it cleared just in time for the race leaders. So code 60 started at 12:13 and it was removed at 12:15. And the overtake, I reckon, happened at 12:16. So an incredible run of various events on the Dottinger Hohe there, resulting in Axel Jeffries taking the race lead, although he's a touch wide coming out of Sabine Schmidt's curve there and onto the Hatzenbach itself. Now this is full-blooded racing where you have to be completely committed and also reliant on marshal flags, because who knows what might have happened around many of these blind corners. The Audi looking very good on this segment of the track though, Bruce.
Exactly the same as last time around. They're coming up on a Cup 3 Cayman, but through the initial part of the Nordschleife, through those tighter corners, out of Sabine Schmidt's curves and then down through Hatzenbach, the Audi gains about 3 car lengths. He made a bit of a not such a good exit, and suddenly the Aston Martin is catching with him. But through the initial twisty bits of the Nordschleife, the Audi is a much more wieldy team than the Ferrari. And then, unfortunately for Mike David Ortmann, got a little caught behind tail end BMW, and so just as he was getting closer to second place, he had to just bide his time until getting on the longer, wide open spaces to set off all over again. But it's been extraordinary, the difference at the various points on the circuit between the Audi and the Ferrari, and suddenly a change for the lead from 3 car lengths back. What a fantastic move by Frank Stippler. Beaten he never is, and that was an extreme example there as they came up towards Flugplatz and got through there, but it was when they got to Arenberg the move was made. Neat, tidy, and frankly completely unexpected by Axel Jeffries. So the Audi back in front, down into second place. he's going to have to do it all over again. You know what? He probably will.
I didn't think the Zimbabwean did an awful lot wrong there, but clearly the Audi's very stable as it hits the brakes, and down into the footballer, it actually looked like the Ferrari was gaining on the Audi again, but there's not really an easy overtake as the trees suddenly part and you arrive at Adenauer Force, that open area where there is a rare thing around the Nordschleife, a little bit of runoff. That wasn't required by either the Audi that now leads Frank Stippler for Scherer Sport PHX or the Ferrari. They're not quite duelling enough right now for Mike David Ortman to get involved in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. The overtake a couple of seconds ago, absolutely flat chat through Schwedenkreuz. That was full commitment from German driver Frank Stippler, and almost just spooked Axel Jeffries into running a touch wide because the Audi had the racing line.
You often see a car gaining 1 or 2 car lengths, but actually looking at a replay, it was quite clear that Axel Jeffries lost about 5 car lengths to Frank Stippler just because Frank had decided he was going for a move, and he would have been able probably to back out. But I think Jeffries suddenly thought, oh, wasn't expecting that. So he didn't make it difficult, which is very wise with still 5 hours and nearly 40 minutes remaining. But so nip and tuck. Might have the first 5 cars running clear of the rest, but they're changing positions as much as they possibly can.
It almost suggests that the aero on the Audi is way better than the Ferrari. So yes, the Ferrari is good down the tubes with the lack of aero, if you like. You want as little downforce as possible down the Dottinger Hohe and indeed down into the foxhole. But when you get to those crucial corners where you want the car to grip at Schwedenkreuz, the Audi has got it in spades. Still no change between Francesco Merlini and the car that he chases, which is the, well, last time we checked, 3rd position. No, actually Merlini's got ahead now of the Griesner-driven Adrenaline Motorsport 718 Cayman. So it's Horst Baumann who is in front in the Schmickler Performance car. Or in fact, have they both got through? No, but the start of the lap, the order was Baumann ahead of Merlini, and then Griesner in the Adrenaline car 930 in behind. Anyway, they are on the Grand Prix lap right now. 903.9 last time around for Merlini, whereas the race leaders in SP9 GT3 are in the longest sector, sector 4, which takes you 3 3/4 minutes pretty much to get through. And then the shortest sector, which is all the way down the Dottinger Hohe and back across the line.
I think it's something that pretty much any follower of modern racing is accustomed to, a lap of normally between 3.5 and 5 kilometres. It's still very hard to get your head around the fact that some of the sectors here are as long as a traditional Grand Prix circuit lap. But again, it goes back to that element about not only is it tricky at this circuit, but it's a long lap. So trying to get a really perfect lap knitted together. But now we've got a sudden flurry of cars. About 6 cars, almost nose to tail, and the front runners are trying to get through them. And certainly the person who's worked that best is David Pittard, right on the tail of Mike David Ortman. And I fancy first and second have been separated a little bit. The Ferrari, they're about a 5-length advantage at that point. The Audi about 5 lengths clear of the Ferrari. The Ferrari about 10 lengths clear of the others. And Pittard is all over the tail of Mike David Ortman. They're having to guess because the track at certain points is only about 3.5 car widths wide. They worked it well, and certainly for the others, they've suddenly had the Aston Martin, the Porsche, and they're only just around the outside, Kubik and Maziak catching their tail as well. So he, the Polish driver, last year's champion, has actually worked the traffic rather better. But if they get another gaggle of 6 cars, it will just as easily go the other way.
You remember we talked about the alternative fuels for Motors bio-concept cars scampering away. Well, I cannot now find Thomas Kiefer at the end of sector 3, so I wonder whether the 320 car has had a drama somewhere. That might be causing certainly yellow flags and maybe even a code 60. He was running in 22nd overall and sort of separating the Cup 2 Porsches from the Cup 3s, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also, the 191 BMW M4, which is an SP10 GT4 car for Florian Weber, now leading SP10 in 27th overall from the FK Performance BMW. And doing the opening stint there is, what did I say, 187, that's Torsten Volter in the FK Performance car, sharing with the Nick Wolstenhagen and Christian Connert. Aston Martin heading into Tiergarten, running in third position for Mike David Ortmann. 2 of the top 3 GT3s are actually Pro-Ams, so I would expect through the duration of this race they will fade, as Frank Stippler is scored the race leader over the line by nearly a second, 0.994 to be exact, from the Pro-Am entered Racing 1 Ferrari of Axel Jeffries, and then Mike David Ortmann in the Kermit Green Aston Martin. Next pro car is 4th overall for David Pittard and Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Yes, Pittard in a Porsche. It's really happening today. And Kuba Gamaziak in the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW is running in 5th. The whole of the track is green again, and it looks like Kiefer's on the move once more. And that time was reasonable, actually, through Sector 3, so a transponder issue rather than a drama for 320.
One of the things, if you've never attended or never watched from wherever you are in the world around the NLS, is when you have the images, you see scenes you don't expect. You've got the SP9 class cars, Audi versus Ferrari versus BMW, Aston Martin and Porsche having their own battle, and they come across, as you joked earlier about a car. Remember, the public must have broken on the track. We had the most bog standard, it's a VT class car, a VW Golf GTI. Silver looking very dull on the way to shop, racy orange wheels, but just the juxtaposition down the start-finish straight came our first 2 runners, Frank Stippler, Axel Jeffries, passed him no problem at all. They're just turning onto the Sabine Schmitz curve and the Nordschleife, and nowhere even near the Vidal chicane is that goal, probably only going through the cut-through further back. But it is about this rich mixture of cars, and at certain points on the circuit, you just got to bide your time. We're doing the overtake, and that absolutely classic example of there. It's a little moment where Frank Stippler in the lead of the race suddenly doubted the orange and gold BMW in front of him, had seen him. He went to pass, going down to the hats and backs, and he backed right out. And I tell you what, treat yourself. If ever you've been to the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife and you haven't been out to hats and back, it's not far to walk there. It's a brilliant section of the circuit. We went out there the 24 hours when we weren't commentating, and not only is the racing brilliant there, you just cannot believe how close those barriers are to the car. And of course we had one car into the barriers in qualifying, and the fans seem to get overnight and say BMW only park here.
Yeah.
On the
that was a rare mistake from Christian Krogner, who shares that 34 BMW with Kuba Gamaziak. But yes, stuffed it in the tyres. The tyres are deliberately on that bit of hats and back because it is very easy to run, well, the second lane away from the racing line, which was littered with marbles, and he just got a little bit too high. Very dusty, we've noted, as well as we took the walk out there. No grip, and into the tyre wall, so easily done. But yes, a bit of sense of humour overnight. BMW's only parking here for that scene, and the fans flock to hats and back because, you know, you are just a short walk to the paddock, so in the intervening period where there are only 24-hour cars out on track, why not make a trip to the paddock for some food and drink and to look at the race cars?
And some of the fans were sitting there in their amazing rigs, flatbed trucks of their own, set up with huge sound systems, some even with their own hot tubs as well. So we saw people sitting watching one of the best bits of tracks in the world with a cool beer in their hand in a hot tub. Tick winner.
Totally. What is not to like there? Very little indeed. The pace continues to increase here because the Weber-driven Valkenhorst BMW in class SP10 getting even faster. So Florian Weber comfortable out front, and also clearly he has a little bit of clear air now to play with. 8:44.686. Axel Jeffries again getting really quite close to Frank Stippler in the early phase of the lap, but the Audi is now just eking out that gap, and that's the run down the hill through Metzgersfeld, Kallenhardt, Versheifen, and then down towards Breitscheid, where they will be crossing the bridge in a moment or two. That's the second entry point for public laps. And now they're about to climb back up the hill with some traffic on the racing line for Frank Stippler, so he might have just had to get out of the throttle very briefly there. And the problem is that might now really snowball his lack of power coming out of a pretty slow corner at Versheifen, or rather Exmüller and Bergwerk. Now this is the really fast part through Kesselchen and Klostertal, where you absolutely need that top speed, but the Ferrari's not really closing the gap. maybe a smidge, but it's not going to be sufficient enough as it was a lap ago.
Yeah, I guess the important thing there for Frank Stippler, he lost that bit of momentum, but it wasn't that far until the next tightish corner. If it had been a section of the circuit that opened out onto a much quicker run, as if you were, let's say, exiting Bergwerk and going all the way down towards Gloucestershire, I think the gap would have come down a lot more, but clearly the Ferrari had to driver had to back off that little bit. So at the start of the lap, they were separated by 0.994 of a second. It's maybe marginally below that. And then there's a 5-second gap back to third place. Mike David Ortman still resisting David Pittard, and while that's happening, Kuba Gimnaziak going onto their tail, but we've got a straggler coming in front right-hand corner of one of the BMWs. It's car 151, an M4 GT4. That had qualified very well indeed. And it's the long limp home. It's a long Dottinger Herb, but he's still got a good kilometre to get it back. It's the GT Tyres car.
Celia Martin at the wheel of the SP8T car, and SP8T might just be the one car in that class. No, we've got at least one more, the 160, which is now leading, but I think Celia Martin was in front of the 160 before this problem hit for her.
So very frustrating for her co-drivers Fabian Volvent and Dutch racer Bates Gavisa. Watching on in the pits, don't know where the incident happened, but when you're going slowly the whole way along that long homeward straight, it really is very, very frustrating indeed. But quite possibly a little bit of suspension damage as well. Still the battle for third place, and it's you really feel that Mike David Ortman, his time in third, is maybe not going to be a great deal longer, because David Pittard is right onto his tail. The big question is what is lying up ahead of them on the circuit. The Kermit green and white Aston Martin being chased by the aquamarine and mid-blue, French blue, I suppose, Porsche getting closer and closer, but on the narrow part it's on the Nordschleife. Will traffic hell for hinder, or will the only overtaking place that comes their way be at the end of the Dottinger when they've run their way down the straight? Let's wait and see. But actually, again, at certain points on the circuit, the Aston Martin a little bit better than the Porsche. Looks actually, in terms of punch out of corners, the Aston Martin's the bit better. Then through the twisty parts, the Porsche has the upper hand.
Celia Martin has spent nearly 15 minutes doing sector 4, but normally that would be just under 4 minutes to do in an SP8T car. So it's happened. Amazing, that's only now the second lap of the race, because it's taken over a lap time. Bear in mind, 8 minutes 50. It's taken well over that to do a single sector, so that is not a new problem for Celia Martin, sadly. She is about to arrive onto pit road for the team to attempt repairs at GT Tyres there. Aston Martin then, driven by Mike David Ortman, back onto the Dottinger Ruhr with David Pittard within touching distance. He's using the tow from one of the BMWs to suck him along as well, but not sure that the Porsche's going to be quite close enough to attempt an overtake.
The acceleration out of Galgenkopf, I sensed the speed of the Aston Martin was punched onto straights. He got himself a dozen car lengths clear. They get to the kink under the bridge. It's down to about a third of that, maybe coming down a little bit more, but certainly the rich tool, the strongest key for Aston Martin. Only 2 car lengths clear when it gets to the chicane is its performance in a straight line. Where's a good place to do that? Coming out of the final corner, but there was a slower car in front of him. He couldn't get the hammer down quite enough, so David Pittard's got half a chance down the start-finish straight. They go. Don't quite sense the move is going to come into turn 1, but maybe somewhere in Mercedes Arena we'll have a change of order for third place. But again, David getting used to driving a Porsche. Well, of course he's going to have a look up the inside. That's David Pittard, the pit bull. That's what he's done, and that's what he's absolutely nailed. So I didn't think he'd be quite close enough to try, but no one had told David.
What about the Aston Martin to the high side of the Mercedes Arena, though? Pittard gives Ortman racing space, in fairness. Now they might have to go either side of a slower car, one of the Hyundais, and both run very, very wide indeed. Now the 34 BMW of Kuba Gimnaziak very nearly involved with this again now, because as they duel amongst themselves, unfortunately they're losing time on the top 2, Frank Stippler and Axel Jeffries for Audi and Ferrari respectively, as Celia Martin has made it now back into the pits with a very tattered front right corner. She's been off the road by the looks of things as well, but the tyre deflating is the biggest problem. It's an entirely female crew as well as a driving combination, and they're trying to fix this car up as quickly as possible. Lots of tack tape involved, I'm sure, in a moment or two.
Yeah, I would expect that car to go back into the garage. I'm fairly sure it'll have front right suspension damage, the bodywork shattered around the headlight, the whole flank of the car is looking very tatty indeed. It's being refueled at the time, but that's just something you do while you're waiting. And just below the driver's door, some of the bodywork has snapped off basically across the sill. So that's been a clatter side on into the barriers. But I fear for that heavy suspension damage. If it was simply a puncture, we'd have seen it. But the tyre still appeared to have inflation, so that's not the quick fix. So really bad luck for Celia Martin and for Fabienne Volvend, and third of the drivers in that car, Bates Gavissa. Such a shame.
Audi to Ferrari, still about the same distance, just slightly more than 2 seconds, but the more crucial gap is what's emerging behind Axel Jeffries, 296, because it's 5, maybe 6 seconds now for Mike David Ortmann and David Pittard. Not because they're that slow, it's because they're far too busy fighting, and Kubik and Maziak wanting a bit of that as well. More yellow flags appearing this time at the end of the lap at Galgenkopf, so if they stay around for the next few minutes, that will be something for the race leaders to bear in mind.
It's also worth pointing out the driver we haven't talked about too much, Martin Ragginger, started sort of out of position, if you will, is catching. He's up to 6th place now, and he lapped faster than all but the front 2 cars. That's the Audi of Frank Stipler and Axel Jeffries. And unfortunately for 76691 BMW 240i Racing Cup car, black and yellow and very slow, he's pulled off the track. Driver's right.
Maximilian Vogel in the 240i Racing Cup car has hit the dramas. That's what's causing the yellow flags then at Galgenkopf, sharing with Benno Zerlin and Philippe Grisek. And they were, well, not too far away from the pole sitter in 240i. I remember them being at the sharp end of start group 3, but lost an awful lot of ground now. And now the yellow flags are flooding through. That's again related, though, to the Vogel problem on the Dottinger Hohe. So yellow flags following the slow car. Stipler almost the same as a lap ago, struggling out of Bergwerk to get the power down, as Stipler now works his way up the hill through Kesselchen and Klostertal and on towards the carousel itself. Stipler leading by a little more than 2.1 seconds now, because he gained a full second on Axel Jeffries in that second sector. Concerns continue, though, in the 151 garage for GT Tyre Motorsport and Celia Martin, who has brought that car in.
And importantly, she's got out of the car, so it's not going to be a quick fix. And Celia popping her earplugs out for an interview. The teammates standing behind, but don't as yet know what happened, but certainly clattered very hard into the barrier, hit the right front corner of the car.
Yeah, so describing, I reckon that there was a snap of the steering perhaps, and then something broke and had to limp it back. But bear in mind, Sector 4 took pretty much 15 minutes for her to limp through, and the Dottinger Hohe not too much faster than that either, as the frantic work continues behind the interview. So on to lap 5 we go. And the next question is, how many cars are going to choose to make an early stop here, get a quick one out of the way, because it's a short, sharp 5-lap stint. I think we will get at least one caller of the top 9 SP9/GT3 cars, but it really depends who it might be. Axel Jeffries might think, well, I can go faster than the Audi in certain areas, and Frank Stipler's holding me up, so is it a wise move to do that? David Pittard might think the same as well, Falcon Motorsports. Rather than duelling with Mike David Ortmann, is it better to split the Aston and the Porsche and put David into some clearer air?
Well, another element we have to consider, Johnny, is the fact that normally in a 4-hour race, if you only have 2 drivers in the car, they tend to stick one driver in for the first 2 stints, the first half of the race, the second driver takes over. In a longer race, you get a bit more of rotation, but today will we see these crews just we may have some driver changes in the first. I don't really expect it. I thought most of them are saying the conditions fine. You know what the track conditions are like. Perfect. Go out and keep racing. But if you really feel you've been contained, and don't forget that it's very, very hard to overtake around the Nordschleife itself. It normally involves outside assistance, someone backing up the car in front of you, costing them their momentum. Most of the moves are made down the Dottinger Hohe. And certainly if you're racing the Aston Martin, as we saw, supremely quick up the first half of the strip, and then the chasing Porsche was getting closer, but not close enough. So maybe, just maybe, Falken Motorsport, with all their years of experience in this championship, 20 years venturing cars in this series, all sorts of cars, largely Porsches, and don't forget a couple of years ago they made life difficult for themselves running an M6 GT3 BMW alongside the sister car, the Porsche. But they may just decide to say, you know, however hard you're racing, David, you'd have to take quite a risk to get past up into third place. We'll bring you in early, but let's not guess. But the one thing they're not having to consider at the moment is changeable inclement weather arriving. It's not.
I've just noticed, and I couldn't understand why car 35, Nicholas Cruton, had dropped places, but it's because he's pitted. So he came in at the end of lap 4, strangely. There's nothing to stop you doing that, of course, but Nicholas Cruton stopping at the end of lap 4 and therefore making that stop very swift indeed. He completed sector 1, which included the pit stop, in a little over 3 minutes, so a 2-minute stop. Well, he's still losing time, I noticed. Now, that might be because he's back in traffic now, but he lost 4 seconds through sector 2. He lost a further 2 seconds in sector 3. That's either a BMW, the sister car at Valkenhorst, with a problem, or he's right into, let's say, a whole clutch of TCR cars that he just can't get through in a hurry.
Right, I've got the fabled chart to hand. If you pit after 4 laps, your first pit stop has to be a minimum 283 seconds, so 4 minutes 43 seconds. If you come in a lap later, it has to be 306 seconds, 5 minutes. So the later your first pit stop, the longer you're going to have to be at a standstill. Yeah. However, by nature of making your first pit stop early, it means you make your final pit stop early as well, and then you get the reverse, if you will, at the end of the race, the longer before you come in. Car 34, that's the last year's champion coming in, Kuba Gimasiak, so that will be into the pits after 5 laps, but I think the bulk of the others are going to stay out for the far more standard 7-lap opening stint.
So this can be a shortish stop, but not as short as Gimasiak's teammate in the sister 35, Nicholas Cruton. But I wonder whether Valkenhorst had to pit the Cruton car. They wouldn't have chosen to do it after only 4 because it would have had plenty of fuel on board. Well, clearly, you know, even at 5 laps, you've got plenty of fuel still on board because you can do a further 2 laps. But it's about just trying to get a bit of time gain early in the race, which actually you'll lose to those pitting later in the 5th hour, or rather the 6th hour, as things pan out. But there are various different ways of cutting this cake, and it's always fascinating to me to see which one is successful. There is an element of luck involved because you can be put back into the race in totally the wrong position. However, generally, teams of this sort of calibre, Valkenhorst Motorsport, are doing the calculations to work out that when Gimasiak rejoins the race, there shouldn't be too much traffic on the main straight.
Well, I suppose also if you think that that's the right tactic for your team, why is it right for one car and not the other? Because one was running in 6th place, that was Nicholas Cruton's car, and Kuba Gimasiak was in 5th. He was actually very close to the 2 cars in front of him. That's Mike David Ortman and David Pittard. Now Pittard is up into that 3rd place, and in fact has gained 10 seconds over Mike David Ortman. Now, how has that happened? While we were looking at Celia Martin's interview in the garage, something may have gone a little bit awry for Mike David Ortman in that Aston Martin. He was 3rd, he's now 4th, so we'll have to try and work out what happened just there. But there was the change. We thought it was coming. That means also that I do feel that David Pittard will continue to do up to the full 7 laps before he brings in the better place of those 2 Falken Motorsport Porsches. So he did the chasing, and somewhere he managed to get through. Fresh set of Yokohamas for the 2nd time for the Valkenhorst Motorsport crew. It's 34 going back into the race. That's last year's champion Kuba Gimasiak, and now David Pittard is right on the tail of 2nd place. They'd fallen some distance back from that lead battle, but maybe the Ferrari was a little hard on its tyres early in the race, or maybe David Pittard's now just working out how to drive the Porsche a little bit faster than he did in the opening laps of the race. New to Porsches, normally he finds the engine up in the front, whether it's an Aston Martin, BMW, over the course of the last few years, but right now 2nd place is suddenly where the battle is going, and our race leader at the start of the lap, Frank Stippler, was 3.6 seconds clear. I reckon he'll be making an escape because suddenly Axel Jeffries is he's the hunted. He is not the hunter anymore.
The issue for Mike David Ortman appears to have been on the previous lap when he did an 8.12, whereas Pittard's time was an 8.02. So there's a 10-second deficit there. And there are yellow flags at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein as the Audi is slowing a Frank Stippler, and there's going to be a lead change there because Stippler all of a sudden has no power to hold back Jeffries and Pittard.
Well, that was
talked about the drama that Stippler had at the start of NLS5. Well, this time this is partway through the opening stint, and the 5 car almost seems to be on lit home mode, Bruce.
Well, it is. You know, when you suddenly catch sight of any car going slowly, you think the next shot you'll see ahead of them on the track will be a yellow flag. There were no flags up in front of them, and through came the Ferrari into the lead again now, and that's in the hand of Axel Jeffrey. David Pittard all over him, but poor Frank Stippler, half a lap to go to get back to the pits, and his number 5 Audi that led pretty much all the way after that initial tussle with the Ferrari, limping its way back round. How excruciating.
Is it something that he can half rectify partway round? Is it an electrical glitch that can clear and the car will suddenly burst back into life? The problem is, often you have to pull it over to the side of the road, recycle the car, turn it off, turn it back on again before it will react to that on-the-fly diagnosis, if you like. So now we have a new race leader, and in fact it's a duo out front because Axel Jeffries and David Pittard, that were fighting hard at the start of the lap, but they were separated by 2.8 seconds. Well, that gap is now probably less than a second between Zimbabwean driver Jeffries and British driver David Pittard.
How things can change. A lap ago.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nürburgring in September with a beautiful NSX. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein
Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring. 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Punch out of corners, possibly if your tyres are not at their best, that is spiking your gun. But certainly right now Assenheimer is just half a second down on the Ferrari, but the two cars that move through, the Aston Martin into second place and David Pittard into the lead of the race, they're gone. They're probably about 2 seconds up the road.
Amazing how quickly the field can be condensed, but that's again down to a code 60, but remember it's yellow flags into the code 60 which allows you to gain the ground. And Patrick Assenheimer, as you'd mentioned in the Schnitzel on the racing Mercedes, was really close to this trio as well. So the Ferrari trying to get the place back again from David Pittard ran pretty much side by side into the braking area for the Vidal chicane, and then towards the left-hander that takes you away from the Grand Prix track and over the road bridge there. Ferrari and Aston Martin side by side into Sabine, the switch curve itself. The Aston Martin then fully cemented that second position, and Ferrari still carrying great speed. Axel Jeffries left to rather scratch his head and think, right, how am I going to get past again? As now the Schnitzel Mercedes gets involved as well. So I'm now starting to think, is there a problem for this Ferrari? Because Jeffries loses another spot, this time to Patrick Assenheimer in the Dayglow yellow and black Mercedes.
I really think he's either got a slow puncture or he's simply just taken too much out of those tyres, because in fact, just to reiterate, you were right, I was wrong. Where he had the twitch, where David Pittard dived up the inside, it was a right-hander, but it was, you go through the cut-through, you got the left-hander, and it's just where you turn right and then drop down into the compression before you come up to the Vidal chicane. It was that right-hander where he got it wrong, but I thought he'd done a good recovery job to take hold on to second place, but certainly there is a problem. He is going slower than he'd like, but still at semi-racing speed, but we've got one car off at the side of the circuit. It's the 661 BMW M240i parked to the side of the circuit, someone else cruising in behind. Is that a course vehicle or another car in trouble? I think it's another car in trouble going to a cut through to pull off the circuit. Is it one of the Hyundais?
It's an Opel
No,
Astra.
it's not. It's an Astra going very, very slowly indeed. That's car
472?
Yeah,
possibly?
I'd say something 72. So suddenly cars, even in these fine weather conditions, in trouble. But really, to me, the key is what has happened to the Ferrari. It lost first, it lost second, it's lost third. Therefore, it's lost places to Pittard, to Mike David Ortmann, and now to Patrick Assenheimer. And how much further is it going to fall back off the tail?
472 is an Opel Astra. It's one of the cars that didn't qualify this morning for Maximilian Eisberg. That car sounding like it was scraping something along the road as well, so very slow down the Dottinger Ruhr. And the other drama we had was for the Smerlis Racing BMW 240i for Simone Sama, the Italian driver who shares with Andrea Zampino in the Smerlis Racing 661 car for BMW 240i.
Now, well, the other car, the main car that had trouble, of course, was Frank Stippler's car, the number 5 Audi. I don't think that's made it back. His co-driver Vincent Kolb is being interviewed at the moment. But if you check your sort of timing screen, I've got it only having completed 5 laps. Of course, our race-leading cars are halfway around lap 7 now. I'm not sure he even managed to limp the way home. Did you have him as getting through all the sectors to return to the pits?
No, I haven't got a sector 4 time for Frank. He went through sector 3 about 20 seconds delayed.
Yeah.
And now has not appeared at the end of sector 4. It's a very long sector though, of course, so if he is still moving, we might not get to find that out until a little bit later on in this opening hour. We've had nearly the full 60 minutes of the first hour then, and we're about to complete 7 laps. Anyone who hasn't pitted already will be piling into the pits this time around, so that will certainly be David Pittard who leads the race. Axel Jeffries, remember, has faded somewhat as now all sorts of mayhem. Frank Stippler is causing it as well. The number 5 Audi touring its way out of Galgenkopf. It's well over to the right-hand side, but with in some places yellow flags and then mainly white flags being displayed. Nobody was quite sure whether they were legally allowed to overtake Frank Stippler. And it's one of the sort of bizarre situations where you've got some of the middle order and lower order cars able to overtake an SP9 car. Still drama as well for the Iceberg-driven Opel Astra, which, as I say, didn't qualify early this morning. And now this is an unrelated problem with a tyre going down on the little Astra as well for Maxi Iceberg. It's all happening, it seems, on the Dottinger Ruhr. Thankfully, though, not an area that is affected for the 3rd and 4th place cars or now 2nd and 3rd place cars. In fact, Mike David Ortmann and Patrick Assenheimer both getting ahead of Axel Jeffries on this lap. They have not one but 2 very slow cars to be wary of on the Dottinger Ruhr. Thankfully, paying close attention to those white flags.
So Assenheimer has got to within a second as they reach the Tiergarten chicane of the tail of the Aston Martin. However, they should not be diving past the pits. They should be diving into the pits, as should race leader, the number 3 Porsche from Falken Motorsports. Is the Aston Martin coming in? Wait for it. Yeah, of course, they're both coming in. And the Porsche as well across the white line, down to the speed limit in the pit lane. So David Pittard in from the lead of the race. That's the number 3 Porsche. And then after a real turn of events, suddenly flurry of position changes. In from 2nd place comes Ortmann. In from 3rd place now comes Assenheimer.
Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all in. Dennis Fetzer has already pitted.
Yeah, that car
so Fetzer will actually lead, I reckon, once that car comes out of Hohenrhein for the 7th time.
Worth just pointing out again that your first pit stop, the certainly early in the race you do it, the shorter it has to be. So Mike David Ortmann is not staying on board, and Maxime Dumaret, it's all a Belgian figure, approaching to have his turn in the car. But I think for a lot of the crews, they'll have driver into the pits, first pit stop completed, and then continuing on their way. But this, for some crews, most notably the Pro Sports Aston Martin, door open, driver change going on, possibly also in that Assenheimer car as well. That's a car, one of the cars in the top class with 3 drivers on board. So Assenheimer sharing with Marcel Marchevich and Tim Neuster, but certainly in the 2-driver lineup for The Aston Martin Maxime Dumouriez is taking over from Mike David Ortman.
Goodyear Eagle tyres being bolted onto the Aston Martin from Pro Sport. Similar tyre to that is used in LMP2, although it'll be a different compound in the World Endurance Championship. But strangely enough, the tyre that is the problem on Frank Stippler's car, this is the first time we've actually worked out that it's a tyre, is the rear right. So rear left, I'm used to that going because it's a clockwise circuit, but rear right has taken a punishing run. I'm trying to remember what the tyre problem was, what particular tyre that was for NLS4. Can't remember, to be honest. That was a slow puncture rather than one that's been completely obliterated after it being run for several kilometres as it goes down.
And that's the thing, that's the first time we've noticed the tyre had gone down. We could only see the pace dropping away. He might have slowed thinking he had a puncture, but it's the first time we've been treated to seeing that side of the car. We're talking about the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. It has nearly got to the climb up to the Tiergarten chicane and Hohenrhein to complete the lap. Definitely coming into the pits, but he will be 2 laps. He's dropped a lap and a bit on the front runners.
Mentioning Dennis Fetzer, I haven't actually seen him come across the line yet, so I hope there's not more.
No, he's approaching it now. He's just coming out to Hohenrhein. Your wish is their command in TV control. It goes for still. Just went past the number 5 Audi. Stippler still hasn't got through the final chicane. Should do shortly. And then you've got that moment when you're on the left of the track. You've got to cross to the right. We've seen problems with drivers doing that before, but you can be sure that Frank Stippler will know what he's looking for.
So I talked about Dennis Fetzer leading the race. He's nowhere near it because Ben Leuchter is the new race leader for Max Cruiser Racing. I talked about the chance of maybe getting one Cup 2 car out front. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them now before you get to Dennis Fetzer quite a bit further down the order. He has tumbled behind, or stays behind, Kuba Gamaziak in now what should be the race-leading SP9 car for BMW, as Frank Stippler now wanting to provide space for anyone who wants to get into pit road at top speed. It is just about a 2-lane entry road there, but you have to get your speed down to 60 kilometres per hour in time for the white line.
Even at this reduced pace, reduced because he's in the pit lane, reduced because he's limping in, just the sheer vibration across the car, the rear wing of that number 5 Audi really rattling around. You hope there's no damage to the very slender stays, the support for that wing. I'm sure there isn't, but it's just when you see a car moving that much. And between the two Falken Motorsport cars, the earlier pitting car, number 4 of Martin Ragginger, in the hands of Dennis Fetzer, was about probably 5 seconds clear of the sister car, number 3, that came in quite a few laps later. Let's just refresh that Ragginger came in just 1 lap later. And David Pittard has done precisely what I said he didn't. He's handed that over to Joel Eriksson. So the crew's deciding, you do an opening stint, I'll do the next stint, and then maybe we'll double stint. But one thing that didn't do an entire stint with all its air on board is the right rear tyre on the Scherer Sport PHX Audi, sitting there, the bodywork around the wheel arch with a black shimmer all around the outer edge, because that's been having that tyre carcass beating around. The big question is what other damage has been done. The race, surely in a series as competitive as the NLS, you can't lose a lap and a half plus time for repairs and still be in the hunt. Another car coming in slowly. It's the Fricadelli car, started from 10th on the grid, the leading car in Cup 2, Felipe Fernandez-Lazer, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, alongside David Pittard in that Ferrari 296 GT3. Finding the other side of the coin. Why is it you think that when we have these events you won't have incidents? Because the conditions are fine, the track conditions could not be kinder, the weather is good, there's no clouding, but punctures seem to be the order of the day at the moment. Some because they've hit barriers, but others because they simply must have gone down. And the right rear tyre, similarity to the number 5 Audi, is the one that's AWOL. We can see the wheel, can't yet see the tyre. Frank Stippler out of the number 5 Audi explaining what went on. Because for a racing driver, Johnny, if suddenly you have a puncture, you don't think you've hit anything. You really think, why? If you run wide off the circuit, you think, I could well have caused that. I might have hit something beyond the circuit. But we haven't had too many cars going off the track, coming on, bringing debris. So for Frank Stippler, it'd be a big, big question mark.
Very rarely do I ever say this at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Is it too hot? Is it that the ambient temperature is way too much for if you're pushing too hard on the tyre early on in the stint? You know, there's a lot of lateral movement around here. What is it, 170 odd corners, and that might explain why a rear right starts to go down. Maybe a bit more curb on that side of the circuit. And certainly, I think potentially a problem at Monza tomorrow when we switch channels and start to cover the 6 hours of Monza as part of the World Endurance Championship. Temperatures predicted to be sky high there, into the 30s, and it's about conserving a tyre across a stint, in fact 2 stints very often for tomorrow. Don't have that problem here. Generally, in a 6-hour race, I believe it's a new set of tyres for every single stint. Although, of course, it is an extended distance, I don't think there's a rule which says you have to use the same amount of tyres as you would in a 4-hour race for a 6-hour race. But nevertheless, you're covering a great deal of distance. It's an hour-long running, 24 kilometres of circuit, and sometimes you're forced onto the curbs because of all that traffic you've got to get by at speed. How about this for a battle? This is effectively the race lead once you take away the Cup 2 cars. We really shouldn't do that though, because the Cup 2 cars are there by their own merit, but the best placed of the SP9s because of the virtue of the pit stops, Kuba Gamaziak and the chasing number 4 of Dennis Fetzer.
Now you think, how can the order have been jumbled up so much? They didn't come in on the same lap. So Kuba Gamaziak, well, that's quite interesting because his car, last year's champion, his pit stop after 5 laps should have lasted 306 seconds. And the Porsche that's chasing, with Dennis Fetzer having taken over from Martin Ragging, his pit stop a lap later was another 22 seconds longer. So he's already gobbled that up. So it's looking very, very good indeed for Falken Motorsport. Not quite as good for Walkenhorst, who brought both their cars in early after lap 4 and lap 5.
Yeah, and then you had Nicholas Cruzen in after only 4 laps, which was the more bizarre one, because that then verges on it just not being particularly beneficial either way. Yes, you gain quite a lot of time back, but you want to be burning enough fuel off to make it then worthy of pitting and putting a bit more fuel in, because you're not going to get enough fuel in to then extend the gap sufficiently. Yes, it'll be another 8-lap stint, but that'll only take you to 12 laps, whereas everyone else can get to 13 or indeed 14 and 15. Cup 2 led across the line. Now I've got Mike Stursberg in the 103 car ahead. He has made a stop though, so I do think it's Ben Leuchter who effectively leads the race and should be pitting at the end of this lap. Ben Leuchter for Max Cruiser Racing. He's ahead of Tim Scheerbart for Avia WNS Motorsport, the 120, and Moritz Krantz for K Kramer Racing, running in the 121 car. And were they nose to tail? Yes, pretty much at the start of lap 8.
Right, I think what we have there is that moment a moment in time on the timing screen. Mike Stursberg has just taken over from Gabriele Piana, so he crossed the start-finish line in the pit lane.
Yeah.
However, the rival cars, as you say, Ben Leuchter and Tim Scheerbart, will be making their pit stops next time around. So if their pit stop is later, it will be longer.
That's right.
However, the Stursberg car clearly came in from the leading class. So 103 started 10th overall, the leading cars. Hold on a second, that came in because that was limping in, wasn't it? For the pit, no, sorry, that was the Fricadeli Laza car.
Big problems for the 666 numbered BMW, which looks like it's in the wall heavily.
And another car on the other side of the track, stationary on driver's left, but it's driver's right. That the BMW facing effectively almost 180 degrees away from where it should be. Driver's left-hand rear corner is shorter than it ought to.
So Schwabenschwanz entry, but also there are dramas now on Hatzenbach and Hedvigshoor. Hedvigshoor is just after Hoher Act, so there are 3 different areas now affected by yellow flags. But the JMO Hartling driven BMW 240i from Schnitzelalm Racing, that was the one carrying the massive rear end damage. It looked like the boot had basically been removed from that BMW. It's all crumple zone. There's very little actually underneath the metal skin of a racing car, underneath the boot lid. But all of that was stoved in after big damage, or big contact, it would appear, with the barrier. Kuba Gamaziak under massive pressure now from Dennis Fetzer, who got a really good run on the big BMW in terms of its silhouette, and rather the Porsche looks much smaller and squatter behind it. Lots of big punch in the air therefore supplied for Dennis Fetzer, and that was too good an opportunity. Now, is that the other Falken Motorsport Porsche a bit further down the road as well?
It should be. It's Joel Eriksson. He came out about 5 seconds down, and probably always becomes slightly more when you're coming out of the pits here. It's a very slow restart, but yeah, that has been catching all along. Probably wanted it to be delayed a little bit so it can get on the tail of that group. Oh, and then the Fetzer car really delayed by a Porsche Cayman, pink and white, and unfortunately for them slightly slow out of the final corner. And that's allowed the BMW of last year's champion Kuba Gimasiak to get onto his tail. Lights flashing, another Porsche Cayman up ahead. But the second of the Falken Motorsport cars with Joel Eriksson on board, winner of this race 12 months ago, he too is flashing his lights. First three cars, or those three cars in that group, covered by a second. That's it.
But the other thing to note is that we can get a rough idea of how long the pit stops were for Ericsson and everybody else, because I believe that Sector 1, when you come into the pits, is timed from the timing loop at the start of pit lane. So all of the pit stops should be timed from the same points, therefore, rather than the start line when you're in the pits. And Ericsson's total time for Sector 1 and the pit stop, 3:59, whereas everyone else, 4:03, 4:02, 4:06. So it's been a massive gain in the pits for Joel Eriksson, and now it's proving to be the case out on track, because he is right with Kuba Gimasiak. Ben Leuchter was scored as the race leader, as I thought. Max Cruiser Racing Porsche into the pits there at the end of lap 8, along with Tim Scheerbart for Avia W&S. Kuba Gimasiak scored as third, but that's all changed as well now, because Dennis Fetzer has been put into the race lead because of those two stops for the Cup 2 Porsches. So Fetzer, Gimasiak, and now Joel Eriksson, first, second and third.
Right, so remember the very early laps of the race, we had 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 position, all of them covered off about 3 laps by just over 3 seconds. The order has certainly been jumbled, but I'm thinking these Falken Motorsport Porsches are looking particularly strong today. Walkenhorst, they've rolled their dice. They've had the shorter pit stops by pitting much earlier than their rivals, bringing their first stints to conclusion after 4 laps and 5 laps. The best of the rivals after 7 laps and occasionally after 6. And again, some very slow zones on the exit of Hatzenbach. Drop it right down, looking to see how far up the track it is before they'll be released. But the first 3 cars still covered by 2 seconds. Walkenhorst Motorsport in the middle of those 2 Falken Motorsport Porsches. So it's Fetzer, the driver bringing up the rear. Not too far behind in third place is Joel Eriksson. But slow zones are abounding at the moment. And the other thing, punctures as well.
Yeah, and whether that is to do with ambient temperature, track temperature, how hard you're pushing when you've got brand new tyres, and is there going to be enough meat on the tyre by the time you get to the end, as now it's side by side between Joel Eriksson and Kuba Gimasiak, and there was very little that the Polish driver could do there to hold back Eriksson on the inside. That was around the left-hand side, though, of the left turn of Schwedenkreuz to the high side when Eriksson, and he was then delivered into the racing line for Arenberg to make it a 1-2 now for Falken Motorsport.
And Eriksson is driving with his tail up. He's second in this grouping. He's got his teammate ahead of him, Dennis Fetzer, but the way he caught that duo, he went through the slow zones, picked it up again, but certainly Eriksson is looking very, very tidy at this point in the race. But still, the BMW tries its best to catch up. Still 1 second covering effective first, second and third. Still got a couple of Cup 2 Porsches listed at the top of the time charts, but that's because they crossed the start-finish line when in the pits. They'll be falling back down the order. And I think just before we had that flurry of pit stops with the problem for Frank Stippler's car, etc., etc., the top Cup 2 car should be in probably about 7th position after all these pit stops. But the big question now is, where will Joel Eriksson make his move? He's caught up with Dennis Fetzer. Number 4 Porsche from Falken Motorsport flashing its lights. So is number 3, the sister car. Half a second down, but just, you know, sometimes when you get a drone shot, you can just see the flow. And it just seems that Joel Eriksson is carrying a little bit more speed.
Yeah, he's in the groove, and in a quick racing car as well. Joel, who set the time earlier today for qualifying, a 7:56.438, so that was a couple of seconds, 4 seconds slower than Frank Stippler's time in qualifying, and 2 seconds, no, actually only a 1/10 of a second slower rather than the time set by car 34. So 2.2 seconds separated the top 3 cars in qualifying, but the Frank Stippler back to the Walkenhorst car was over 2 seconds, which was some statement really from Frank Stippler. However, Phoenix and Scherer Sport will be very concerned now about 2 sequential races that have been affected by tyre wear. The first was more bizarre, if anything, because the tyre started to go down on the first racing lap, but on the Grand Prix circuit. So within sector 1 of a 4-hour race, he had a tyre issue. That one today was much further into the stint, and therefore the tyre had been doing a lot of work in warm temperatures. And possibly, well, we haven't had that many cars into the wall, so I don't think it was necessarily debris. We would have thought Frank Stippler will know exactly which curbs to stay away from early in a stint when you're trying to preserve the tyre. So I can't imagine it was too many curb strikes either.
No, you really feel at the moment there must be enough intel for all the teams that there have been a few collisions. At any point there's a collision like that. BMW backwards against the barriers from Schnitzelarm Racing, that there could be debris being brought onto the circuit. I don't think anything was untoward for Frank Stippler, but certainly the way he had to limp home with his rivals getting at least a lap and a half advantage, just trying to see if the Stippler car is going any further. Certainly Vincent Kolb, the co-driver of that car, the teammate, was looking as though he was ready to go back in as and when it was fixed, but Frank Stippler looking quite exasperated in his interview. But right now, if you're the boss of Falken Motorsport, you have a massive smile on your face because your Porsches are first and second in this race. Joel Eriksson in second, and Dennis Fetzer leading the way, but also the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, they were fighting with it, and he's probably falling away. He's about 3 seconds behind, so the first 3 covered by 3.5 seconds, but very much, Johnny, the direction of travel is Falken Motorsport on their cars in the track at this temperature, going very nicely indeed.
Heading through Brunchen, and now the ice curver in a moment or two. Flansgart just around the corner, but not very far away from having to back off the pace. In fact, they're doing that now on the approach to these yellow flags that are in place. We've had an hour and 15 minutes on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's the ROWE 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. The reason why the Falken Motorsport Porsches had backed off the pace was because of a convoy, literally a truck convoy that was out on track there. Recovery vehicles, but also the obligatory Unimog towing a trailer full of new Armco bits. That thankfully was protected by a couple of course vehicles as well. But in splendid isolation, they are about to pass the incident scene though on the exit of Schwabenschwanz and towards Galgenkopf. And these cars, it's almost like a Falken tyre kind of show that we often see during the N24, the drifting show often with cars with those liveries. It's those 2 cars and only those that are working their way round now at a very slow pace, but they're about to be waved into a green flag area onto the Dottinger Hor, which does appear to be clear. But as I say, it could not be going better at this stage, at least, for Falken Motorsport, running first and second, back onto that long straight now.
I must say, over recent weeks, I've seen a lot of barrier repairs. We had 2 hours and a quarter, maybe 2 hours 20 minutes, where barriers were being repaired in the small hours of the morning, or the middle of the night, as I call it, in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. But again, watching these events, they're not all strangers, barrier repairs, but the crews have to know where to keep the barrier sections around the side of the circuit, where they can bring them forward, get them onto the course vehicles, because the logistics of running any event at any circuit are tricky, but on the Nordschleife it's such an enormous distance, 24.3 kilometres. You've got to have some spare bits of barrier. You don't take them the whole way around the lap. They'll have depots at various points. So many things to consider. But right now, if you're not driving a Falken Motorsport Porsche, you're in a little bit of trouble, because the cars that pitted earlier than it had shorter pit stops, and yet they put them way in the shade. Falken Motorsport, they look as though they're about 6 seconds clear, because the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, which is third in line, looks as though it is definitely falling back with every corner turned at the moment. Still 4 from 3, it's still Fetzer from Eriksson. Waiting for my timing screen to refresh, because it's still got Kuba Gimasiak leading the race. He is not leading the race. They're exiting the Mercedes arena. He's only just into the second corner of it.
Yeah, so they're now heading down towards the Spang, and there's going to be a change around there of the 2 Falken cars. The Goodyear Spanger for the Falken tired and Falken sponsored Porsches. So the one with the teal coloured door mirrors to match the nose of the car 3 that is. Joel Eriksson now in front of Dennis Fetzer. Meanwhile, Gamaziak, are we sure that Gamaziak isn't leading the race? He's just gone through sector 1, I noticed, with it. Oh, but that's, yeah.
Well, Cruton's in 4th place, but he is... No, he's 10 seconds. Oh, maybe. Oh, hold on a second. Maybe we were looking at the wrong BMW. Maybe that was Cruton's car.
35.
Okay, I couldn't quite understand how so much time, because Gamaziak pitted ahead of them, so he had less time in the pits by about 40 seconds. Okay, that would possibly tally then. Okay, please ignore mentions of Gamaziak. It was Nicholas Cruton they were catching, because when they came onto the start straight, I thought, when I said it's about 6 seconds clear, I thought it might be more than that. 10 seconds, yeah, it could be. That long view from turn 1 back up to what is the back. So this is 2nd and 3rd. So, but the payback time for Kuba Gamaziak, he was 17, nearly 18 seconds clear of them when he crossed the start-finish line. But that still means the number 3 car that's leading the chase, Joel Eriksson on board, his pit stop was 2 laps later when he took over from David Pittard. David had just moved into the lead of the race, and in that element, by coming in 2 laps later, the pit stop was, get this, it was another 46 seconds longer at the pits for them. So they're clawing that back. They've got another 18 seconds to make. They're closing in, so the pace is clearly there for the Falken Motorsports cars. And for the rest of the race, Walkenhorst Motorsport will be paying back the shorter first pit stop. It's always the thing. You come in early for that first pit stop, it's short, you gain artificial position on the track, but then the payback is later in the race. You'll be making your final pit stop in the 6-hour race ahead of your rivals, and the earlier you make your final pit stop, the longer that is. It's the reverse of the first pit stop of the race.
And intriguingly, the top 4 cars now, Gamaziak in the BMW, Fetzer in the first Falken Porsche, Ericsson in the second of those cars, and Nicholas Cruton in the second Walkenhorst M4. They all pitted on different laps. So Cruton after 4, Gamaziak after 5, Martin Ragginger after 6 to hand over to Dennis Fetzer. David Pittard pitted after 7 laps to hand over to Swedish teammate Joel Eriksson. So we've got a great example there of cars doing their own thing, but all still roughly at the sharp end, and we'll be able to work out in due course which is the better of the strategies. And as I mentioned, there's a big element of luck involved there as well, because where do the code 60s fall? Where are more crucially the yellow flags into the code 60s, where you can gain time, although you are not able to overtake. But so often a yellow flag does provide you a chance to whittle away at maybe a 5 or indeed 10-second lead and make it next to nothing as you come out the other side of the code 60.
And don't forget the whole element of the Nürburgring, particularly when it's wet weather, particularly when you've got loads of incidents, is this element where the pendulum can swing more your way, swing that of your rivals. But I think take away any pendulum at the moment, you have to say Falken Motorsport with their Porsche are looking very, very tidy in these fabulous warm conditions, proper summer conditions on the Nordschleife. Still repairs are going on up and down the pit lane. Eiffelkind Racing working on their BMW in the pit garage has had front left corner damage, but this is one of the entries towards in the third group of cars, and you'll be sure they will definitely fix it because they're here to race on the Nordschleife. So hopefully they'll be going all over again, but it's not a case of parking it up. Now just trying to check what happened with the number 5 Audi in terms of just want to double check whether that continued or not at all. I wouldn't have expected it to do so. No, it's still listed as having 6 laps on the board, so it's parked in the garage at the moment. Will they repair it? Of course, it was for a long time on 5 laps, Johnny, as it limped in really slowly with Frank Stippler nursing it round with that right rear puncture that we hadn't seen for such a long distance, but it's not going to be gathering points today, one feels, down in 90th position and falling by the moment.
Yeah, and so quickly a race can escape from your grasp. It only takes a small thing to send you slightly out of sync, but then a puncture, well, anywhere around this lap is horrible, but it might be that you are 10 or 15 kilometers from home and needing to nurse the car back again, but hemorrhaging time at the same time, and also heavily damaging bodywork as well if the tyre starts to flail. So the 691 car, which had dramas at the start of the Dottinger Ruhr, and that was the car driven by Maximilian Vogel, and it had to tour its way down pit road. Yeah, the big problem started in sector 4, where it took nearly 6.5 minutes to do normally a 4-minute sector. So 2.5 minutes lost there, and a whole lot more down the Dottinger Ruhr as well.
Another thing we need to tidy up on, talking BMW's the Celia Martin car. It's still in the garage. That was the one from GT Racing in the SP8T class. 2 laps on the board, but the second one was only completed at enormously abated pace. So it may well be that doesn't go out. 109 cars started today's race. And by my reckoning, we've probably got 105 still going at the moment. And front running, it's still Kuba Gimasiak leading the fastest lap by nearly 18 seconds. Number 34, Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW, but certainly those Falcon Motorsports Porsches number 3 and number 4 on their Falcon tyres are closing in with every timing sector they get to.
Although sector 3,
just as that time comes up, sector 3 not at all. Okay, slow zones, they sometimes catch you, sometimes they don't. It seems Kuba Gimasiak got a get out of jail card for that one.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to... Hedvigs Ruhr, I can't remember which sector Hedvigs Ruhr is in, whether it is... probably is the long sector 4 time rather than sector 3, so I don't think Hedvigs Ruhr has had its say. Schwabenschwanz is still the scene of a Code 60 and also some yellow flag areas as well. There are in fact 3 Code 60s in place on the exit of Schwabenschwanz. Meanwhile, focusing in on a Cayman, a 911 and a VW Golf that is doing battle. There are 2 Golfs in this race, one of which is an SP3T car, which I believe is the Heiko Hamel-driven Max Cruiser racing car now that has the teal front, the red middle and the blue rear. And they're all now working their way through that right-hand curve at the base of the Caracciolo carousel. So a short burst of the throttle now through a, well, certainly not a straight bit of track. There's a left and a right-hand weave within that, and then you hit that narrow strip of concrete into the carousel itself.
Whenever you get an aerial shot, you see a lot you don't see from onboard cameras, and it's a classic example. Sort of 3 car widths down to 2.5 car widths from the drone shot, just showing what. And also, when you go between 2 apexes, or apices if you want to call them that, and you're going across the track, you don't always notice the change in width, but chance to ride around with the helicam around the circuit really gives just the most fantastic view. It shows you not just the change in width, but just simply how narrow this track is in many points. Once you've left the carousel, actually, you've got sometimes as much as, drum roll, 2 car widths of grass before you go from track edge to the barriers. But for most of the Nordschleife, it's 1 or nothing. Occasional gravel traps around the circuit, but by and large, it's very, very constricted and constraining.
The 702 BMW runs as the V4 leader, and that looks like it may well be Christopher Brink at the wheel. No, Danny Brink, I beg your pardon. Now, Danny Brink's a previous champion, I remember, who had the Brink and Rink, and the third driver that I've now forgotten.
I'll get there
Lyson?
for you. Yeah, I think you're right, but I can confirm that very shortly if I shuffle through 456 sheets of papers.
But Danny, not part of the number 1 crew, and therefore the defending champions this year. He races with QTQ Race Performance.
Danny Brink, Philip Lyson, 3 titles in 4 years, 2021, 2020 and 2018, with Christopher Rink sharing in 2020 and 2018. In between, Yannick Fubrick, we mentioned him earlier in the race, and David Griesner. They won it the last, all 4 of those years, from 2021 to 2018 by Adrenaline Motorsport.
Yeah.
But 3 of them in the 325i, and that was the Brink Lyson Championships, and the one for Fubrick and Griesner was an M240i Racing Cup class winner in 2019. If you're new to the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, following it here with us on the radio show network of channels, you'll go, how come the championship title doesn't go to the cars at the very front of the race? Because you win points according to how many drivers started your class, and quite often some of the classes further back down the field, quite often actually in the third 3 starting groups, if you can consistently win a class that's pretty well supported, might not be the biggest class, but if you feel you can get a top 3 position in each race, then you'll be scoring more points because there's less chance of always being at the top on the podium in the top class in SP9. So if you can chip away from a less powerful category, you could take the title. And Michael Schrei did that in 2017 and 2016 in an M235i. That was the forerunner of the M240i Racing Cup class. Both those BMWs entered by Bonk Motorsport, and the last, over the previous couple of decades, take it back to the year 2000, overall title to a Suzuki Swift. So it goes to show how things have changed. But then, just to show the real spread, the year before it wasn't a Suzuki Swift, it was a Chrysler Viper.
Brilliant.
Its bonnet alone longer than a Suzuki Swift.
True variation. Oh, lots of smoke from a BMW as it tries to slow for Tiergarten. That was all coming from the front left brake, it looked like, or maybe it was just a big lock-up. Might well be Danny Brink again in the 702, but he was wanting to get a hustle on, having been, well, he felt probably delayed through a Code 60. Actually, everybody is delayed to the same extent. That's the idea of the speed limited area, as now two Porsche Cup cars, I should say, are side by side. So BMW's in my mind because of Danny Brink. The 125 car there, I thought was being overtaken. I haven't got 125 there in the entry, so 121 it might well have been. But Moritz Krant leads Cup 2 ahead of Nico Otto in the 100 car. I'm still struggling to identify a car that looks like it's run by Huber Motorsport.
It does, doesn't it? It was 102 or 107 with the cars in question down there. Koffer and Brunagel.
I found it was the 125, in fact, Huber Motorsport car of Wehrmann, which is much further down the order in 15th position. But the lockup coming from what looks suspiciously like Danny Brink in the 702 BMW. Definitely 125 Porsche. So that is being driven by Hans Wehrmann, and he shares with Carlos Rivas of Luxembourg. They are not having a great race because a Cup 2 Porsche down in 15th position in its class and 45th overall, when you consider the leading Cup 2 car is as high now as 9th position overall in the hands of Moritz Krantz. Meantime, 112 is in 8th place in that division, and this is Herbert Losch sharing with Alexei Veremenko and a driver simply known as Selv, S-E-L-V. Alexander Arimenko is part of the lineup here as well, car 112.
I think it's an historical fact. There's never ever been a race of the NLS without someone racing under a pseudonym.
Yes, there are plenty in this one, that's for sure. 10 laps done, working the 11th lap. Kuba Gamasiak, we've misplaced him temporarily, but he's leading. It's easy to do that because he's leading by 17 seconds over two Volker Motorsport Porsches.
Yeah, which are separated by 3/4 of a second. But the interesting thing is Ericsson and Fetzer, they are catching Kuba Gamasiak, but only by 6/10 of a second on the previous lap. 7/10, let's be generous. But the thing was, there were certain points on the circuit, the two sectors alone, where Kuba Gamasiak leading in his Walk and Horse Motorsport BMW really gained a lot. I think slow zones possibly favoured him rather slightly, and maybe they weren't there. He went through, and then the chasing Falcon Motorsport Porsches, just 15-20 seconds behind him, got caught by them, because I think in starting this next lap, sector splits, they're all in favour of the Porsches as they give chase. So, but don't forget that the number 34 BMW will be due in, not at the end of this lap. It should go 7-lap stint. That would mean it comes in after 12 laps, where the chasing Porsches, Ericsson's number 3 car came in. That doesn't need to come in until the end of lap 14, whereas the number 4 Porsche, now with Dennis Fetzer on board, has to come in at the end of lap 13. So they've got time in hand before they have to pit. And the stagger will unwind one way, and then at the very end of the race with the final pit stops, the true order will be shown. But I think that the real element is quite clear. Is Walk and Horse Motorsport pushing on their M4 GT3s on the Yokohama rubber, don't quite have the pace of the Falcon Motorsport cars on their Falcon rubber.
Indeed.
There you have it.
Yeah. So when everything becomes slightly clearer, and that's really after the final pit stop for all of the SP9s, so we'll have something like 60 minutes rather still on the clock at that point. Most of the SP9 cars will be pitting either at the start of that final hour or just into it, and that is when the order will probably become clear. All the Code 60s have just been lifted, I've noticed now, so no longer a delay, or certainly a speed limited delay at Schwalbenschwanz. There are still yellow flags as the remainder of the recovery vehicles and the repair vehicles, because I think the Unimog was heading in that direction to Schwabenschwanz. Once they have all upped and left, it'll be left with green flag running.
Now, we mentioned earlier in the race that two of the cars in the SP9 class were Pro-Am entries, and they've got their AMs on board. So Maxime Dumoulin, that Aston Martin that Mike David Ortland drove so hard up to third place, fleetingly into second place, has fallen back to sixth with Dumoulin on board. It's also lapping 22-23 seconds off the pace of the Pro lineups. And also Christian Kohlhaas has taken over the Ferrari that starred so strongly in the early stages of the race in the hands of Axel Jeffries, and the Racing One car has fallen to 7th overall, lapping at a very similar pace to Maxime Dumoulin. In fact, just had another lap on the board, gaining very, very slightly, but they're falling away big time. But they've got their own class battle. It's SP9 Pro, they're 6th and 7th, doing a great job.
True, and it's about trying to stay in touch with one another, really, and if you can sneak an overall podium, which seems unlikely today, but the Pro Sport Aston Martin did exactly that a couple of weeks ago during NLS4. It is possible, and Maxime Dumoulin very, very happy indeed with his afternoon's work on that occasion. They won the class as well, needless to say. So Porsches from Falcon just starting to edge away from one another slightly. That's every credit to Joel Eriksson, who crossed the line amazingly 9.5 seconds away from Valkenhorst's Kubik Maziak. So he has shaved the best part of 7 seconds off a gap that looked insurmountable only, 8 minutes or so ago. Yeah, and
Gamaziak will be coming in for his pit stop this time around. He's on to lap number 12. He owes us a pit stop because his first one was after 7. Let's just check. Nicholas Cruton surely has come into the pit lane for a second pit stop. Not as yet. So he pitted after 4. Also he's going for an 8-lap stint. Right, number 11, the Schnitzeler Mercedes. That is running in 5th place. Don't forget that. When we had slow zones, and he just seemed to work them very nicely. You can't work them. They land in front of you or aren't in front of you. He closed right up on some of the cars in front of him. He'd been out of that lead battle of sort of 5 cars, then it became 4, and then he suddenly got up into that position. And Assenheimer actually made that pit stop after 7 laps from 3rd position. Right now his pace is actually very, very good indeed. It's every bit as good as Joel Eriksson. So suddenly Assenheimer, who's one of the few drivers who didn't do a driver change in that first stint, is showing his merit all over again. So Schnitzel are working their way forward. His next target is Nicholas Cruton, but Cruton, since he seems to have gone on to an 8-lap stint rather than a 7-lap, would definitely be coming in this time around.
Well, remember, 8 laps is the normal length in the race. They only do 7 because of the green flag.
Because of the green flag.
Yeah, so you can comfortably do 8 in a GT3 car, as one of the Hyundais now carrying some rear trim damage.
Not
466.
Not for the first time. It's a car with a lurid race livery. In qualifying this morning, it clattered one corner, and when the mechanics went to push it back into position, I noticed this sort of pop art race livery right with the corner where it was hit said BAM. Most certainly it's happened for a second time. It says wow and other things all over the car. But 466, looking, it's light damage, but
you were mentioning earlier on about how you sort of skim down the race order and discover a name that you don't expect to be in a car. How about Manuel Maldonado driving a Hyundai?
All right, okay, we'll play top trumps. How about Marc Winghua, the Chinese racing driver, racing A1GP and did reserve Formula 1 stuff and then lots of TCR. He's sharing with Samuel Tsai, driver from Wanchai. So that's a GT Motorsport BMW 125i. So it's safe to say your career can go down as well as up, but again, coming to experience this circuit, and you never know, the appeal of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. People come across, dip a toe in the water, they get their ring license just in case they need it to come and race in the top class or even the middle classes of cars. But 120, how many starters do we have for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring? Nearly 150?
Yeah. Indeed. But places, certainly in a race like this, are limited if you want to go GT3 racing, so always the chance to do something slightly left field. Maybe Maldonado fancies a touring car career after running in ELMS already this year at Barcelona, and with many years of single-seater experience as well. The 23-year-old Venezuelan, so he's in 466 and carrying a little bit of damage. They're running 6th in VT2 for the front-wheel drive VT2 cars. Francesco Merlini still at the wheel of 9.52. I don't believe they did a driver change first time around. Oh no, they did. So that is now Chris Rink at the wheel of the Smurlis Racing Porsche after Merlini got out, and still battling for 5th position in Cup 3, much like his Italian teammate was over the course of the first hour or so. The lap times again favouring, or sector times again favouring Falcon Motorsports Porsches, and that time through the third and middle sector, Dennis Fetzer was about 0.2 of a second quicker than his Swedish teammate.
Yeah, and they're running 102, 107, running 5th and 6th overall. Got some distance to catch up with Mike Stursberg in 4th in the number 103 entry. But in Cup 3, it's looking very neat and tidy. Class leader is Fabio Grossa, so car number 959, and sitting on a lead over Moritz Oberheim of enough to be happy. I can do some maths for you. I'll call it precisely 36 seconds. So a tidy advantage in Cup 3 in this early stage in their Porsche 718 Cayman GTSs. But up front, the story is that Kuba Gimasiak leading. A couple of laps ago, he was 17.8 seconds clear at the end of last lap. With 11 laps on the board, it was 9.6 seconds. The direction of travel is absolutely plain. Hunted down, not by 1, but by 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. But Joel Eriksson in car number 3, running 2nd overall at the moment, but he has at least 1 lap further than his teammate before coming in for pit stop number 2. Maybe he'll change back to David Pittard, or maybe you do double sessions from here in, but they'll be sharing 6 hours of racing. That'll be 5 driver changes, half a race each. However they split it, it's absolutely their opportunity to try and find an advantage. It's their secret as well.
The fly in the ointment now is that there are yellow flags at Flansgart, followed by code 60s at Stefan Beloff and Schwalbenschwanz. So again, a chance for gaps to close in. There's also, interestingly, a yellow flag that's just appeared at Klostertal. Now, you do not have a small accident at Klostertal. It is full open throttle VMAX stuff through there. And if some of the barriers have been damaged, then that might mean a lengthy code 60, unless it's a mechanical problem, therefore, for a car. And actually, I was building it up there at Klostertal. Must be a huge accident. It's gone green straight away, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. But Flansgarten is still slow. And this is where the Falcon Motorsport 2nd and 3rd place cars for Ericsson and Fetzer are having to dip their pace to match the 711 BMW, which is a V4 325i. Now they can get back on the loud pedal, but there are still code 60s, according to my records, further around Schwalbenschwanz entry. Now it looks like they've been taken away now. White flags displayed because of an intervention vehicle. There was also a line, they'd have to duck around the outside of the intervention vehicle. They were also trying to slice their way up the inside of, I think, Porsche 320, the alternatively fueled car. And yeah, that gap between car 320, the racing car, and the intervention vehicle with the lighting strip on the roof was very narrow indeed. They did just about are able to thread the eye of the needle, both Joel Eriksson, Dennis Fetzer with the easier job, following his teammate through.
Oh, bit of debris on the Dottinger Hoa. Both the Falcon Motorsport cars went past, but I can tell you what, when you're in a commentary booth and you both have a sharp intake of breath and look at each other as commentators, that is a sign there wasn't a lot of space to play with, and certainly Joel Eriksson got very, very close indeed. But he wanted to get the power down, the field was being released, and they've got through that moment. But I expect, well, Kuba Gimasiak, he was start of that 9.5 seconds clear of them. End of that, is anybody diving into the pits? The Falcon Motorsport cars won't, but it looks as though Kuba Gimasiak has gone on to it 1 further lap. His lap time is an 8.32, those chasing are an 8.33, so it's gone out to 10 seconds, but that was slow zones, and that was delay. But so next time around, Kuba Gimasiak should come in from the lead, but Nicholas Cruton from 4th place ought to be coming into the pits. He's coming very slowly along the Dottinger Hoa. They've been slowed much more than the race leading trio. That also includes the Schnitzelar Mercedes of Patrick Assenheimer. So 4th and 5th. There's a course vehicle. You know, I said there was some debris on the track. Well, the course car has stopped and they picked up, it looks like the liner from the inside of a wheel arch. It was a black flash and it's been carried to the edge of it. That's precisely what it was, and the official has run to track edge and cleared it. So cars in 4th and 5th. Nicholas Cruton in the number 35 Waldenhorst BMW, Patrick Assenheimer, all his good work for Schnitzelam Racing has been rather stuck because they had to slow right down. Now they get to green. Well, that's cost them, let's be friendly, 20 seconds at the very, very least.
Easily, and of course the top three cars did not have to encounter that delay. They had to contend with the debris flag and whatever it was from a race car. I think the inner wheel arch is a good shout, Bruce. That had to be dodged, if you like, so spotted as soon as they'd seen the red and yellow stripe flag, but nothing like the delay for Nicholas Cruton, who does pit at the end of 8 laps for Cruton. So debris flag on the left for the Dennis Fetzer-driven Falcon Motorsport Porsche. He caught sight of that and then just worked his way slightly over to the left. I wonder whether that was a shout maybe from the team on the radio. The problem is, if you're following your teammate or any other car at such close quarters, the teammate in front will see it, but there's a very big danger that the following car will not.
Well, I think that's absolutely spot on, because nose to tail, you've gone green again, you're trying to catch a toe off your teammate, you're tucking in behind, you can see nothing, but the wheel arch liner was pretty much as close to central of the track as you can. If you imagine the run along Dottinger, it's relatively level, and then it just starts to climb. It was at the bottom of the slope, that wheel.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt One. Over 90 years of racing history. Coblor.
In einer Welt, in der Zeit kostbar ist, entscheidet Präzision über Erfolg oder Misserfolg. Seit über 90 Jahren prägt das Traditionsunternehmen Baumann Logistik aus Bonn die Branche. Wir vereinen klassische Logistikdienstleistungen mit innovativen Full-Service-Konzepten. Von der nationalen und internationalen Spedition über die Intralogistik und Lagerung bis hin zu Container-Raumsysteme und Modulbau. Mit uns haben Sie einen Partner an Ihrer Seite, auf den Sie sich verlassen können. Baumann Logistik aus Bonn. Ihr Partner in der Region.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nürburgring in September with a beautiful NLS5. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
That's 1.4 seconds gained in that sector alone, and it was definitely going the right way. So much so, probably the gap was about 6 seconds by the time they got to the pits. Maziak got to the pits.
Yeah, Gamaziak was still in front when he turned into the pits. He has now jumped out. Christian Cronjes is being strapped on board of the number 34. Maziak obviously started the race. He's now handed over to teammate Cronjes. So last year's champion, former winner of the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. So a very, very strong pairing. But of course, as you pointed out, Johnny, that different teams, different manufacturers choose different rubber. Falcon Motorsport rubber, of course, on the two Porsches that are now first and second. But Yokohama, the black and red race livery that's been their mark for 30, 40 years in racing now, and it's Yokohama for Walk and Horse Motorsport. So all their hopes are on the Japanese rubber.
Now, trying to remember back to NLS4, Kuba Gamaziak's German is not great, I think, so we may get an interview in English very shortly with the Polish driver. Just teeing Gamaziak up to have a chat to him in just a sec. But brand new Yokohama's going on, as Bruce has mentioned. There's also an adjustment happening on the front left corner as well. Now, is that suspension that they're reaching back for? They seem happy enough now to bolt a new tyre on. Maybe something caught in the suspension, or there's no movement really laterally across that tyre. There was a check from the mechanic.
Yeah, to be honest, they'd already checked the other corner, the front right first, so maybe, you never know. We talked about curbing. Have you hit it? Does it affect the whole way across at the front? But they seem happy enough. But the only thing that makes them probably unhappy, yes, Kuba Gamaziak came in from the lead of the race, but his first pit stop was 2 laps earlier than Joel Ericsson's number 3 Porsche, which is 46 seconds, and yet at the end he was only 6 seconds clear. So once you start to unwind the stagger, it's not looking too handy for Walk and Horse Motorsport. So that said, they're nailed on to 1 and 2 at the end of the race.
Well, yeah, indeed. I don't think it's going to be the case necessarily for the 35, but 34 has the chance to win this race. But those Porsches looking very, very strong indeed. So here we go, let's hear this interview with Kuba Gamaziak. So, driver change, obviously, because there's only two drivers in that number 34 car. Christian Krogner's taking over from Kuba Gamaziak. There's been a lead change that happened because the BMW had pitted. However, the lap that has just been completed by Joel Eriksson, a bit of a special one, Bruce Jones.
Right, just give you an example. The car that came in from the lead of the race, Christian Krogner's, has just taken that over from Kuba Gamaziak. Its best lap, 8 minutes 6.2 seconds. But Joel Eriksson has just done in the number 3 Volker Motorsport Porsche 8 minutes 1.8 seconds. So he's looking at 4.4 seconds, only 4.5 seconds faster than that. That is very good indeed. But you really got the feeling there from Kuba Gamaziak in that interview. We haven't got punctures, but what they don't have is the ultimate pace right now. He's feeling that, but you know, through the course of a 6-hour race, if there's a risk of a puncture going with your pace, you see how much time you lose with a puncture, particularly if it's as big a one as Frank Stippler had on what was then the race-leading Audi. You know, then perhaps this is the better approach. As I say that, the number 35, now Christian Krogner's driven BMW was then side by side with the Porsche Cup 2 class car. What happens when cars go side by side and they touch? You can get a puncture. So even with the safely, gently approach, things can go wrong. But really, at the moment, to me, there is no argument with the pace of the two Volker Motorsport cars.
We're mixing our BMWs up again. That's Dylan Pereira, but I take the point that he very nearly wiped the door mirror off for the Luxembourgish driver. Now there's high drama for one of the Audi LMS cars because it's having to put two wheels on the dirt on the Dottinger Ruhr because of presumably a puncture for, is that a TT or an RS3? It's very difficult to tell from that sort of distance.
Also, there's a heat haze today, which is something we get in most rounds of the championship, but
there is no TT in the race, so it has to be the RS3 LMS number 801, and this is actually the TCR leader as well, possibly was the TCR leader for Kenneth Ostvold. 3 Norwegians in this race for Bill Motorsport.
Yeah, it was leading the class and quite handsomely as well. So that, again, super galling. Keep everything clean, tidy, but pick up one small bit of debris. And just trying to see, it's the left rear tyre that is not quite the shape it ought to be. So it was 44th at the start of the lap, but losing position with every timing sector. Now at that point, we come up the rise to Hohenrhein. Otherwise, the car looks absolutely tip-top.
Was, and I think still is the race leader, because elsewhere in TCR, that we had an Opel Astra that didn't even start the race, the 802, and the 808 car is the only other machine in TCR, and that has only completed 5 laps so far. So as long as it keeps going, it's nearly got 12 laps to its name now for Ostvold and his fellow Norwegians. And yeah, keeps going and completes lap 12, completes a few more laps. It should still be able to take the TCR win as long as it hasn't done any internal damage on this very, very slow in-lap.
Okay, so a thinner TCR field than normal, but still well clear in it. At that point, you just got to be cautious. But even with being cautious, you feel for Oswald there appears to have picked up a puncture that's slowing him right down. There's a huge margin though, but recover the car, get it sorted, go back out, put those maximum points in class in the bag. You never know how it's going to help you in the championship, except for the fact you wouldn't score that many because it's a very slim field in TCR this weekend. Cars still coming in and out of the pits. Joel Eriksson, just wait and see. Oh, he did it 8 minutes 1.8, 8 minutes 3.5. So super fast. No one else can touch it. The next best lap in this race, just got to probably scroll down and check what Frank Stippler managed very early on before retiring the number 5 Audi. But of course, that would have still had a fairly heavy fuel loads. 802.3. Okay, that was the car that was pulling clear. So already half a second faster than that. That was actually very impressive from Frank Stippler, which would have made it all the more galling that he picked up the puncture that did the damage that dropped it out of the race. But for the Falco Motorsport crew, it's number 4 into the pits, Dennis Fetzer. And again, swapping. Martin Ragginger started the car, Dennis Fetzer. They've decided one stint. No doubles as yet from some of the crews, and certainly that is their tactic. Does that mean David Pittard will take over from Joel Eriksson next time around? We will see.
The downside of an in-lap for us is that we don't get a time for that particular lap of Dennis Fetzer, but it would not have been too shabby. He did a 106.8 through sector 1, a 103.6 through that run along the Hatton back and down towards Flugplatz, 157.7, and the longest sector only took him 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm sure the time of data is somewhere to give us an in-lap, but it would be non-representative because, of course, it involves a bit of the pit lane. But second time to stop for car number 4, as you say, a driver change.
Yeah, judging by the margin when they were coming down towards down the Dottinghoe to race leader Joel Eriksson, his teammate, he'd only fallen back by about another couple of seconds. So I reckon that was still a lap good for about an 8:04. So competitive, very much in the ballpark there for the number 4 Porsche. But now Dennis Fetzer out, Martin Ragginger back on board. So that's the second pit stops completed for quite a few cars. Next time around, we should have the race leader in, Joel Eriksson, in number 3 race leading Porsche. Patrick Assenheimer will end his double stint in the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. That is up into 3rd place now, effectively 2nd, because that hasn't visited the pits, whereas the number 4 Porsche has. Then who else hasn't stopped? The Pro-Am runners in SP9 Pro-Am class, Maxime Dumaret and Christian Kohlhaas. They should hang on for the end of this lap before they come in for their pit stop. They were running 6th and 7th, still in those positions. In fact, just risen according to the pit stop cycle.
Battle out on track for the lead of class between 2 very similar 330i BMWs, and it is Oscar Sandberg in the black with the orange door mirrors BMW making a real nuisance of himself and around the outside of Michael Schrei to take the VT2 rear and 4-wheel drive class lead. It's certainly not a class that rolls off the tongue easily, but Adrenaline Motorsport are now in front of the FK performance-driven Michael Schrei BMW number 511.
Well, it's really chopping and changing. When they cross the start-finish line to complete 12 laps, Schrei was in front of Sandberg, so it's not a case of Schrei catching, passing, because he's that much faster. They're just swapping and chopping positions because they can, because they were on the section of this circuit that is not the Nordschleife. It was the Grand Prix loop, or part of the Grand Prix loop, the start bit, where there's a bit of space to put your elbows out. But the way that Schrei went past former champion, double champion in the past, he showed why.
Yeah. So Schrei in the chasing now, yellow and green BMW with Sandberg back in front, but you can bet that's going to keep switching backwards and forwards. Speaking of which, Cut 2 has just changed position as well, because now it's the 120 entry from Avia WNS who are leading. So BMW led by David Jahn, and Jahn out front of Moritz Krantz for Kay Kramer and Nico Otto for Max Cruiser Racing. Ben Bunagel comes next in the 102 car. So 120 leads the 121 red and black car. 100 and 102, first, second, third and fourth in Cup 2.
Now, you were just talking a short moment ago, Johnny, about the pace of Dennis Fetzer towards that stint. Like David Pittard, I've just had a quick check. This is his first run in a Falken Motorsport Porsche. In previous years, he's been racing GT4. He's only 22 years old, but Ericsson has got years of experience in these cars, so he went past him relatively easy. I just thought they knew the pace was with the 3 rather than the number 4. Falken Motorsport quite happy to let it through, but he really hung on. There were moments where it got very close, but he didn't lose more than a couple of seconds to Joel Eriksson. Every time they were slowed together. No one gained a great advantage. But just remember, the first 3 runners were not caught by that slow area on the Döttinger Höhe. So the number 30, the car that was driven by Kuba Gimasiak now has swapped to Christian Cronjes, and the 2 Falken Motorsport cars were not delayed. Everyone else behind has lost at least 20 seconds. But that was good pace from Fetzer.
He started the year with Huber Motorsport in NLS1 and also raced with Huber during the Nürburgring 24 hours as well. So he has Porsche knowledge, and I wonder whether that's a bit of scouting therefore from Falken Motorsports to say we ought to try Dennis Fetzer, the 22-year-old from Busech, with GT World Challenge experience, and also has run in the ADAC at GT4 level, so not new to GT racing and indeed Porsches, but it does feel like that's another level to jump from Huber up to the Falken Works team.
Look, I think another reason that Falken Motorsport runs lots of drivers in its car is that they're mainstays in this championship. They always enter 2 cars, and some crews might go with missing this round because we are, involved elsewhere. We mentioned crews like Sport PHX involved here this weekend at Estoril in the 24H series, and for Porsche, they're more than happy for their young drivers to come up and be given a go. So perhaps it was a vacant seat this weekend. In fact, let's call it 2 with David Pittard moving across as well. But it works both ways, both for the teams that are running them and the teams that normally run them, if their drivers are busy at weekends and learning circuits like the Nordschleife. Just that little bit better of Dennis Fetzer to move up from GT4 by and large into GT3 this season. Onwards and upwards is what you say, but he'd certainly put in a very, very good stint there.
Concentrating now on Nicholas Urmer, who is in the 944. It's the 944 numbered 718 Cayman, but I do like the choice of number there, drawing on a very familiar, a very well-known, different Porsche model. Urmer racing for the crew that actually don't have a name for their entry, but it's a real family affair with Nicholas, Leonard and Moritz, all from the same family. And the Urmer family don't just end there, actually, because they've got Ralph, who I assume is a direct relation, in car number 60 as well, joining Georg Gjörde and Martin Schluter in their SP7 Porsche. Used to talk about SP7 an awful lot in the old days of NLS, but it's Cup 2 really that has replaced SP7.
Yes, it has, and in many ways with the growth of Cup 3 and Cup 2 Porsches, it has sort of reduced the numbers in some of the other fields. But yes, you're quite right. About 4 or 5 years ago when we'd been commentating on this, that was a class that came up an awful lot. Waiting to see this time around. We should have another flurry of pit stops. We'll have 15 laps on the board and 7, and as you pointed out, a maximum in dry conditions stint around the Nordschleife is 8 laps. So number 3 Porsche should be into the pits, and as if by magic and on cue, in comes Joel Eriksson. One of the Walken Motorsport BMWs sitting in pit garage. 34, so that hasn't been the dream for them. 34 was the one that...
well, it's only just pitted.
Just pitted.
And Gimasiak, we were chatting to, saying, will the tyres last? Well, I'd noticed Christian Cronjes was timed as down in... Where is he? On the timing screen, at least. 15th, but... so did he do an out lap? Yes, he did an out lap.
13 minutes and 7 seconds around. So that came in, number 34, after 13 laps. It should be now after 15, so he did 1 lap.
And yeah, so it wasn't a case of using the Grand Prix loop and then coming back in again. Christian Cronjes, this may well be in English, so to catch up with Christian, the Norwegian driver, in a moment or two.
I'm hoping it's in Norwegian because I can speak 3 words of Norwegian.
English, please.
English, please. Here we go.
I asked Kuba 10 minutes before, what about the tires? All the teams have problems with the tires. And he said, no, the tires are okay, but we have some technical problems, some issues, but no details. It seems like you have problems with the steering or maybe with the power steering. What's up?
Yeah, to be honest, the tires have been running flawlessly the whole race and the whole weekend. So it seems like there's something with the steering rack that makes it really hard to turn the wheel. So that's something obviously we have to fix, and the guys are now checking what can be done, and if we can get that on the track again.
What do you think? Does it take longer to fix it, or it's over the race because you're not in the car?
I mean, practically it's over, but we might have to check if we have a solid fix, or you know, something we can do for the next race perhaps.
Okay, sorry for this, but thank you for your words.
Yeah, so I suppose if they can fix it quickly now and send it back out to see whether they've solved the problem, then that's useful research for a future race. But any opportunity now of catching in on those two Falcon Porsches and indeed Patrick Assenheimer's Mercedes, gone in the blink of an eye, Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, if they do go out, we've almost got a normal NLS race distance ahead of us with just 3 hours 50 minutes remaining. But we commented, didn't we, that they were checking both front sides of that car. Was it suspension? Clearly it was not. Was steering, and that was interesting. Sometimes you comment on things, you think you're just trying to paint a picture for people because that's what they're doing now. But it didn't look serious because they very quickly seemed to think it was okay. You mentioned the fact they bedded the front left wheel, and off went Christian Cronjes. But okay, we've got other cars in the pits. Number 11, Assenheimer's car is in. That was in from second place. That's the Schlitzolam Mercedes, but the number 3 Porsche, Joel Eriksson, came in before, and then Maxime Dumouriez. These are all the cars we expected to see. And so Eriksson in from the lead of the race, and I'm waiting to find out if David Pittard will take over, because they've done stints 1 and 2 between them. Pittard indeed has taken over, but big concern there for Walkenhorst Motorsport. They didn't really feel they had the pace in the tyres this weekend, but we thought, you know, just keep going, see what comes your way. Other teams may be having punctures, and then they have the problem with the steering rack. That means all their hopes now resting on the shoulders of Dylan Pereira, who's down in 13th position. That will rise up the order in the sister BMW M4 GT3. But for Walkenhorst Motorsport and for last year's champion, Kuba Gimasiak, 8 rounds in the championship, and the beauty for him last year, he scored consistently. He got some wins, but it was about consistent finishing. And today, 0 points by the looks of things. Unless they fix it, go out and can still rise up to, say, 6th in class. But time of plenty to fix it, but no time of plenty for getting a top result.
No, true. But you are allowed 2 drop scores, I think it is, to your championship. So this will definitely be one of those. And let's hope that he can score consistently in at least 7 of the 8 races, although it's sort of 9 races, because remember, one is combined into the same weekend, where one element or one half of a 12-hour race is run by one club and the other 6 hours by another club the following day, Saturday and a Sunday NLS for later on in the year. Now there's a slow car on the Dottinger Hur. It feels like that's not the first time I've said that on several occasions. It's an Opel Astra again in strife, and this is the 494 car. 494 is part of the VT2 element of the race, and just have a look at, so is this a tyre problem for 494? It's being driven by Jean-Christophe David, Frenchman, and he joins Daniel Jenichen and Lars Futing as part of their driver lineup there. It is bouncing around on that front left corner like crazy. Now that's either no, it is a puncture, because the rubber is very displaced on certain areas. It doesn't look like a very particularly even puncture either, so it's chattering the teeth out of the head of Jean-Christophe David. He is going as slowly as possible, really, with the intervention vehicle providing the necessary protection.
You know, one of the weirdest things, when you have a round here, when it's misty, it's wet, it's slippery, you expect there to be incidents. I haven't had many incidents in this race, but the sheer number of punctures, these are the weather conditions the drivers dream of when they're chattering their teeth in the paddock, jumping up and down, trying to get heat into themselves, into their tyres. But today is the day of punctures. We've just gone over almost up to 2.25 hours into this 6-hour race. And yet, how many more punctures are we going to see? Is there anything the teams can do about changing the staggers on their suspension setup? Anything to try and keep life
in the tyres and stop them finding their weak edge. But what it does mean, anybody not hitting trouble, and that includes you, Mike David Ortman, up to third place now. He's done, his car's back to him. It's leading SP9 Pro-Am. It was brought in by Maxime Dumouriez. And Maxime, you know, he's the Am in this pair, but now the Pro is out hunting. But he's quite some distance down from race leader David Pittard. Of course, being in a subclass, being in Pro-Am, it doesn't matter too much. But that, we could be looking at another podium for the car from the SP9 Pro-Am class.
No, it's going the right way for Mike Ortman and for Belgian squad Pro Sport Racing with his Belgian teammate Maxime Dumouriez doing half of the driving as they must to Pro-Am entry. Michal Markovic now for Schnitzelalm Racing, having taken over the number 11 car from Patrick Assenheimer. So he's running, well, what is shown in second position right now, but remember the top three all pitting on the same lap. So 4:12.9 is the first sector for David Pittard. The best pit stop appears to be for the Marshevitz, Assenheimer and Tim Neuser Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes. We haven't seen any of Tim Neuser just yet. Patrick Assenheimer doing a double. We would expect Marcel Markovits, as long as he's able to, doing a double as well, and then Tim Neuser to the finish to make it 6 stints in total. As the 254 BMW that I jokingly referred to as a member of the public just randomly driving onto the track, that's because it looks like a very standard BMW 325i. For the standards it may be, it is leading SP4, so it's in one of the special classes, and it's Torsten Kobert who currently drives the 254 BMW.
When you look at it, it's a warm day here at the Nürburgring, but he's quite content to drive with the windows wound down a little bit just to get some cool into the car. It's obviously not going to ultimately affect his pace enormously, but of course those driving the Pro Class cars, they will be having every little bit of aerodynamic advantage they can get, and that includes keeping the windows open, keeping them closed. But BMW 254, it does look as though it's come out of a supermarket car park, had some numbers and a few stickers of sponsors stuck on the side. Really very standard indeed. It's sending a nice lick, but then suddenly you see an Audi R8 LMS come past in the SP9 class. That's the Equipe Vitesse entry with the Renzo Rocco Vittorio Padula at the wheel, and it's on a different planet. In fact, looking at qualifying, the fastest time we mentioned was a 7-minute 54.2 seconds set by Frank Stippler. The slowest time was 11 minutes 20 seconds by a BMW 325i. Similar to the one we talked about. In fact, the very car we've just been talking about, the slowest of the qualifiers, 11 minutes 20 seconds. But his job is to go around and pick up points in class and to stay out of the way of all the front runners. But the fact is, we've lost a handful of the front runners because, first of all, with the number 5, Shira Sport PHX Audi picking up a puncture and having to come back very, very slowly, and then, of course, a couple of others having their problems as well. And just as I mentioned that, it's about not earning yourself a puncture. And that Audi we're just talking about, number 50 from Equipe Vitesse, goes past the back marker, 2 wheels on the dirt coming out of the Vidal chicane. On the dirt can often mean problems, and the Fricadelli Porsche number 111 that started in 10th position has got a rather tattered right rear corner. When you get a head-on shot, you can see that the bodywork is a little bit loose, continuing on its way. Doesn't appear to be abating its pace too much. That limped in quite... Oh no, it's not, it's going into the pits now, but that said, it got delayed early on. It was one of those cars very early in the race we saw limping in slowly. I'm trying to see how far down the time charts it has fallen, but the car has pace in Cup 2, but right now not quite as pretty as it was at the start of the day.
The number 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi, worthy of note, is the only SP9 AM car in the entry, an all-bronze lineup in the 50 car for Lorenzo Rocco, Arno Klassen, and there's actually just been a driver change there, according to my record. So Michael Heinrich is now driving that. He's just on an outlap, in fact, so has just gone through Sector 1 after 4 minutes and 19 seconds.
Okay, well that was Michael Heinrich, not Lorenzo Rocco, who ran a little bit wide going past the back marker. So from that point of view for Michael, who go, well, okay, right, back marker's got to think about it. I'm in a quicker car, but hopefully no punctures for him. And just to tell you where the slightly tattered number 111 Porsche Cup 2 class car with Joule on board. It's 10th in class, but in the pits there for its second pit stop.
Into the pit lane arrives a BMW from which class? I'm just trying to work out what number that is. It's just arrived in pit lane. Might take a bit of digging down there further into the entry list. Is it the FK Performance M4 perhaps? 187, yeah, that looks about right.
Yeah, top of the SP10 class, that would sort of tally.
So the 187 car being driven as it came into the pits there by Nick Wustenhagen. 3 drivers including Christian Connert, who has driven GT3s in the past. As now down the Dottinger Ruhr is the, looks like suspiciously like the leading battle in Cup 2. That's certainly the colours of Avia WNS Motorsport, the white nose with the red and black, being chased by K. Kramer Racing's Moritz Krantz. So David Jahn leading away, the Leipzig driver in 120, and the gap back to Moritz Krantz is 3.7 seconds at the start of this lap. It's a lot less than that, and will they both pit on the same time? Yes, they will. So they come in 8:28.2 an in-lap for David Jahn, 8:31.3 for Moritz Krantz, probably 3 seconds separating them as they head down pit lane together.
Yeah, been some great results over the year for David Jahn, who's in the ADAC GT Masters Series. If I remember things rightly, quite often in the Callaway Corvette. I could be struck down for being wrong, but that's sort of what sticks in my mind. I didn't know too much about him, but he started getting a really good run of results probably about 5 years ago, and I thought, well, okay. But the Callaway Corvette, I think the last racing version of that was destroyed at Fuji a couple of weeks ago. When I was there. A collision on the start-finish straight, car speared off into the barriers on the left, having won the opening round, ahead of all the sort of much more modern GT3 competition, but it certainly didn't win the second round, I'm afraid.
Got him in a Callaway Corvette at Baku as far back as 2014.
Oh Lord, that's probably about right then. I think he raced it for about 2 or 3 seasons, and
did a one-off race in the European Le Mans Series 5 or so years ago for Proton competition, and then since has raced for RWT Racing. What was that in? No, that was a full season in the Corvette.
Yeah, that's right, correct.
2019.
Yes. Okay,
makes
not
much
as
more
long.
sense.
I said 5 years, it was 4, but you know how they start to meld together. When you said the earlier date of 2015, I was prepared to believe that as well, but certainly it stuck in my mind as David being very, very quick indeed.
Yeah, went to some good tracks that season, sharing with Sven Bart.
That's right.
In the number 13 car.
In fact, I'm fairly sure I did a couple of those rounds. I went to Most in, I still call the Czech Republic, but it's now Czechia.
Yeah.
And that, actually, a bit of a pub quiz, a bit like this one. Circuit overlooked by Castle.
Okay.
So we've got the one above Nürburg Village, the Schloss, and just towards the end of the lap, if the driver's about to take the final couple of corners, if they look straight ahead at Most, tree-covered hill with the little turret sticking out the top. I suppose you could say Castle Donington as well, not that it was really a proper castle, but think about it between yourselves.
Castle Coombe?
Castle through Coombe, I can't think of the castle. No. There we go.
No, maybe just by the name and not necessarily. There must have been a castle at some point. Anyway, we digress hugely. I noticed that David Jahn, the man we were spinning yarns about, in fact, had climbed to 3rd position overall again. So the Cup 2 cars, you know, we're deep into now hour 3 of a 6-hour race, and the Cup 2s are troubling the overall podium spots, but only at certain points in the hour, as Paul Harkema has taken over that car that David Jahn exits. So Harkema into the 120 for Avia WNS Motorsport. We'll wait to see whether Moritz Krantz is replaced in the 121 car as well, but they are whipping through their available drivers in Cup 2, just like they are in SP9, and it is Michele Di Martino who takes charge of the 121. The Di Martino sharing with Moritz Krantz, the outgoing driver. Tobias Müller and Chris Brook are the full lineup in 121. Cupra reaching the end of another lap. That will be the SP3T car. No, because that's in the pits. So it must be the 808, which is the only other survivor in TCR. Heading now down towards the first corner. Let's just have a look. No, it's not 808. So it's the 318, which makes it, I think, automatically an SP3 or SP3T entry. Yes,
319, which is the number on the door, but probably in that same class.
319, yes. So Seat Leon Cup racer, and at the wheel of that is Vasquez, Marcos Adolfo Vasquez, the Argentinian driver, sharing with Jörg Kittelman. So they are in an SP3T Seat Leon, and third in that division. So the SP3T class led at the moment by a Schmickler Performance Porsche Cayman, which Achim Bauer has just brought into pit lane, and may well be a driver change there as well in the 333 SP3T car. Moritz Krantz is clearly having a bit of a punishing afternoon, though. It's warm outside, clearly warm at track level as well for the many tyres that have gone bang, but a close confine of the cockpit will generate quite a lot of warmth as well, not only from the engine but also just general body heat. Moritz Krantz, I think, will be pleased with his afternoon so far, having brought the second placed Cup 2 car in and handed it over to Michele Di Martino.
And don't forget, over recent years, Michele's frequently been in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, often sharing with Axel Jeffries, who's of course driving a Ferrari today. So things move around, but Kay Krantz ran a fantastic car. And certainly Moritz Krantz was not only just racing in the heat, he was actually properly racing, and he had a rival to compete against. And that always just ups the ante a little bit with your sort of nervous tension. But here we are, 3 hours, just over 3.5 hours remaining, and they're right in the battle in Cup 2. Now here's a little thought. Of course, Cup 2s at the moment on the timing screens are a little bit higher. They're listed in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th positions. That's because their second pit stop was after all of the front runners had made their pit stops. But are we going to be in a position today, if we have any more punctures, of seeing a Cup 2 class car on the podium in the top 3 overall? If they have a clean run, because what we have, a couple of SP9 cars ahead of them were in the Pro-Am class, and they've fallen back down the order when the AMs had the run.
Yeah.
And now the best place of those is 11th. Mike David Ortman will be lapping just as fast as the race leaders. He'll move back up the order. But then again, when his teammate takes it over again from Mike David Ortman, we would swap across, and you would see that car going much further back down the order all over again. It would get up and down. Mike David did the start, Maxime Dumoulin did the second stint, and when we were looking at the times, it was about 20 seconds difference, wasn't it, per lap. I'm glad to see a very snazzy set of sunglasses in the pits have been nicked from a resting driver and put on Lars, our interviewer down there, and they did not suit him one little bit.
I don't think he cared, though, frankly. No. Just staring into the lens of the camera. Precisely, yeah. And whether they'll get handed back, well, stay close to your TV sets to find out that little fact. BMW 3 litre car 508 with all sorts of different nice bit of sponsorship on it, and also gesticulating driver. Now, is that because he's having so much fun waving at the marshals, not hinting yet that he wants to back out of the race? So I don't think that's a genuine problem, just waving at the fans in the Mercedes grandstand at the arena itself, well aware that there was a big crowd to warmly receive that.
It was sort of waving. You see a driver's on the slowing down lap, thanking the marshals, but the driver on board, Sommerberg, car number 508, 63rd position, 4th in class. But yes, seemed very happy with life as he rattled along. Great livery though, crisp green, dark green and white Bitburger livery. It's very nice indeed.
Andre Sommerberg, who is being joined this weekend by Beat Schmitz, Marcel Manheller and Kevin Wolters in their BMW 3 litre from MSC Adenauer. And they are entered into the VT2 class for rear and front wheel drive cars, obviously being a BMW, and running 4th in that category at the moment. So he continued the waving, did Andre Sommerberg a little further out of the Goodyear Spanger as well. might not quite have a free hand, you would suggest. Once he reaches Hatzenbach, though, very busy along that section.
Yes, you sort of feel the hand might go back into the cockpit. Yeah, precisely that point. Sabine Schmidt's curve, hands on wheel, concentrate for the next 20 kilometres. Very hard indeed, but certainly for those watching and listening, if you've not watched these races before, the first half of the Grand Prix circuit is used. Of course, when this circuit was introduced in the mid-80s, everyone was going, oh, the barriers are so far back, you've got giant gravel traps. There is a lot of space around the circuit. The circuit is wide, handsome, generous, and then you get to the Nordschleife at Sabine Schmidt's curve. Scrap all those decisions, but opinions, it just gets so much better than those earlier descriptions. It's narrow, it's mean, it's twisting, it's rising, it's falling. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Very, very special.
Top three in Cup 2, all pitting at the end of lap 17 in total. So how far was that for the individual cars? 9 lap stints for Ben Leuchter, for Ben Boonagel, and for Hendrik Still, who has raced Ferraris in the past for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. So again, a name, as long as it is Hendrik, yes it definitely is, the Kempenich registered driver. And Hendrik Still driving for Team Matol this weekend. And again, someone regularly found in the SP9 category, driving Ferrari 488s in the past, now having to find an opportunity elsewhere with Team Matol.
Yeah, but over recent years, Hendrik has raced quite a lot with Reinhard Kofler. We've seen them a lot in GT4 together frequently and KTM crossbows and stuff. But yeah, again, it just shows the mix and match nature provided here. Now, down in 13th place overall, but rising up the order again will be Axel Jeffries. It's a car that led the race in the hands of a Zimbabwean. It's the Racing One Ferrari. Neat, tidy, white, blue. But as we saw in the opening stints of the race, very, very quick in a straight line. So we'll see what Axel can do. He'll make up the ground that was lost by the AM element of that team, which was Christian Kohlhaas. So it's a real yo-yo race for drivers in the SP9 class. Their cars will go up and down the order, but importantly for them, they want to keep all those pesky Cup 2 Porsches behind them. But at the moment, not all winning that battle.
No, but that will put Mike Ortman and Axel Jeffries, you say, back ahead now, and not quite within touching distance of the other SP9s, but at least they should be next to them on the timing screen. They've all completed 17 laps, in fact all the way down to the Duo Motorsport Aston Martin, and just across the line now, Paul Harkema to complete his first out lap in the number 120 Cup 2 car. So with 3 Cup 2 stationary in pit road, that should put Harkema back to the Cup 2 lead, in fact, overtaking Max Kruse, Black Falcon and Team Matol in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Michele Di Martino sticks another lap on the counter, so 17 completed now for Kay Kramer Racing's Porsche as well. It's only, well, say only, it's 11 seconds the gap separating Paul Harkema and Michele Di Martino. But bear in mind that the 120 and the 121 Porsches came in with only about 3.5 seconds between them, so that gap's opened up quite a bit more now to nearly 12 seconds for 2 Cup 2 runners out front. 2:30 just gone, so that means 2.5 hours in and 3.5 hours still to go.
Are we green at the moment, or?
We have got 2 Code 60 zones, Hatzenbach and Hoek-Eiken.
Okay.
And Hoek-Eiken is earlier on in the map, is it not? Hoek-Eiken, I've temporarily forgotten exactly where that is. Oh yes, yes, it is early in the lap. It's after Hatzenbach, in fact. So you've got a real meaningful right and left-hander, and the Hatzenbach sequence of corners comes next, just before Kittelbacher Hohe and Flugplatz itself. So we are just hearing about an incident that has happened, in that area, Bruce?
In that area, Hatzenbach, Danny Brink was involved. Driver okay, that's the news coming back to the pits, but obviously that they've tumbled down the order with that incident. One presumes if it was that degree to merit comments car number 702 in the V4 class. Danny Brink was at the wheel of that, and yes, the BMW 325i, but good news, he is okay. Perhaps the car not so much so. Right, what's happening at the very front of the field? David Pittard leading each lap. He's gaining a little bit or more of a margin over the sister car. That's 3 ahead of 4. His margin 5.085 seconds over Martin Ragginger. So Falcon Motorsport Porsche's first and second. Then there's a gap of, get this, 1 minute 31 seconds back to the car in third place, Marcel Marchevit. So it's Porsche and Mercedes best the rest. That's Schnitzelarm Racing. Dylan Pereira playing catch up, but actually running at the same pace in fourth place overall. The number 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Don't forget their 34 car, the better place the car that Kuba Gimasiak started, came in after just one lap of Christian Cronjes driving it, with concerns about the steering rack. There were concerns from Kuba Gimasiak that its tyres just weren't really working in this higher temperature, but they weren't blowing, which gave them a big advantage over some of their rivals, and most notably Shearer Sport PHX number 5 Audi leading the race, had at the time the fastest lap of the race to its name, with Frank Stipler on board. Then a right rear puncture, big blowout, and it took Frank Stipler about 3.5 days to get back to the pits, or so it would seem to him, but that car has not left its pit tower since then. So clearly, even though it's a 6-hour race, chance to go back in, they have not taken it. That car still sitting there with 6 laps to its name, but it was on lap 6 where it all went very wrong when moving.
Thomas Earhart's VW Sirocco was just being lapped on the turn off the Grand Prix circuit and onto Hatzenbach. Sirocco's been out of the race for quite a while now. That last lap around was a 10 minutes 56, but it's had real dramas, and is actually only on lap 6 currently. Meanwhile, darting to pit lane, sky blue and white Porsche. Although I don't think that were the two elements of Munger Motorsports colour scheme, but I don't think it's part of their crew.
It looked a paler blue.
Yeah. Anyway, that Porsche is into pit lane. There is a Porsche into pit lane, I noticed, the 124 car, but there are other Porsches as well working their way in.
Right, if you're looking for really quick laps at the moment with the slow zones between Hatzenbach and then on to Hocheichen, you're not going to be getting them. Race leader David Pittard last time around 8 minutes 18, so you're talking about 16 seconds or so slower than the fastest lap that car has done. That was when it was in the hands of Joel Eriksson. So it was Pittard first, Eriksson in the second stint, Pittard taking stint number 3. So another 24 minutes until we get to the halfway point in this 6-hour race. The ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. Long standing race, like so many, Johnny, of the races that form part of this championship. It's not unknown for a race to be run for the 63rd time, such as the way these races have solid history. And when you can still turn out nearly 120 cars on a very busy weekend of international racing, you know you're doing something pretty right indeed.
Yeah, very good point. Lots going on, and I think potentially in the future, if NLS were to clash with a World Endurance Championship race, it might be even more tough, because the future of GT racing within the ACO rule camp will be GT3. So it's not as much crossover, although a big GTE field at Monza this weekend, but there's not as much crossover between this type of racing and that is happening at Monza near Milan. But we do have the Estoril race, the GT3 race there, and also IMSA in action at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
But looking ahead to the World Endurance Championship next year, there is so much competition to get those GT3 race places on the grid. It's going to be limited because of course the burgeoning class at the top of the field is the hypercar class, and to keep things balanced, there'll be far more people applying to race in the championship than for which there will be spaces. So it's going to be very competitive indeed, and there has been talk, the suggestion that you'd have to have a car in the hypercar class from your manufacturer to race in GT3. I can't see that happening at the outset. Maybe in years to come it will, but certainly there'll be a lot of people who will be a bit frustrated next year. But then that's at a point where sports car racing is on a massive high, not just at prototype level, but in GT3 level all around the world. So of course places are going to be tight. Hen's teeth there will be.
True, yeah. Well, certainly for the factory teams, factory outfits are going to be limited to 2 cars, so You think about hypercar, then also having cars in GT3, so Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, who will be into hypercar from next year. But I don't think that then limits a customer crew turning up with a Ferrari 296 and adding to the GT3 field. But like you say, those places then for customer crews, even more difficult to get hold of than the factory tickets.
And again, that in turn will lead to some crews going, okay, we'll do the European Le Mans Series, etc., etc. You'll get movement around to you know, desire and destination aren't always the same thing. Right, desire and destination in this race, but if you're the number 3 Porsche crew, it's coming your way a little bit more. 7.2 seconds is the margin over the sister car, and they know the sister car will have to pit another lap before them again, because that's what it happened at the start of the stagger. And so the number 4 Porsche came in after 6 laps and 14. The race leader, number 3 Porsche, after laps 7 and 15. But if they carry on doing 8 laps in a regular racing stint, 7 maximum you could have for your first stint in the race because of the formation lap and the fuel used, and that means David Pittard will be coming in after 23 laps are on the board. He's 7 and a bit seconds clear, 18 laps on the board. They're on lap 19. Still a little bit of clearing up around the circuit, but generally pretty good. But it's all about watching out for punctures today. They've caught quite a few crews out so far. Not just a slow limp home, but sometimes, unfortunately, the damage too much to continue. And that very much was the case of the car that started from pole position, Shearer Sport PHX. Cup 2 after a second round of pit stops. It should be car 120, and it is. It's crossing the start-finish line by about, waiting for the next one to come over in class. That should be Michele Di Martino. Timing interval between them, 6 seconds. First to second in class. They're running in 8th and 9th positions overall. Benjamin Leuchter is 3rd in class, waiting for him to complete 18 laps, but the fact he hasn't means those first 2 are some distance clear. Number 120 are leading the way in class at the moment, and looking very tidy. Poor Hakima at the wheel of that. That started 4th in class. That's from Avia WNS Motorsport. It's funny how you just start to become accustomed to race liveries. Sometimes they break and it takes a season or 2, but when you get to see them, even in this championship alone, you know, 8 times a year, they do become familiar. Black, white and red. Avia Rennsport been around for a long time now.
So that car now on the Grand Prix lap, heading left and right at the Bilstein curve, with Alfan Bogen and the Vidal Chicana to come next. All of those names trip off the tongue very well, of course, after the many Grand Prix that have been held here at the Nürburgring through the years. It was also a venue for a short period of time for the World Endurance Championship, to visit Germany, a rare thing. Meanwhile, into the left-hander with the yellow door mirrors, Michele Di Martino for K. Kramer Racing. As you say, Ben Leuchter about 19.5 seconds further back. Then you've got Hendrik von Danwitz in the 102. He took over from Ben Bunagel in the Black Falcon Team Identica car. And the Hyundai, which had been working its way slowly around the lap earlier on, still trailing that body damage.
Much worse than before. It was just a little bit of bodywork on the left rear of that car, and now the bit of the bodywork that was damaged when it went off in qualifying early this morning, the bit that said BAM when they stuck it back together, that's come loose. Maybe circumstantial, but that is now hanging back below the rear of the car, and I would suggest a warning flag, a black and orange flag, will be coming their way.
Tazio Otis at the wheel of that car. Now, that's not the Manuel Maldonado car, so it actually might be that just it's a general theme this year, today rather, that the Hyundais are going to carry, in true Tory car fashion, a bit of rear damage and trail that rear bumper. Yeah, so the 466 Hyundai is the one that Maldonado drives, and that one that is virtually without rear wing is the 470. Although, and a Valkenhorst Motorsport car, in fact, whereas Maldonado's I don't think is. No, they both are, yeah, both from the same outfit. And Valkenhorst Motorsport, the 34 BMW coming in with that steering rack drama, having, well, led coming into the pit stop, that it then, they were able to get the car back into the race. Christian Krognes taking charge, but at the end of Christian's first lap, it came back into the pits. and they were trying to diagnose exactly what the steering issue was, but he said it's very, very difficult to actually move the steering wheel and get the car through any of the corners. When you've got 170 odd of them around the circuit, that's really, really tricky. So better to get the car in, get it stopped, although it's a hot race car to be working on, and try to fully diagnose the problem, really, for future rounds, whether they be 24-hour races or more of the 4-hour NLS variety. But they have kissed goodbye to what could otherwise have been a very good result. And what we're denied, unfortunately, is whether the Vulcan Porsches would have been able to reel in the BMW and then overtake it. I fancy they might have been able to do that, but actually they've been rather gifted this 1 and 2 positions. David Pittard running ahead of Martin Ragginger to the tune of nearly 8 seconds. And it's looking on the face of it to be a rather easy 1-2 at the moment, because these two cars have completed 19 laps. We're yet to see Marcel Markovic over the line for the 19th time in his Mercedes.
I mean, we did comment that with the course vehicle slowing to pick up a bit of bodywork that was lying on the Dottinger Her towards the end of it, that all cars stuck the other side, which was all cars from 4th place back, and that it did include the number 11 Schnitzler Racing Mercedes. They lost, well, anything between 20 and 30 seconds. It might have been even marginally more than that, but still waiting for Marcel Markovic to complete lap number 19. And as we say that, the race leading number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche is out of the Wiedel chicane, and 1, 2, 3 turning left into the first part of the Sabine Schmitz duo of curbs. The sister car having to snake its way between the chicane around a Porsche came and lost a little bit of time. So Martin Ragginger 7.8 seconds down the race leader, would have lost another fraction of second just there between the chicane and turning to Sabine Schmitz curve.
Hey guys, I'll be in Nürburgring in September with a beautiful NSX. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Onlineshop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Performance powered by Ravenol 400 Porsche 911.
Well, fresh tyres are being proffered, and fresh tyres most notably needed on the right rear corner. There's a tyre sitting adjacent to the wheel, if you will. The entire carcass is pulled to the outer side of the wheel arch, and it's only attached to the outer rim of the wheel. It's sort of folded inside out, if you will. In fact, to be honest, the bodywork damage is far less than I'd expected. But what didn't happen to the tyre, even though the inner wall is the one that has failed, is the fact it didn't then fracture and leave one loose end to go flapping around to do the damage we've seen so many times. And that's why Team Chief say, if you've got a puncture, if you had a blowout, do not come back at enormous speed.
But you're right, it's the inner skin which is now outmost, so it has fully gone inside out, and it almost formed a perfect tyre, but just in reverse. Never quite seen that done so perfectly, as is the case on the rear of the Schmickler Performance Porsche. And they're now checking on the inside. It's a Michelin tyre that this car runs on. Not that really that has much to do with it. They'll be checking camber settings to ensure that the same thing's not going to happen with this new tyre now being bolted on.
Rest of the car looking fine, but of course after that wheel was removed with its tyre that had already removed itself from the wheel arch. Just checking the wheel arch liner, we'd already had one lying in the track along the Dottinger, was not loose, because of course if that falls down that could easily come into contact with the new tyre. But Schmickler Motorsport been running cars for many years, doing things in a fine, balanced, controlled, collected and calm manner in the pit lane. But any time you have to come the whole way along the Dottinger with a flat tyre, you are losing light years, or so it seems to the drivers. Now, one of the cars that's been going very well in Cup 2 class, it's K. Kramer Racing. I just realised earlier when we had Moritz Krantz, hot, sweaty and happy out of it, I described it as K. Krantz Racing. See what I did there? I joined the two Ks together. But
Clever.
it's
Yeah.
Carsten Kramer Racing that we normally have on board. So being interviewed at the moment with the driver, Thomas, who just brought in a car with, well, what do you call it? Almost an entire tyre, but almost an entire tyre in the wrong position. Thomas Heuchmer, there we at least found out which of the Heuchmer brothers it was. Fantastic beard and sunglass combination, but unfortunately not the right sort of rubber under his car. But actually, you know what? It's something like this. The driver's smiling away. He got it back to the pits. He survived. You know, having a blowout around the ring, you know, they could put you anywhere. So
not true. Yeah, he's probably thanking his lucky stars that he wasn't ejected somewhere into the scenery, or more specifically into the Armco barrier, which surrounds the racetrack here, both left and right. There are elements of runoff area, perhaps the largest at Adenauer Forst, where at least you can run off onto the grass there and hopefully recover a moment. Otherwise, large gravel traps at places like Arenberg and Brunchen. But if you lose it on the fast section of Klostertal or Kesselchen, it's the barrier and nowhere else that you will end up. But yes, to have neatly basically torn the tyre on the inner sidewall, and then imagine folding the tyre outwards from there so that the inside becomes the outside, and you can see all, well, we could see all the cords and the canvas that make up that tyre, the complex way that a Michelin tyre is constructed, revealed for all to see.
Well, job well done. That car, I would presume, nicely, neatly back into the race thanks to the crew at Schmickler Motorsport. Now, just keeping an eye at the top of the timing screens, the gap from first to second from David Pittard to Martin Ragginger, it was eking out. It's now gone back the other way. It's down to 3.3 seconds. Who else is lapping well in the field? Well, no surprise. Axel Jeffries going well. He's in 6th place now. Still second SP9 Pro in that Racing 1 Ferrari. He's trying his best to catch Mike David Ortman, who's leading that class in 5th overall in the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. They're lapping at decent pace. They will be starting to catch Dylan Pereira, who's in the Car 35 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, the remaining Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW in the top class. But he is some distance ahead of them. He's got the best part of 36 seconds advantage. So chip away they might, but I think Pereira should be safe for now. The Schmickler Porsche only now comes out of the pit lane. That was car number 400.
Green again all the way around the racetrack. Ben Leuchter arrives at the first corner for Max Kruse Racing, running in 3rd position, but he's only 4.2 seconds away from Michele Di Martino now. I think this battle within Cup 2 has again condensed in a yellow flag area. Yellow flags were being waved until very recently at Schwalbenschwanz. They're back out now at Galgenkopf though, which is the tricky right-hander that leads directly onto the Dottinger Hohe.
I have to hold up my hand. I failed to notice. I didn't do my maths very well. 4 plus 8 plus 8 is 20. So after 20 laps, the number 35 Walkenhorst BMW Dylan Pereira had just brought that into the pit lane. So he's making that car's 3rd pit stop. It was seems quite a while ago that they were challenging, but that very early pit stop for them in number 35. Car started by Nicholas Cruton, Dylan Pereira, and it should be probably Thomas Neubauer going in, and we're very nearly at the halfway point in the race. 3 hours and 2 minutes remain of the 6 hours here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, so rattling through, although there have been some frustrating parts in this race for many of the drivers, wanting to really get their head down and build a rhythm, and have been prevented from doing that because of the various yellow flags and code 6s. But then also spare a thought for drivers that had very quick race cars in terms of single lap speed, but just have not had the luck or perhaps the, I don't know, ability to predict tyre issues that have slowly crept up on some of the key players, not least Frank Stippler, who was leading at the time of his issue. We've also had the BMW steering rack problem, number 34 for Valkenhorst Motorsport. 2 potential race winners there taken away, but it might mean a very special result if you're driving a Cup 2 Porsche, because Paul Harkema leads that class as high up as 8th position overall, but by only 4 and a bit seconds now from Michele Di Martino, with Ben Leuchter, Hendrik von Danwitz and another Hendrik still in 5th place. So they run Black Falcon and Team Matol 911 Cup cars respectively, all the way down to, well, the Cup 2 division can be traced all the way down to 25th. But the bigger headline is that the best of them is 8th.
Yeah, well, the best of them started from 10th, but just remember, when they're doing those longer stints by a lap per stint, that means their final pit stops will be a whole lot later than all the SP3 runners, sorry, the SP9 runners in the GT3 class, and therefore, at the final stint, they will come out after much less time sitting at a standstill. So if they go into that final pit stop 3 laps after their arrivals, that will gain them the best part of a minute. So just hang in there to the end of this race. But at the moment, sitting in 8th, 9th and 10th, Paul Harkema, Michele Di Martino, separated by, what, 4 seconds? And then only 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds back to Benjamin Leuchter. So just remember the numbers, 120, 121 and 100, looking actually very, very good in the Porsche Cup class. 8th, 9th and 10th, but they will finish higher. Rest assured on that.
It was so much closer though between Harkema and the Di Martino car. I was about to say they were absolutely nose to tail and are now forced. Well, they were virtually overlapping as they overtook one of the BMW 240i's. So Avia WNS Motorsport, the principally white with the red and black detailing for Paul Harkema, struggling to keep the red with the black roof K. Kramer Racing Porsche behind now. And there should be clear road in front. The only yellow that's out on track is Hohenrhein right at the end of the lap as they tumble down the hill towards Breitscheid. So
yeah, but they've got company, because Benjamin Leuchter, who is getting onto their tail. First 3 cars in that class, Cup 2, 8th, 9th and 10th, covered by about 1.5 seconds at the moment. So first half of the lap, poor old Paul Harkema lost 3.5 seconds to Michele Di Martino. Di Martino is, what, 0.2 of a second behind him. And now as they accelerate away onto one of the fastest sectors of the circuit, the car in 3rd place in class with Benjamin Leuchter is getting closer and closer. Car 100, 1 second now covering the top 3 cars in Cup 2. This is great.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Paul Harkema with plenty of experience within this class, now having to draw on all of that because Di Martino, perhaps more familiar behind the wheel of a teal liveried Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, but he's had a couple of seasons, I think, now in this Cup 2 category. And Di Martino with maybe a much better run out of Bergwerk, although here comes Ben Leuchter. Thought about a move there at Kesselchen, which would have been brave stuff. Ben Leuchter, who's driven TCR cars in the past. We've had some huge World TCR Championship crashes at Kesselchen and Klostertal over the years. I remember a car leaving the ground, it hit the barrier that hard, but thankfully didn't vault the barrier, and that was in the days of Cupras, and also is it Lincoln Co's that used to have in the WTCRs?
Right.
So great battling only probably 3 or 4 years ago in that division, and now kind of transpose that to the Cup 2 division within the NLS Championship. 3 cars, bear in mind we're just over 3 hours into a 6-hour race, 3 cars separated by nothing at the sharp end of Cup 2.
And the most important thing to keep it exciting is the fact the driver 3rd in that grouping is the one who clearly has the speed at the moment, Ben Leuchter. He's almost onto the tail all over again on the K. Kramer car. Michele Di Martino, just a little bit of understeer there for Di Martino, so the momentum is being built by the driver in 3rd. Minding his own business at the front, Paul Harkema, but he's going to be a sitting duck when they get onto that long run from Galgenkopf along the Dottinger Höhe, because you can be sure there's going to be a slipstream gained by Di Martino, second in class, and a double slipstream by Benjamin Leuchter. He's got to bide his time, be neat, be tidy, turn onto the long straight back to home, and then he can make his strike. And then, of course, a Rennen McGann drives right across their path.
Benjamin Leuchter, I mentioned DCR for a reason, because he's come from that element of racing and has run in the past with SLR Volkswagen in the World TCR Championship, Max Cruiser Racing in SP3Ts, in the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix TCR car, which was an Audi RS3. That was only last year, and then moving on to Porsche Cup Racing in 2023. But it's like he's been at it for years, and the white, gold and black car on the ragged edge of adhesion there as they turn their way through the Stefan Beloff S. Right and then left, and then it's Schwabenschwanz next. So who will have the advantage? Well, quite possibly Ben Leuchter as they head towards the Dottinger Höhe, because he'll not only pick up a single toe from the Avia car, but a double toe from the K. Kramer Racing machine as well. And as long as he's close enough exiting Galgenkopf, this could vault Leuchter into the race lead.
Yeah, he already had a better exit than Michele Di Martino ahead of him, and gained probably half a car length, and so he's 3 car lengths behind, third in the battle, but he will gain. And in front of him, though, Di Martino is now just about 4 car lengths down on the class leader, Paul Harkema. It seems like you're not gaining, but even at this early stage on this long straight, the gap from third to second is coming down. They go past the back marker, use a little bit of its toe. It's down to 1.5 car lengths for Benjamin Leuchter, but I think it's a little too late for him on this straight. But he could always have a go into Hohenrhein or not. I thought that would be sorted. It wasn't.
No, well, I thought he might have the race lead by this point. He stayed in third position, and yes, the gap was closing, but they being cut cars, really, when you get into the aero of another car, it doesn't actually gain you that much time. So that they're not as quick, these cars, through the twisty stuff as the SP9s. They don't carry anywhere near as much aerodynamics. Here's Leuchter to the inside. Can he get the car stopped, though? Di Martino says, well, there you go, I'll give you the space, but if you can't turn through turn number 1, I'll take the place back again. So literally for the apex of turn 1, Ben Leuchter had second place in Cup 2, as now Michele Di Martino fancies a nibble on the rear of the Avia car of Paul Harkema. Still, we're running the same order, but we very nearly had 2 different overtakes there. The first from Ben Leuchter, didn't happen, he stays third. Then from Michele Di Martino, who is audacious on the brakes. He's gained a lot of ground again on Harkema as they work their way through Goodyear Spanger, but still the order is the same.
There we go. We can't predict motor racing because we both thought exactly the same thing, but they're going to have to do it again. And certainly Paul Harkema is, his nose is behind. Will he? No, he's going to tuck into second place, passed around the outside by Michele Di Martino, then the other outside, if you will, because the track is moving in the opposite direction. He loses to Ben Leuchter as well. What we thought would happen on the straight has happened on the Grand Prix loop, but Benjamin Leuchter, as they go up the slope into the Vidal chicane, even thinking about having a little look. There's traffic up ahead, but at the moment the job has been done by Michele Di Martino. What's happened? The order has just been flipped, effectively. What was second has become first, what was third has become second, and what was first, unfortunately, Paul Harkema has come third in the Cup 2 class.
Although Benjamin Leuchter, his traction washed well and truly away from his car through the Vidal chicane, I thought, and I wondered whether the car might scamper over the grass through the second element of that left-right chicane. He did very well to hang on to it. There seemed to be a lot of movement of the tyre on the track surface for Ben Leuchter's car, though, as he was turning left off the Grand Prix circuit. Looked more stable through Sabine Schmidt's curver, and actually is now able to keep with Michele Di Martino as they duck underneath another Max Cruiser car. That's the VW Golf that runs in SP3T with Asari at the wheel. So that is Emir Asari driving the turquoise, the red and the blue VW Golf Mark 7 for SP3T. You're missing nothing at the lead, by the way. It is still the number 3 car out front.
Yeah, because the number 4 car that was giving chase in second place has just pitted again. So Martin Rackinger has made a third pit stop for that car. just after the halfway mark in this race. 6 hours in all we're playing with today. 2 hours 52 still on the clock, and Dennis Fetzer has taken over. We had an interview with him. He enjoyed his first stint for the Falcon Motorsport team, and he's back on board for his second, and he really made a good showing for himself. So David Pittard, oh dear, we've got a yellow, white Porsche and black, but against the barriers, and certainly some damage to the Cayman there, and another car sitting sideways across the track with its tail on the circuit. Hold on, is that one of the Porsche Cup 2 class cars? Red, white, black.
Don't tell me that's Hakima.
I'm just beginning to wonder. Let's have a quick flick on any Twitter feed that may drop in some facts.
It's literally just happened. If it is Paul Hakima, remember Di Martino and Leuchter had got past the Avia livery car. We're going to have to check them through Sector 3 because it's happened right in the middle of Sector 3. But it was almost as if a car that was already off the track has either collided with Paul Hakima, although they're both going for the same bit of asphalt. By the way, the race leader has just pitted as well. So talking about David Pittard leading the way. Pittard in
22 laps, ex-lead. Put that on my notes.
But interestingly, both the Falcon cars have done 7 laps when you can run to 8. So I'm not sure what the thinking process is behind that, other than you can get a quicker pit stop, and they're under no immediate pressure from behind. So 7 lap stints. It's virtually an empty fuel tank. You're getting plenty of fuel in again, as in, 7/8 worth of a tank still going in, plus you can spend less time on pit road.
But I'm thinking the temperature isn't dropping out on the circuit. It's probably eking up a little bit. They've got a comfortable lead in this race. Risk of puncture. You've just passed the halfway point in the race. You can do the same rinse and repeat from the first half. Is it worth stretching all those stints to 8? If you think a little bit of caution, they can nurse it, they can control the race. That's what they're trying to do at the minute, but just double checking to see who's going to come through to complete 22 laps in the lead of Cup 2. We know we've got a couple of the cars close together.
Where is Paul Hakima in this battle?
I do wonder.
Michele Di Martino and Benjamin Leuchter are there, and Leuchter's going to look to the inside as they get to the really fast stuff. They've got
Hakima
next.
Hakima hasn't come through one of the timing sectors.
Man. How quickly can things change? That was a showroom spec, it seemed, car for Paul Hakima, and we looked away for a few moments, and next up the car is virtually in the barrier with heavy damage as Leuchter takes the Cup 2 lead, and he was thinking about that move for a long time on the approach to Kessel-Shed. Will you give me space, Michele Di Martino? In the end, Benjamin Leuchter slots through for Max Cruiser Racing.
You know, sometimes when you're in a car in a class that's not the top performance class, and you see a couple of cars coming there flagged, you let them through. But sometimes spotting the third car in the line is very difficult, and that's exactly where Paul Hakima had ended up.
True.
Now we've got a BMW off on the Grand Prix circuit on the drop down towards the Vidal chicane. BMW looking in one of the standard cars. Oh, it's just got going all over again. So in a race in conditions where things should be absolutely fine, we've had the outcome today of just so many punctures we hadn't expected, and other little moments as well. So it's not just in the wet races where things go awry. In fact, many a time we've had wet races in all sorts of championships. I remember we had one at Spa-Francorchamps a few years ago where we had every weather condition you could imagine, and yet the number of incidents was almost negligible. It's extraordinary. It's like being in Norfolk for a day, 4 seasons in one day, or New Zealand any day of the year.
Benjamin Leuchter came across a BMW that was going pretty slowly then in the carousel itself, and decided to pop off the concrete and go to the high asphalt line. I'm not sure that was the best decision. It might have been better just to kind of tuck in behind the BMW and be patient, because there's always the danger if you decide to drive off the concrete and then onto the asphalt, which is at an entirely different camber angle. There's always the chance of a spin there. He clearly had to get out of the power whilst the car settled itself, and that meant that Michele Di Martino was then right on his bootlet coming out of the carousel itself. But the gap's probably gone back to pretty much what it was on the run through Kessel-Shed and Klostertal. So a storm weathered there from Benjamin Leuchter, but just indicating to us how quickly a situation can change as different amounts of traffic and in different places are hurled at you. See if I can identify this Porsche a little better. It's the one that came down pit lane not too long ago. 733, I want to say.
931 at Schwedenkreuz. That's the car that collided with Hakima.
Okay.
So Hakema had just fallen back from leading the Cup 2 class to third, still listed in the lead, but waiting for its class rivals to go through. And then it's certainly going to be Leuchter and Di Martino, and then Hendrik von Danwitz will be promoted to third in class in the Cup 2 class, and Hendrik sharing with the driver who started, Noah Nageldisk, and then Ben Bunagel. That's the Black Falcon team Identicar entry in the Cup 2.
It's not 733, it's 333 in fact, and this is Carsten Knettges in the Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol Porsche Cayman, with a huge rear wing on this particular Cayman. That's not the type of rear wing that is legal, if you like, in Cup 3, but it's because it runs as a special car with a turbocharger as well. So SP3T for Knettges and Schmickler, leading the class from the Max Cruiser VW Golf that is being driven right now by Emir Asari, one with the turquoise front. As Benjamin Leuchter arrives at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein at top speed. And this is the new Cup 2 leader. So Paul Hakema, as far as we can tell, no longer in the race after a collision. And the Avia WNS Motorsport race that was going so well to that point suddenly changes. And Benjamin Leuchter over the line ahead of Michele Di Martino. The gap is 7.5 seconds as Leuchter really starts to put a statement to everybody else doing battle in Cup 2.
Right, and just to do the homework, Martin Mienen was the driver of the 931 Cup 3 Porsche. That's from Black Falcon Team Techstar. That's therefore the white, yellow and black race livery that came into contact with Paul Hakema there. It was running 9th in the Cup 3 class, and unfortunately both those cars appear to be out of the race. So the numbers keep on dwindling. We started with 109 cars. I think of those running competitive laps and still running, we've got around about 100. We've lost probably about the best part of 10 cars coming up, but right now we've had our front-running cars come in and make their third pit stops, with the exception of Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, at a slow zone even on the Grand Prix loop. On the drop down before the rise up to the Vidal chicane, it's slowed down everybody because a course vehicle is trying to move the BMW that's stricken at the side of the circuit. It pulled off, it restarted, and then stopped all over again. But there's no going anywhere for the Porsche we just mentioned, the 931 car from Black Falcon Team Identicar, and also from Paul Hakema's car. Really unfortunate for Paul. Got caught up, he just lost the lead in class, in the Cup 2 class, and he is out of the race. Number 120, he'd had that really strong run, but alas, going no further. That's at Schwedenkreuz.
Yeah, the very fast right-hander before, very fast left-hander before the right-hander at Arenberg. So again, Schwedenkreuz is an area that you do not have a small off, much like Klostertal and Kesselchen, because there's very little time to be able to react. The car is on the ragged edge anyway, and the runoff next to nothing, unless you can keep the control of the slide and sort of slide with the track all the way down into Arenberg, where there is a bit of a cushion there with the gravel trap. And I've seen cars at great speed actually slowed dramatically when they hit the stones at Arenberg. It does a good job at the bottom of the hill there before you turn right and then continue downward into the foxhole properly. The 102 car being driven by Henrik von Danwitz, which is the Black Falcon Team Identica car, the number 102. Smart paint scheme on this as well, having to go to the high side of, well, a whole load of intervention vehicles, including an ADAC tow truck with a full flatbed and the Unimog with trailer attached.
His I Spy book of course vehicles, he's now completed the set, and that's just in Hatzenbach alone. Quite extraordinary. But again, it goes to show, and often where you've had an incident, what gets dragged onto the circuit? Dust and dirt and gravel, then hard on the brakes, double wave yellows, coming up towards Schwedenkreuz quite soon indeed. And of course, there were the two cars stricken and making things complicated. They're on either side of the track, so the driver's really having to pay attention. They've been past them once already, so they know they're there, but it's about making sure you slow down just as much as the car in front of you does. In this case, it's Toyo tyres Toyota Supra, running in an entirely different class, but they're waiting for release. They have to wait until they see the green flag. Up ahead, more horse vehicles up on the circuit. They're coming to the point at which the collision did occur between those two Porsches. One in Cup 3, coming ninth in class for Black Falcon Team Identica, and the other car that was up in, just been demoted from first down to third in class, that's on the left-hand side of the track, passing it now. So for Black Falcon Team Identica, a little bit of unfortunate business there.
And it is the 520 Toyo Tyres car that is being driven by Klaas Volker, who stays well out of the way of Von Danwitz, who wanted to get the pedal down as soon as he saw that green flag and begin the overtaking. So through the previously affected area at Arenberg, and Hoek-Eiken still though affected by yellows. And we actually have 5 different code 60s in place currently. One at Flugplatz, one at Kittelbacher Horse, so they're kind of the same area. And then into the Foxrohre, so we're just approaching another code 60, which is not to do with Paul Harkima's incident, something entirely different. And yeah, dipping to the 60 kilometers per hour now is Hendrik Von Danwitz. Not going to stay with Hendrik though to fully disclose what's gone on at Adenauer Forst, but the foxhole itself still affected by that speed limit. Into the pit lane from the race lead, Marcel Markowitz for Schnitzelarm Racing and their Mercedes AMG. This is the Merck's 3rd stop of the race, and it will mean that Joel Eriksson and Dennis Fetzer should go back ahead now of this 3-pointed star car.
Well, it looks though Marcel Markovic is going to be doing a double stint, as Patrick Assenheimer did at the start of the race, and then in the final 2 hours it will be Tim Neuser's turn to keep it going. This was a car that wasn't in the group early on. We had the first 5 cars making their escapes, and then various of those, most notably the Shira Sport PHX Audi, had their problems, had their delays, and several of them out of the race. One from Walkenhorst Motorsport, that was their number 34 entry, and also the Shira Sport PHX. So 2 of the very front-running cars fallen down the order. Some of the early front runners included 2 cars running in the Pro-Am class, and that was the Racing 1 Ferrari that led the race. It was the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin that was looking so strong as well. That ran 3rd in the very early laps, but they then fell back when their AM drivers took the wheel, as you would expect. But right now it is really all about the Falken Motorsport Porsches, number 3 and 4. By the time Marcel Markovic's car gets back onto the circuit, having made its 3rd pit stop, that will have fallen back behind them. It should be 3 ahead of 4, and the timing gap between them is just under 7 seconds at the end of lap number 23. Still waiting for the next car to complete 23 laps, and the next one through ought to be Christian Kohlhaas in the number 19 Racing 1 Ferrari. And I can't tell you which of the Durr brothers, the 2 youngsters from Butzbach, whether it's Phil or Ben is at the wheel. My screen just says Durr, but they're Aston Martin. Car number 24 from the family team, one of them they share with Darren Turner, is in 5th place overall. But that is, as I speak, I was going to say, those as a pit stop, and it comes in and makes one. So all the SP9 class cars will have come in for pit stop number 3, apart from car number 50, the only one running in the AM class of SP9, and that should be Michael Heinrich bringing it in, probably to hand back to Arno Klaassen, and that is down in car number 50 in 13th place overall. And everybody in the top class would have done 3 pit stops. The leading Cup 2 class cars, the Porsches in that class, have not. Of course, they go a lap longer, whereas the SP9 class cars can do a maximum of 8 laps in a stint. The cars in Cup 2 can do 9, and therefore they shouldn't need to come in and make their pit stops until the end of lap 26. They can do 8 laps on their opening stint, 9 and 9, do the maths, but certainly at the moment it's all about Falken Motorsports. Schnitzelarm Mercedes are back going all over again, and again just waiting for clear track, and by that I don't mean clear of cars, I mean clear of course vehicles, but a fair bit of barrier repair going on. We've got incidents with cars on both sides of the tracks at various points around the lap, so lap times are nothing special at the moment. In fact, last time around, a good lap was done in a 9 and a bit minutes, whereas with this morning in qualifying we saw a best lap of 7 minutes 54. Shows how much the drivers are having to back off, but the marshalling absolutely fantastic around the Nordschleife, and certainly here they're having to warn drivers of what they cannot see around the next corner. And a perfect example immediately flashes on my screen of double waved yellows. The drivers will have been past some of these incidents several laps in a row now. They're getting the picture. Their teams will be trying to keep them informed, but it's all about seeing what the marshals are waving. Slow down, slow line of sight, often short around the circuit, still clearing up at Schwedenkreuz. And for Aston Martin fans, their car, the lead Aston Martin, not the Dorr brothers car, but it's the Pro Sport Vantage GT3 shared by the driver who started. Mike David Ortman ran really strongly, and then Maxime Dumoulin took over from him. And Maxime back on board the car. They're doing one stint at a time. That's up into 6th place overall, 23 laps now completed. Target is in fact, at the moment, the car immediately ahead of them on the track is 26 seconds clear. In 5th place overall, that's Dylan Pereira in Walkenhorst Motorsports, number 35 BMW M4 GT3. So with Dumoulin on board, and Dumoulin written large down the flanks of the Aston Martin and over the nose, car number 17 presses on. 9 minutes 35 lap last time around, not representative. Race leader 9 minutes 22, except that was the race leader coming into the pits. That was Marcel Marschewitz. Right now, looking for the gaps between the cars. Not much point looking at lap times unless someone is notably slowed by a slow zone, and their rivals are not. But even strip all that away, and it's going to be a long-lasting Code 60 at Flugplatz. That's a message just coming on the screen right now from race control. So with the damage to the barriers on both sides of the circuit there, that will be barrier repairs. So for the pros in the car, slightly more frustrating than for the AMs, because their potential to squeeze more out under green flag running is the greater. But for the AMs, it's about keeping their concentration. They will all be probably this time around coming past that incident before Flugplatz and after Flugplatz, and know they'll have clocked the barriers on either side of the circuit, realise there are going to be repairs needing to be made. It's about staying cool and calm. Basically at Flugplatz at the start of the instance, and as far down the dip to Schwedenkreuz, when the second of those two Porsches, including the car that had just lost the lead in Cup 2, Paul Harkamer's entry, that are out of the race. So here we are, Nürburgring, middle of summer, July, perfect weather conditions, but we've had incidents, we've had punctures, maybe we've had punctures leading to incidents. I can't always be sure about all of that, and we've had one car retiring with steering rack problems, as explained by Christian Cronjes, that having a car where you can't really feel which way it's turning isn't a very good thing indeed. Right, and Adenauer first, so a little bit further back. Sorry, on round the lap, still a long-lasting Code 60 there as well. Race control very much implying these aren't going to be withdrawn within the next few minutes. And effectively, once you've gone past the double wave yellows and the problems at the slow zone at Schwedenkreuz, you just get released at Arenberg and then have to slow it down all over again. So this is where the drivers have to keep their concentration, make sure they don't transgress and run too fast to those slow zones. There'll be no quick laps for quite some while. And how's the race order hanging out? First to second, tell you at the end of the lap, but the gap between Dennis Fetzer in effective second and Joel Eriksson in the race leading sister car from Falco Motorsports is about 6.7 seconds. That shouldn't really go up or down much in a lap with slow zones in it, but may go up or down very slightly according to traffic around them, because of course it's not all slow the whole way around the circuit. There are moments, in fact large gaps, where it's green, they can pick up the pace all over again. Fastest lap of the race, still 8 minutes 1.8 seconds set by Joel Eriksson at the end of his opening stint. He's on his second stint, but with no chance, and on the exit of the slow zone, the Code 60 at Adenauer Forst, to get a slow zone that was slightly faster. That's 120. That's also going to be lasting for a long time. So it's not just moving cars and clearing up debris and dust from the circuit. There are barrier repairs as well. And as we saw about 5 minutes ago, at certain points on the circuit, the drivers are having to overtake a whole line of course vehicles out of the circuit. Flatbed trucks are removing the cars, and other things like Unimog with its great big trailer for carrying new sections of barrier out to where it's required. So race control will be using all the cameras in the race control room here at the Nürburgring to just check on what situations are all around the circuit. Of course, they've got far more cameras than we have, far more points at which they can check, even in closed circuit TV cameras, what has happened where. With 172 corners around the 24.5 kilometers of this lap, there is a lot of real estate to be investigating, but they have the experience and they have the reactions and doing a very, very good job of it. Just run down through the classes. Cup 2 class, 8th place overall. Benjamin Leuchter moved to the front of that class, but he's got a small advantage. In fact, he's opened out quite a big advantage. Seems to have gained 20 seconds on Michele Di Martino. Keep an eye on that. That's in Cup 2. Cup 3 is being led at the moment. Go past Cup 10. Christian Connacht leading that in 21st position overall in his BMW M4 GT3. Cup 3 is led by number 959, and it's Eichenberg at the wheel of that. His margin is 21 seconds. So 959 from 960 in that class. For all the drivers, it's about holding back their performance through the slower zones around the circuit, and then as soon as they get back to green, maximising their push. Over the rises, the falls, always looking for flags and drivers indicating in front which way they're planning to move to let a faster car coming through. And again, this is where experience on the Nürburgring Nordschleife counts for so much. So easy to just misread someone who they think I'm indicating that way because that's where I'm going, but that's rather the side they're indicating for you to overtake. Made clear at race control, but you can sometimes forgive drivers who get a little bit carried away in the heat of the day and forget which side they're supposed to be indicating. But right now, and again, the drivers are always being watched in this. Drivers doing a very tidy job indeed.
Just over 2.5 hours still to go. This is RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. A very busy weekend for the Radio Show Limited network crew with Estoril 12 hours. Well, in fact, a 6-hour qualifying race happening yesterday for those cars, and the full 12 hours in Portugal this weekend. We have the Canadian Tire Motorsport event as part of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and also the Monza 6 hours taking place tomorrow with qualifying today. We're fully focused on what's happening at the Nürburgring Nordschleife right now, with Joel Eriksson and Dennis Fetzer separated by just 5 seconds at the start of this particular lap. They are both on the Grand Prix circuit at very close quarters indeed. So that was a lap that was a second and a bit quicker for Dennis Fetzer than Joel Eriksson to really close in the gap. In SP9 Pro-Am, it's Maxime Dumouriez leading for Pro Sport Racing and the Aston Martin Vantage by 14 and a bit seconds over Christian Kohlhaas. As now side by side, or virtually side by side, Caymans. They're actually dodging around one of the many VW Siroccos in this race, but 952 Cayman is 4th place in Cup 3 for Francesco Merlini, and the Smerlis Racing entered 718 Cayman. Damage for the front of the 250 BMW. This is the all-white SP4, entered 325i, and its front right, there's another puncture. So, but this is on a rear-wheel drive car, and a front right has let go and virtually taken the front bumper and part of the wing with it, Bruce.
Yes, the long shot, I just thought it was the wing had clattered, but just a moment there, struggling actually to turn into the corner at the end of the long run back, and he ran off the circuit and a bit of debris was immediately brought onto the circuit. I actually think this car may have just picked up some debris from someone else's action. It's led to the puncture, and it's led to that front wing being damaged by the flailing front right tyre as that works its way back. But that 325 has now, only now, car number 250 entered pit lane. Hopefully, well, they might have to take a whole new nose section as well as changing that front right tyre. So again, I think that does look as though it's a small incident, became a much, much larger one with the damage caused by the flailing rubber.
SP4 is currently led by Ingo Erpen in their BMW 325i. So this is exactly the same car that has come in from 2nd position. I wonder whether, though, it's lost the class lead as a result of this, although no, that shouldn't have been factored in. The delay on this lap should not have been factored in on the order on the timing screen so far. Christian Schotter has limped that car in. Let's just investigate to find out exactly how much of the front right tyre is left. Not a great deal of it, but I don't know what came first there, whether it was damage to the bumper, if it went off into the Armco, and then that's caused more damage to the puncture. It looks suspiciously like the rubber's let go, and then that's done the damage to the bodywork.
Yes, unlike the car we saw a while ago where the whole carcass of the tyre flipped inside out and was outside the car, this was a case of a driver coming back with no rubber on the wheel rim. It had entirely ripped away. You can imagine when that came off, that could have very easily flipped that front wing off its connectors. So that's falling away. Right, first two in this race. Ericsson, Fetzer, both in Porsches from Forco Motorsport. 5 seconds between them. They've got 24 laps on the board, waiting for Marcel Marshevitz to come through in what ought to be third place, up to fourth place. The Durr brothers, so Aston Martin in fourth, Aston Martin in sixth, and between them, that's Maxime Dumoulin for Pro Sport. Between them, Walking Horse Motorsport with Dylan Pereira down in fifth. Now, we heard from teammate Kuba Gimasiak saying the pace just wasn't there in the Yokohama rubber, and it really has manifest, because Dylan ought to have been way quicker than he's been managing. Last lap, he lost 10 seconds to the race leader. Admittedly, at the moment, there are points. No one is particularly fast around the circuit because we've got moments of slow zones. But to lose any time on a circuit with slow zones means you're slower in the bits that are green.
Kittelbacher Hohe Flugplatz affected by slow zones and code 60s. And then in a separate problem, Exmüller and Bergwerk are looking slow as well. So 8 areas of yellow flags, four slow zones in 2 separate locations, and the Foxhole as well listed as an area of difficulty. So once you've got through Kittelbacher Hohe and then headed through Flugplatz, it looks like you get greens at Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, but all the way then down into the Foxhole itself, just before the clearing and Adenauer Forst. You have to back out of the throttle, as we have heard other drivers do already in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. So everyone's getting more and more used to these, what seem like areas of caution that will be in place for some time yet.
Yeah, with those 3 warnings about extended periods of slow zones. So each time the driver goes through, they'll have assessed the situation. They know they have to get down to a maximum speed of 60 in the really bad areas and 120 in the slightly less areas with fewer course vehicles at the rescue zone. But again, a bit like coming into the pits, you can maximise your time into the point where you slow right down, and again be aware for coming out at the end of the slow zone. So the very best drivers still have the potential, or the most aware drivers still have that potential to sneak a tenth of a second here or there, and it all adds up. And let's face it, the gap between first and second is only 51 tenths of a second. It's 5.1 seconds between Joel Eriksson, the Swedish driver, leading, and Dennis Fetzer, who's chasing. That's the 2 Forco Motorsport Porsches in first and second overall. Car 3 leading car 4. Cup 2 after by dint of their third pit stops, and Benjamin Leuchter leading that class. Michele Di Martino giving chase, but it's been a good, looks though they're going on to a further lap, so not coming in this time around. It means maybe they'll come in after, well, I think I worked out they could do 27, maybe 26 or 27 laps. 26 laps they should come in after. They're just completing lap number 24.
Yeah, Di Martino 7 laps completed. Moritz Krantz did 9 though previously. I think a comfortable distance in a Cup 2 car is 9 laps.
It's 9 laps. So you do your first stint of 8 laps and then 2 lots of 9. That takes you up to 27.
Yes. And awkwardly, I'm not sure that's quite enough when we did a 4-hour race.
26.
26, okay. But when we did a 4-hour races that are either 28 or 29 laps, that just doesn't cut very evenly at all. You might find during a 4-hour race, actually, the Cup 2 cars will wind things back and aim to do an 8-lap stint rather than 9 to make sure that the final stint is slightly more even. Although, of course, there are benefits to doing your final stop as late as possible, because in the final 70 minutes, the closer you are to the checkered flag, the quicker your pit stop can be. It's a complete switch of the reference point. In the first few stints, in a 4-hour race, and definitely in a 6-hour race, that first kind of period of 4 or 5 stints, all timed to the stint you've just done. But in the final hour and 10 minutes, more or less, how long to the checkered flag, and that does change every single minute.
Exactly.
You've got the chart there.
The chart of doom. Whereas in your first pit stop, it's done according to the number of laps. So if you come in after 5 laps, you're sitting for 306 seconds, or not sitting, that's your pit in to pit out time, which is 22 seconds less at a standstill than if you come in. But then, as you say, in your final stint, it's number of minutes from the end of the race, and literally every minute it's around 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds between each of those minutes, so it could be fine. Right, first and second, you're not needing more than a micrometer screw gauge to judge the gap between the pair of them, because Dennis Fetzer is right on the tail. We're talking tenths of a second down as they go past a slow-moving Porsche Cayman along the Dottinger Her, and it's nose to tail between first and second. Fetzer's been very, very impressive. You picked this up, Johnny, just ahead of his first visit to the pits. He'd done a very quick lap before coming in and was not being disgraced by comparison to Joel Eriksson. This time around, he's obviously learned from that and gained great sucker from it, and he's managed to get right onto his tail. So not only is he starting to match him, he's starting to outpace him. First 2 cars, 25 laps coming up on the board. Interval between them is going to be very small, a third of a second, 0.340. And the rest of the field, not in shot, nowhere to be seen. And in fact, we expect a long, long gap back to Marcel Marschewitz in the number 11 Schnitzel Arm Motorsports Mercedes. But it's aquamarine and French blue, if you will, leading the race, and in second place, putting on a very, very good showing for Falcon Motorsport.
Some of the affected yellow flag and code 60 areas are being cleared, but there are still code 60s out in at least 2 different areas, and yellow flags still remain at Vauxhall in addition to that. I'll be interested to know now whether Falcon have adopted the 7-lap per stint strategy rather than 8. They're going to carry that on through. Are they starting, in fact, to back time now to the end of the race, and they feel that 7 laps fits a little better, perhaps? Lights flashing on both of the Ericsson and the Fetzer cars. Fetzer was flashing to the SP10 BMW M4. That looked like the FK performance car for SP10, which is still the race leader, by the way. The orange with the very large, sort of prominent nostrils of the front grille, the instantly recognisable grille of the BMW. And that was Fetzer looping past the SP10 car. Meanwhile, the race leader Joel Eriksson was flashing at an entirely different back marker, which they have both subsequently passed, and in time for Sabina Smith-Curver. So hopefully that will mean that there's some clear air now for both of the Falcon Porsches. Sparks kicking up behind Marcel Markowitz's Schnitzelarm Mercedes as he reaches the end of lap 25.
Yeah, he'll be the third driver to do that, but his gap to those race leaders ahead of him is going to be very large indeed. But don't forget, these 3 cars are the ones that didn't get delayed by the debris that delayed everybody from 4th place backwards in this race. Debris had to be cleared from the tail end of the Dottinger Her, and the cars behind could not overtake, and it certainly cost them a lot of time. But remember, the early stints of the race, the number 4 Porsche, Martin Ragginger, came in after 6 laps. The number 3 Porsche made its first pit stop after 7. But then they equalised it later on. And we've got this run to the finish, 2 hours and 19 minutes remain. Still think the advantage lies with the number 3, but I've been very, very impressed by the pace of Dennis Fetzer. Of course, I can't give you a flying lap time at the moment that makes any sense because of the slow zones around the circuit.
True, but there's quite a bit of variation between the 2 lap or the number of lap times at the sharp end as well. That really depends on where you catch the code 60s and, more crucially, the yellow flags, I think.
But one other factor I sort of didn't get quite around to mentioning is, of course, that still that number 4 Porsche is pitting a lap ahead of the number 3. So that final pit stop is going to come sooner. And if they carry on lapping, and let's call it 9 minutes, the difference of 9 minutes towards the end of the race is going to be about 20 seconds. Possibly even slightly more, 37, 46, yeah, we're looking at about 25 seconds. So the number 3 Porsche, though only just in front on the track, is sitting on potentially a very advantageous position.
Big time loss for Christian Kohlhaas through the 4th sector compared to Maxime Dumouriez's effort. He lost 5 seconds there, and actually Benjamin Leuchter, well, is that a time loss or just a deficit in terms of car performance? Because he is in a Cup 2 Porsche, whereas the 2 ahead are in GT3 cars. 335.8 for Maxime Dumouriez, a 3:35.5 for Christian Kohlhaas. Caught behind some traffic, perhaps entering a yellow flag zone. And it may well be that Christian was doing the right thing in allowing those cars to go through, but no overtaking permitted. And actually, he lost a great deal of time on the previous lap. Oh, no, that is that lap. Those laps are completed. So it's a 9:24 for Maxime Dumouriez, a 9:32 for Christian Kohlhaas. So an 11-second deficit in Pro-Am with an SP9 becomes nearly 20 seconds now between Dumouriez and Kohlhaas. Very costly indeed for the Racing One Ferrari 296, as Benjamin Leuchter for Max Cruiser Racing pits from the lead in Cup 2. So car 100 is down pit lane, and that was an 8-lap stint for Leuchter, whereas previously that car did manage 9, but they might again want to get him out of a busy area of the racetrack and into some clearer air.
Well, just remember, not so long ago, the Cup 2 battle was a three-way battle. The driver who was first, unfortunately, just got pushed back to third place, and moments later involved in an incident and out of the race for Paul Harkamer. So it's a 2-horse race in Cup 2. Those first 3 cars were some distance clear of the best of the rest. It did mean that car 107 moved up to third place in class, but really that one for Cup 2 this weekend is a 2-horse race. Could say the overall race lead is a 2-horse race as well, of course, with those Volker Motorsport Porsches sitting pretty. But here we are, there's now starting to be shade at the end of the Döttinger, but it's a beautifully sunny day on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and yet today will be remembered surely as the day of punctures, really affecting a lot of the front runners in almost all the classes. Sometimes you only get them in the very top class. As I mentioned, that shot at the edge of the circuit very early on the Nordschleife, there is debris just off the racing line, but for the drivers that live, I'll tell you where it is. It's just at the end of the Döttinger. You go through the little left-hand kink, and a lot of drivers in the heat of battle will be forced to take that outside line, and something is there that most definitely could cut a tyre.
Yeah, 5-2-4 BMW having to go through that affected area, which is a 330i entered into the VT2 class for rear-wheel drive cars. And
we've actually got a
team's all Rennsport car.
We've got a BMW stopped just where the drivers are braking and starting to turn into the first corner of the circuit. Lights are off, the lights are back on now.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt One. Over 90 years of racing history. Coblor.
In einer Welt, in der Zeit kostbar ist, entscheidet Präzision über Erfolg oder Misserfolg. Seit über 90 Jahren prägt das Traditionsunternehmen Baumann Logistik aus Bonn die Branche. Wir vereinen klassische Logistikdienstleistungen mit innovativen Full-Service-Konzepten. Von der nationalen und internationalen Spedition über die Intralogistik und Lagerung bis hin zu Container-Raumsysteme und Modulbau. Mit uns haben Sie einen Partner an Ihrer Seite, auf den Sie sich verlassen können. Baumann Logistik aus Bonn. Ihr Partner in der Region.
Hey guys, I'll be in Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen in September with a beautiful NLS5. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Motorsport all the way, but some great cameo roles today as well. Notably, Johnny, those two cars in SP9 Pro-Am, you see the AMs are on board at the moment. That means Maxime Dumoulin, who's running fifth in the number 17 Aston Martin for Pro Sport, and Christian Kohlhaas in sixth, but 19 seconds down in that battle. Christian in the racing one, Ferrari, also in the car, GT4 class as well, GT4 category. 175 rumbling around for them in that class, but to me at the moment it's just 1 second between first and second. It's Joel Eriksson from Dennis Vetzler, Falken Motorsport Porsche from Falken Motorsport Porsche. The rest is 2 minutes and 6 seconds further back, which is Marcel Marshevitz in that number 11. It's the yellow and black Schnitzel Arm Racing Mercedes. Mercedes have not had the rub of the green. It's been, in fact, 4 races, 4 victories for BMW M4 GT3s, but today their best placed car, well, they only had 2 in the top class at the start of the day. The better placed one with last year's champion Kuba Gimaziak out of the race within moments of it being handed over to teammate Christian Cronjes. So 35, the second car from Walkenhorst Motorsport for Dylan Pereira, sitting down in 4th. He's 3 minutes down on the race leaders. You can't come back from that in 2 hours and a handful of minutes. No way.
Last time around, Maxime Dumoulin and Christian Kohlhaas, the 2 bronze-rated drivers, were very similar on pace, both doing a 9:30 or 9:32 in the case of Kohlhaas. This time, a much larger gap, and I think within bronze racing drivers, when they're up against one another, you are going to get the greater variable of lap time. So whereas a platinum and a gold can just churn out an 8:05, an 8:05, an 8:04.9, let's say, and then back to the 8:05s, whereas the bronze drivers might do a 9:30 here and a 9:40 there. So the gap again is fluctuating between Maxime Dumoulin and Christian Kohlhaas for the lead of SP9 Pro-Am, but it's back out now to nearly 30 seconds, 28.2 after a 9 minutes 39 second lap for Christian Kohlhaas in his Ferrari. Meantime, the 170 Toyo Tires Supra, which is entered into the SP10 element of the field, so this is a GT4 car, and it's running in second position right now. The gap, though, to the race leader in SP10 is fairly significant, and that is the FK Performance BMW of Torsten Volter. So doing the chasing here, it is Tim Sandler in the Toyo Tires with Ring Racing Toyota Supra. A feeling it was Tim Sandler who started this car, the driver from Bochum, and he shares with Michael Tischner, Uwe Kleen and Heiko Tonges.
Right, as since about lap 4 it's been busy in the pits, and one car, we used the names on the door for 2 of them, not the name of Carsten Sieg who's got out, but it's the Ollie's Garage entered car, the 491. It's the Renault Megane, and of course the pair, slight damage on the rear corner of that of 491. This is the car, the crew that for a long time until its destruction, the Nürburgring 24 Hours ran the Dacia Logan. They've got on board a Renault Megane, rather quicker set of wheels. They're running 9th in class, and for their teammate Carsten Sieg, who just come in, that's his NLS debut, so they're finding some strength in other corners as well. But great to have that crew back on board. Admittedly, that crowd favourite no longer running outright, but good to see them back on board. So that's Oliver Krieser, Stefan Trost, joined this weekend by Carsten Sieg. So they're having a pit stop for their Renault Megane, 9th in class, but still back in the battle. That's what counts.
Talk about crowd favourites. Unfortunately, no Opel Manta in the 6-hour Rover race, the Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. But also, of course, during the N24, we kissed goodbye to the venerable Dacia that had been going so well early on in the NLS season, but practically written off in an accident in the night, that car, and they weren't able to get it fixed up, or indeed, well, it may not ever be able to get it fixed up again in terms of financial point of view, but also a donor car as well required for that to happen. So we need a new fan favourite, if not just the Manta returning for some more NLS action in 2023 and beyond, for that matter.
Well, at least those 2 drivers getting to go out in that Renault Megane, and it's a little tattered and battered, but it's running 9th in the V2 FWT class. But so many drivers, doesn't matter if you're in the top class, the middle class, the slowest classes, you jump into another manufacturer's car, it's still something to learn. And it's not just learning on a normal circuit, of course, it's learning on a circuit that is the ultimate test, the ups, the downs, the twists, the turns. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But great that we have for Ollie's Garage Oliver Krieser and Stefan Trost still racing, albeit in something rather newer, marginally faster, but a fan favourite has gone, I'm afraid, the Dacia Logan.
Yeah. But it will, I'm sure something will replace it effectively. A new car for all the fans to instantly fall in love with. Now, 2 cars at the sharp end of Cup 2 have just made stops, and new drivers taking charge. So Noah Nagelsdijk in one of them, that's the 102 car. And we now have Arne Hofmeister piloting the 107 Team Matol Porsche. They will naturally fall down the order again, which should leave Nico Otto and Max Cruiser Racing close to the sharp end again, because he has made 3 stops already, whereas for 102 and 107, that was them ticking off their 3rd stops of the race. So they're able to do 9-lap stints, and difficult to judge sort of length of lap times at the moment, but that takes you just beyond the hour mark when you're doing green flag running, which is a rare thing, I'll admit. But just beyond the hour mark, a 9-lap stint, and we are, nearly 4 hours in now. So 1, 2, 3, into the 4th stint now for the Cup 2 cars after their 3 stops. It brings them back in alignment with the SP9 cars.
Yep, and if you nipped away for a while, you might be thinking, why are they running so slowly? Still, the sheer amount of the circuit behind long-term Code 60s means at this point in the race, instead of the race leader Joel Eriksson lapping in 9 minutes and 7 seconds, he ought to be running probably 8 minutes 5 seconds. That car's done an 8-minute 1.8. Sometimes the driver's accustomed to the odd slow zone, but there is a lot of slow zone around the circuit, 4 different places at the moment at the last count, and that is why they're a minute and a bit off the pace. Gap between first and second between Joel Eriksson and his teammate Dennis Fetz. So 1.9 seconds, and they're fully 2 minutes clear of the driver in third. That's Schnitzelarm Racing with Marcel Marschewitz. A wheel for a double stint in the number 11 Mercedes, and then Tim Neusser will take that over to bring it through to the end of the race. He'll do the final 2 hours or so, and we have 2 hours and 1 minute remain in this race. 6 hours. This is the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, the 6-hour race, and the NLS for years used to be pretty much all 4-hour races, and then the teams and drivers have spoken. They want some longer ones. So not long ago we got the 6-hour race, now the 12-hour race, and it just gives them a different equation. And as we've seen looking up and down the entry list, it gives other people a chance to join the crews, because some of the teams stretch to 4, even 5 drivers sharing a car. Not in the top class, that's largely 2 driver entries for the 6 hours and occasional 3 driver crew, but certainly for the teams further down the order in the less powerful cars, a lot of them bringing their mates in to race with them for the weekend. Also puts a bit of money in the kitty if you get someone else sharing the costs.
The only Renault Clio in the race today is a Clio Cup car, number 270 from MSC Adenauer, and this is Timo Katz doing the driving in the 270. Might also be the only car in SP3. There are SP3T cars that we've mentioned plenty about, but I believe this is the only one in SP3, but they are still running and therefore on course for a trophy at the end of this. I don't know this for sure, but it felt like the Clio was effectively out of the regulation set for the N24. They ruled those out a few years ago, but it is nice to have a Clio Cup car still eligible for a class like SP3 within the NLS races, this being the 6-hour.
Yeah, right at the start of the race we saw a considerably older BMW, massive rear wing on it, looking great, M3 of, I always forget which E number it was, but it looks great. But I'm a big fan of cars that do fall out of favour elsewhere for whatever reason, still having somewhere to go racing. Yeah. And again, what you have to have in all of this is respect between the drivers of the front-running cars in SP9 that are so much faster than some of the cars like the Renault Clio and those drive the slowing machinery. In fact, the easier job is for the drivers in the top class. It's harder for the drivers in the slower stuff. They're looking in their rear view mirrors all the time, and then those that are running in cars like the Porsche Caymans, they're looking in their mirrors some of the time and looking ahead of them some of the time. So all sorts of complications, but I think some of the best jobs done in this race are by the drivers down towards the tail. They're certainly the most busy.
I mean, I understand why you would strike out cars of that sort of speed or lack of speed like the Renault Clio Cup, because the closing speed between that and a GT3 car is nightmarish at times. I think particularly in a race that runs overnight and through the darkness hours, where it's very difficult to work out which car you're about to overtake or indeed catch. So maybe there is scope for continuing. There was discussion around the N24 weekend, should we have the Dacia Logan still in the race? Clearly, I think this is right, that it should be looked at on a case-by-case basis, depending on how much nighttime running there is. If it's a 4-hour NLS race, then fine. Bring a few Clio Cup cars along, because at least you can see them from a distance. But it's very difficult if you're in traffic and a whole load of GT3 cars bearing down on a Clio to actually work out, hang on a minute, this is going to be a pretty slow car compared to me.
Yeah, and I think also not only the difficulty with headlights, it's the fact that most points on this circuit you don't have very long line of sight.
No.
So say you've got the scenario of 3 quick cars coming across a much slower one. The driver of the slow one might have spotted 2 of them coming through the corner behind him onto the straight, but not the third. He was already approaching the next corner, so he could let the first 2 through and then pull across on the third. It's very, very tricky, and I do think that's a very valid point about the difference between all daylight racing and going on into the night.
RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones with NLS5. Just after 4 o'clock, there's an hour and 57 minutes still to go, and a whole load of cars barreling their way towards the end of the lap at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, with the Supra of, now that's either the 570 car or the 520 car or the 170. And Sadler is in the pit, so that's provided the answer. It is the 520 Volker-driven Toyo Tyres ring racing machine. Just heading into the chicane now. Klaus Volker sharing with Sophia Menzenbach and Uwe Kleen. The feeling that Uwe Kleen's in a couple of cars actually. I've seen that name elsewhere. Yes, driving the SP10 GT4 Supra as well as the 520 car, so an opportunity to experience the car in both different specs. 474 is the Cayman, just turning right now at the first corner. That is the Cayman S for Team Matol Racing for Marcos Adolfo Vasquez, Maxi Schmidt and Eric Brown. And at the wheel at the moment of 474 is Eric Brown, leading VT3 no less. And exiting the Mercedes arena now with cars at great speed through that triple left-hander in the background. The Mercedes arena, a section of the track that is always utilised in the NLS element of the year at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, whereas for the qualification race of the 24 hours and the full 24 hours itself, it's that really awkward Yokohama S, the right and the left. I always struggle to work out that they managed to get all the cars through in each of the three groups at the start of that race, but it happens. There's a fair bit of breathing room necessary and give and take. The odd spinner now and again, but more often than not, a successful run through that part of the circuit.
Yeah, but the first time they come round at racing speed, rather more than the start, which is just a bomb blast of explosion, it looks like people have got it completely wrong. We're so accustomed for them turning 150 degrees to the right, but they have to effectively do the 150, then immediately turn to the left. And some of the cars, they really, particularly when they come across traffic during the 24 hours, they're threading with the eye of the needle to get past the end of the barrier to effectively exit turn number one straight into turn two. It's very, very tight. Right, flashing of headlights from the Porsche in second place. It was 1.9 seconds down. This is Dennis Fetzer. There should be a pit stop, I would reckon, at the end of this lap. That would be 28 laps into the race. And that means it would be, if he does, a 7-lap stint. Yes, he does. No, hold on a second. That's the number 3 that has come in from the lead of the race, and I expect number 4 to come in as well. Let's just double check. No, Dennis Fetzer's come in. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Joel Eriksson pulled a bit further clear there. Okay, he's gone through for one further lap. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's how it should be, but just the way it was being shot on TV there, I fancied. So that was a 7-lap stint for Dennis Fetzer, and it will be a 7-lap stint for Joel Eriksson. Then they'll hand over to David Pittard. That means they can divide the final 2 hours, an hour and 53 minutes. By the time they come round, let's call it another 8 minutes from now, it'll be an hour and 45 minutes going. So they've just got that 1-lap advantage in the bank, if you will, in the number 3 over the sister car. I did think when they seem to drop down to doing 7-lap stints in the middle part of the race, they have scope. They're sticking to 7 laps. They've counted to the end and worked their way back. So 28 laps on the board. Fetzer in from second place. Next time around, current race leader Joel Eriksson should come in from the lead. Not much between them in terms of time. Now, Bergwerk, a longer lasting repair there, but it's a more open one. It's a code 120, but it still shows there's been a fair bit of damage out there on the circuit, or more to the point, a car perhaps not in quite the condition it was in at the start of the race.
That in-lap was not great for Dennis Fetzer. That's where a lot of the gap has emerged, because Joel Eriksson's gone on to another lap, so I don't have a side-by-side comparison, but it was about a second the difference between first and second, the first sector I should say. Second sector was about a second lost by Dennis Fetzer. The third sector for 2 further seconds out of the window, and 3 seconds the deficit in sector 4. So it's all grouped together to be probably about 10 seconds lost before the pit stop for Dennis Fetzer. Now, whether that was almost deliberate so that there was no risk of the 2 cars colliding as one dived to the pits and the other one stayed out, I'm not quite sure. It's more likely to have been the lack of traffic perhaps for Eriksson, and Dennis Fetzer finding quite a bit of it on his 28th lap, which has just been completed. So So 8:49.6 for Joel Eriksson, a 9:02.8 in lap for Dennis Fetzer. Marcel Marchewitz in the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes running in third position for car number 11.
Just doing a little bit of detective work. Car from Cup 3 that crashed. Car that crashed from Cup 3 is out at Bergwerk. That's where the damage has been done. Just confirming which one it was, and it was Schicht at the wheel. It was an Adrenaline Motorsport Team Motec car 9.5. No, sorry, it's the next one up. It's the Tom Rudiger Schitt Team Mattel Racing Porsche Cayman that did the barrier damage out there. That's being cleared up, but again, have to constantly look at warnings from all around the circuit to just work out who's done what and where. It has been a race in which the rescue crews and the clear-up crews have been very, very busy indeed today. The story of the race so far really has been a case of the punctures among the front runners, and also for Walkenhorst Motorsport. They've still got one of their M4 GT3 cars running fourth overall, Dylan Pereira at the wheel, but just hasn't had the pace to match the Falken Motorsport Porsches, and indeed the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. Warmer temperatures, some tyre manufacturers obviously not having the tyres for the day, and certainly for Walkenhorst Motorsport running fourth. Thoughts of a podium definitely hampered, and for the sister car, it wasn't just their tyres didn't seem to light up for them, but also a steering rack problem made it sort of vague. And the 955 just mentioned that Porsche Cayman that has now been put on a flatbed and is being returned to the area for resting cars, which is just level with pit entry. It's just turning in now into the pit lane. So that has been the one that caused the delays at Bergwerk, and hopefully those will now have been cleared up.
Yeah, but end of day for Rudiger Schicht and Alex Fielenbach and Tom Chloe as well, part of that lineup. Tom Chloe, not that long ago, was running at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in an LMP2 car, I seem to remember. As the Clio Cup machine now works its way through the Goodyear Spanger in splendid isolation. Got a nice bit of sunshine on the Grand Prix track currently for the Alf Kleben.de sponsored car.
Right, no sooner had we cleared up the moments at Bergwerk, even identified the car that had done the damage and had been returned to the pits, than it immediately went back yellow again, because car number 485, second in the VT2 front-wheel drive class, the Hyundai 130N Fastback, car number 485, also decided to take to the scenery out there. So constantly changing. Driver at the wheel at the time was Bora. So again, for the rescue crews, they can't exactly go fancy a coffee now. We've cleared everything up. All is fine. Final 2 hours of the race, because still damage being done out at the back of the circuit.
Yeah, and the i30N Fastback then in drama. Now the other Golf, not the Max Cruiser car, but the 467 Golf is now trailing down the Dottinger Hohe with some difficulties. So the 467 MSC Kempenich entered Mark V GTI Golf is pulled well over to the right hand side. It is still moving, but this again looks like, if it's not a puncture, then it's bodywork on the front left corner of the Golf in question. Maybe tyre failure or starting to go has caused the damage, and it's Richard Barter at the wheel of this, joined by Alexander Schmidt and Etienne Plones as the driving lineup in 467.
Second slowest of the qualifiers, car number one, the 108, the 109 qualifiers, and a couple of other cars didn't set times, but looks very standard, but certainly front left corner sitting a little bit low, as that made it back into pit lane.
Still a Falcon 1-2, but the gap, I think, is going to be growing again. Well, clearly it is, because Martin Ragning has just made a stop, but once Joel Eriksson has made his stop and things level up, that gap of 15 seconds will have grown from a net perspective. Sorry, go on, Bruce.
I was going to say, do you mind if I just cast us back about 10 minutes? Ian McCarthy's responded to talks of the Dacia Logan, said Olis Garage Racing, that's the crew that been running that, the Renault Megane we just saw in the pit lane a short while ago. They've announced today they will be crowdfunding the rebuild and return of the Dacia.
Ooh.
So as Ian McCarthy says from Hungary, so I suppose it's up to us now.
True
so there
enough,
we are.
Yeah,
there was
okay.
a lot of movement, and John Hindhoff was very, very pro that car's recovery. I thought it was going to be over and out forever, and certainly that was the talk because the factor you mentioned, which was the lack of a donor car. Maybe they've half identified one and now they want to go ahead and get that back, whether it's out before the end of the year. But a positive story for the crew from Ollis Garage Racing. And thanks again to Ian for pointing that one out. Brand new news this weekend.
Well, I thought Hindhaug's main campaign was to get a Dacia Jogger into the race, which is like the SUV. But I'd much prefer to see a Logan and the older school car with the full driver lineup. We had 4 or maybe 5 drivers in that. In its pomp, and that's part and parcel of going multi-class motor racing, being aware that around the next blind corner there may be a slower car but still not hanging around, minding its own business. So what is left of that front left tyre is pushed away with mechanics' feet and kicked into the garage. They're now assessing what next to do on the 467. I get the feeling there may be some suspension damage on that car though as well.
I also get the feeling they're going to have to replace the effectively the area underneath the headlights, because as they pulled the trailing bottom strip off that, it loosened its connection at either side. So it's certainly going to either need a lot of tape to secure it in position, but right now, again, there's a fair bit more work going. So while it looks as though just a puncture, as we call it in racing, can often lead to a lot of other damage, but certainly there was no rubber left on that front left rim for the 467 crew, and the real telltale whip marks down halfway down the door of the car shows how much that had fractured, ripped, and become open.
Yeah, so Richard Berta will be keeping an eye on the fixing up of this car as well, and will have offered his advice as to exactly what happened and what he thinks needs to be replaced now. But the behaviour of the car suggested to me that maybe that's starting to damage the strut, as well as perhaps some suspension as well, or the wishbones, as well as that damper.
So from the race lead, Joel Eriksson brought the number 3 Porsche in. 29 laps on the board, 1 hour 44 still on the clock. So that's nice and comfortable. They can divide their remaining stints however they like. But certainly we're getting towards the closing stages of the 6 hours here at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife. At this point, leading Cup 2 is car number 100. At the wheel, it's Otto, but certainly being chased down by Nageldiest last time around. The chasing Nageldiest gained half a second. I said he was closing in. May not be quite enough, because the gap between them is we'll wait to the end of this lap. They're slightly out of sequence on their pit stop, so you get the slightly inaccurate split times, but the best place of those cars is 8th overall. At the start of the race it was 10th. We lost 2 of the class leading SP9 class cars, so I suppose that's fair. They've stayed even stations there, but we might have this element, we will have this element, that the Cup 2 cars can have a very short final stint, which means a very short minimum pit stop time. That could drag them closer. Actually, the front-running car in that class, car number 100, it is, what are we talking? We're talking 48 seconds down on the Kohlhaas Ferrari, the Racing One Ferrari. They could gain all of that back by pitting 4 laps after those cars ahead. So it's not done and dusted in the order of the top 10, but I think it is done and dusted, barring punctures, which is still a big issue in this race, with 1 hour and 3/4 remaining. It looks like the Falcon tired Falcon Motorsport Porsches have got this in the bag. The question is which order. I still sense the advantage is with Joel Eriksson's car, number 3. He's sharing with David Pittard, new on board this weekend.
One of a couple of Matilda Racing Siroccos, now with either Jürgen or Joachim Nett at the wheel. That car has just made a stop and is leading the VT2 division for front-wheel drive cars. So Sirocco R from Matilda Racing. They have a couple of those Siroccos in the race to the German outfit. A total of 4 Siroccos across the piece, but one is from MSC Kempenich, and also there's a GT Time Motorsport example of the Sirocco for Ulrich Schmidt, Max Malinowski, Andreas Simon, and Patricia Stalitzane, and they are all in the 490 car. But those 2 from Matilda Racing, first and not second, because it's the Hyundai i30 Fastback of, oh no, that was the one with Striker, wasn't it? Did you talk about Bora having an issue? Yeah.
Now, I just saw waved yellow flags as the cars were leaving. We were looking at that Matilda Racing Sirocco as it was leaving the Vidal chicane. Couldn't see what it was. Couldn't see the angle I was looking at to see what was happening at Shabine Smith's curve, which is effectively the next point at which the drivers have to do any turning. But this has been a very long time since we were green the whole way around this circuit. So lap times, instead of being just over 8 minutes, are 9 minutes plus. And that in itself could have a role to play, not just in terms of the number of laps the drivers compete in the race. If they end up 1 lap down on the norm for a 6-hour race, that's not the biggest difference, but it could still affect stint length, which will have a sort of run on. But I guess it affects it fairly evenly for everybody in the course of this race. But conditions should be perfect, but so many punctures today really has been quite extraordinary, and these haven't been punctures just being caused by contact, which we've had in the past. There may have been 1 or 2, but in this race it's been all about, unusually, the right rear tyre. Normally we expect the rear tyres on rear-wheel drive cars to go on the left-hand side of this clockwise circuit, but today that has not been the case.
Matthias Vasel in his SP3T VW Golf Mark 7. Now skating its way through the left and the right that end the Mercedes Arena trip. And car number 10, one of, I think, 3 or 4 in SP3T. It's quite a collection of various machinery. So there's a Mark 7 Golf, there's a Porsche Cayman in 3T, there's a Seat Cup Racer, and there's a Leon Cup Racer as well. So 4 cars entered in 3T, and they qualified in a variety of different places as well. 37th quickest, so the fastest in SP3T was this Golf, closely followed by the Porsche Cayman, the treble 3 from Schmickler Performance, and then quite a bit further down in 42nd was the first of the Seats, and in 53rd the Leon Cup Racer. But they're all grouped together being 3T cars, SP3T cars, when we get to the starting grid. I think unsurprisingly the 10 car now has rather established itself into a decent position in the top 2, but it doesn't lead. That's actually the treble 3 for the Cayman that is leading SP3T. Now, the Mike Ortman / Maxime Dumouriez Aston Martin is... Now, is that car? Because no, Dumouriez's in the pit, so this must be the other Pro
It's the GT4. Car. It's the GT4 version running in SP10, car number 175. Again, when you see them from front on, until you can see the size of the rear wing, that's the real indicator of the difference between these cars.
The heat haze was rather throwing me off there, I have to say. But yes, this is not your V-Barn, but instead...
It's another Dumouriez in 37th position overall. So again, that shows the difference.
So that has to be Guido Dumouriez sharing with Yevgen Sokolovsky. So just the 2 drivers for a 10-hour race again, which I have to say in some of the other cars around the order is the way to go. And even though it is an extended distance, 6-hour race, in fact, tomorrow at Monza, which will have to have 3 drivers per car, but these guys are happy to do it with just the 2 and Guido Dumouriez. Now, what's the relationship between Guido and Maxime, I wonder?
I think Guido is father, Maxime is son.
Okay.
Quickly prove me wrong.
Well, I'm not sure whether I necessarily know the answer. Guido is the father of both Guillaume and Maxime Dumouriez. So Guillaume does some racing as well, although not perhaps as frequently. He has raced at the N24, though, in the past. In fact, he did that this year with his dad, presumably in the same car. SP10, car number 79, was shared between... Actually, not with his dad. He shared it with Alexander Mies, amongst other people. Hugo Sasa as well in that SP10 car. SP10 was a big field in the N24 this year. Very impressive. North of 10, I seem to remember.
I can see that growing big time. You look at the spread of GT4 racing around the world, and with more manufacturers getting involved, I can just see that bulking up very nicely in the years ahead.
Cayman's heading into the link road between the Grand Prix circuit and Sabine Schmidt's curve, being chased then by the GT4 Aston Martin. And now this is the engine note from the 952 Cayman, Bruce.
It's very, very tight at the front of the Cup 3 class. At the end of the last lap, the gap between first and second in class between Fabio Grosso in the 9.59 and Finn Zulauf in 9.60 was 0.8 of a second. So a classic scrap. And of course, we've got an hour and 36 minutes remaining. So one more pit stop, maybe a driver change to change that grouping, but that's just how we like it. Don't forget, not so long ago, we had 3 cars nose to tail at the front of Cup 2, and just as the order changed, not in the favour of Paul Harkema, he lost 2 places, then lost out with contact, and that shattered it down to just 2 cars fighting for the lead in Cup 2. And at the moment, the gap between them is opening out a little bit, but not too much, but certainly what was looking like a brilliant battle as Benjamin Leuchter worked his way to the front was rather spiked at that moment for poor Paul Harkema.
If we generally judge this race distance in a 4-hour affair to be 28 laps, that is
42 we should be looking for.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Another 14.
But we've had a lot of yellow flag slow zones around the circuit, so I can't see us getting just that lofty in terms of lap completed.
Do you feel there's been more code 60 and more yellow flags than a 4-hour race in the rain? I mean, we've been alluding to that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You get more spinners when it's wet, but a lot of them just rotate across the grass and might get minor bodywork damage. But here, the vast majority, I'd say at least 80% of the damage has been done by people getting punctures and the damage those flailing tyre carcasses have done to their car. We haven't had a load of contact between cars. But again, you think if you go to a race, say at the Algarve International Circuit, that's a circuit with lots of loading on the tyres, high temperatures, you expect tyres to really struggle. Though it's a warm summer's day here at the Nürburgring, it's nothing like the track temperatures of those. And perhaps down at Monza today and tomorrow the conditions will be rather warmer than it is here, and therefore you expect tyre wear there to be the greater. But it's certainly been an issue here, and some of the manufacturers have just been a little bit caught out. Not so Falcon, first and second in the race for them.
It is, well, 29 degrees is the highest expected temperature today at the Nürburgring, which is a little more than you would expect in the Eifel. It's going to be 31 tomorrow, but that's when the cloud will break and deliver some rainfall. But yes, in comparison to the normal temperature that you would have at the start or the end of an NLS season, these are lofty temperatures, and maybe the necessary adjustments have not been made accordingly by the teams. But it's interesting that, you know, so far, without wanting to tempt fate, Falcon Motorsport have done fine. The issue for Valkenhorst has not been the tyre, well, apart from tyre performance, but not an overheating and therefore puncture problem for the Yokohamas. Although at least one comment from the Valkenhorst driver camp was that the tyres didn't necessarily have the pace performance that they would have wanted versus some of the Michelin cars and these 2 Falkenshod Porsches, which zigzag their way now through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein once again, over the little lip that joins, or the road that joins the Nordschleife with the Grand Prix track, and head down the main start-finish straight again with the green headlight inserts, the 4 additional lights to the main beam headlights that are coloured similarly to the front of that Porsche in a kind of teal or Leighton House blue, and then the red highlighted area in the headlights for the number 4 car that is doing the chasing. They're running in second and third behind Marcel Markovits, but only because the Schnitzelar Mercedes still owes us a pit stop.
Now I'm just doing a little bit of maths here, because Marcel Markovits or Patrick Assenheimer, they seem to pit stop the same time as the number 3 Porsche, but number 3 Porsche, like its sister car, went down to 7 lap stints, not 8. Still waiting for a third pit stop from Marcel Markovits. I expected him in that time around. In fact, I was half expecting him last time. Looks as though that's going out to 31 laps before it makes its pit stop. So that would have stuck to 7-lap opening stint and then 3 8-lap stints. It does mean their final pit stop will be late, and suddenly that could bring that into the equation relative to its rivals. But don't forget, it was running about 2 minutes behind them overall. So at the moment it looks so it's going to swing back. Yes, it'll gain some of that time, but it's not going to gain fully 2 minutes by pitting 16, 17 minutes behind its rivals. At the very most, that would gain it about 45 seconds. So really, Schnitzelarm Motorsport heading for third place. Good result for them, but it does look as though, barring disasters, it's going to be between Fetzer and Ragginger in the number 4 Porsche. They're at a slight disadvantage to their teammates. David Pittard has just taken over from Joel Eriksson for his third stint in the race. Just have that small advantage. 5 seconds on the track, 5.5 seconds on the track, but they should make their final pit stop a lap after their teammates, and that will give them a handful of seconds advantage to play with, to nurse, to knit into their pattern. So it's looking good for the number 3 Porsche, looking very, very good for Falken Motorsport overall. But still, we have slow zones around the circuit, wave yellows. Drivers just have to be so slow, so quick to react to these slow zones, and also just simply aware the conditions are changing all the time. I mentioned a short while ago, incident at Bergwerk cleared. A minute and a half later, new incident at Bergwerk. So you can't just assume, have they cleared that previous incident, because while that's being cleared, someone on today's form is having one somewhere else. So into Foxruhr, still course rescue because it's barrier repair. That's why it's a slow one. They look as though they've done the vast majority of that work, but it's something for the drivers to think of. Not just to think, has the driver been cleared? Has the car been cleared? Next time around I can go full speed, because quite often you've still got these barrier repairs, and further barrier repairs, a sort of barrier right at the point it went green. Bit of barrier section was being winched away from the edge of the circuit, put back onto a Unimog.
Just thinking about the Mercedes that is leading the race at the moment, car number 11 for Schnitzelarm Racing. We haven't yet had the third driver in that combination.
No, Tim Neusser hasn't driven at all. He was interviewed on the grid, so he's here.
Yeah.
Unless he suddenly went on to concerned, I'm not going to do the race.
I think there's
doing the final stint.
There's sufficient time for him to do a stint and a bit, actually, because he'll take over at the end of this lap. But he's never driven prior to this year in SP9, so a little bit of an unknown quantity for Schnitzelarm, although they have experience of running him in the past with BMW 240i, so he's not new to the team. He's driven in SP10 for Schnitzelarm as well. That patient wait for Dennis Fetzer, or rather Martin Ragginger now, to get by one of the slower cars at ADAC Force. But yeah, Tim Neusser we haven't seen yet, and also for me, I don't know what sort of pace he's going to be able to offer.
Well, one will have to presume it's not the pace of Marcel Marschwitz and Patrick Assenheimer. Just in the last 10 seconds, there have been 2 bits of debris on the circuit. The first piece was small and black. The second piece was a bit of tyre carcass, admittedly. Oh, and a third piece as we go around the next corner. So someone going around with a puncture is shedding great chunks of tyre. So the drivers will just have to be on their toes, and their crews watching the footage, any onboard cameras. There's always a selection of them you can cut through on various channels. They'll be checking, is that circuit clear? Has the next car hit the debris and knocked it off the circuit? But something really to be looked out for by all the crews.
How nice was that for Martin Ragginger, though, to have so much empty space in front of him? Although, apart from the debris, that was a clear racetrack that he suddenly found himself in, so a chance really to make hay until he catches the next batch of slow-moving, whatever they may be, Porsche Caymans, BMW 3 Series, maybe the odd Renault Clio Cup car. There's only one in the race, remember. But you have to be ready to see, or be ready for anything around the next blind corner. BMW 884 is in the M2 CS class. That's because it's an M2 CS racing car, and this is in fact the race leader in that division. So car 884 heading now through the Mercedes arena and being driven by Peter Larsson, one of 2 Swedish drivers allocated to this M2. He's joined by compatriot Johan Rosen. They qualified in 60th position earlier today with a 9 minutes 19 second lap. The all-white BMW, although with the orange sides, the orange flanks to that car, smartly turned out, and has worked his way to the front of that pack. It's the M2 CS. Part of the entry is much newer than the M240i's. It used to be the M235i's, you may remember, but then they changed the spec of the Racing Cup car But we have a number of 240Is in today's competition. At least, well, no, 10. There are exactly 10, although still only now 9 running after the problems for the 691 car. To the end of the lap, car 102 being driven by Noah Nagelsdijk, and Nagelsdijk about 1 minute and 50 seconds off Axel Jeffries, so an even larger gap therefore to Nico Otto. Has this car got on the wrong side of a couple of yellow flags, or is it we're waiting for a pit stop from Nico Otto perhaps? He's 5 laps in. No, Nagelsdijk is even newer to this stint, 4 laps in for Noah. So I don't know what the reason is that's suddenly generated a 1 minute and 15 second gap. Although, no, last time around Noah was a little slower than Nico Otto. Let's just pause for a moment to catch up with Samantha Tan, who is sitting up in hospitality, but there's a story here to follow up.
Please repeat. Schnitzel-Alm Racing.
Schnitzel-Alm Racing. I hope I got that right.
You drive to get your permit. One of your teammates is Neil Verhagen. He's a very famous driver here at the Nürburgring. And we want to drive here to the GT3 car also.
Yes, so I'm getting my permit like you said. This is my first permit race, so I'm to finish it and hopefully take it to the Nürburgring next year.
Also, nächstes Jahr, natürlich, wenn die Permit da ist, möchte sie das 24-Stunden-Rennen auf einem GT3 fahren. Tell me, the first laps you did together with Michael in a normal street legal car. Shadowing? Michael? Okay. Forget the name. The first laps on the famous Nordschleife, you drive in a street legal car.
Yes, I did it in BMW 230. A lot of fun, but definitely was still finding my way at the beginning of this weekend as well. But I think I know where I am on track now, and it's been a lot of fun in this BMW 230.
The track is so long and the track is so tricky to learn. How do you learn? Do you have to drive maybe on the PlayStation?
I wish. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, and I actually had my friend, I don't know if you know Misha, he took me out for a few laps in his GR86 just so I could see where the track goes, and I didn't do any sim work, unfortunately. I've been traveling all over the world racing, so it's been very busy.
Yeah, I know it last weekend to drive the 24-hour Spa on a Ferrari, and it was a lot of fun, but this is the real fun, this is the real experience here. Can we see you in the car in this race, or you finished your job?
Yes, so I just finished my first stint. It was 8 laps, and then I'm hopping in again after my pole driver Bryson Morris, and then John Miller will finish this race. But like you said, this is one of my favorite tracks in the world. It's absolutely beautiful. The flow, the rhythm, it's nothing else like it.
So once again, Samantha, welcome at this track, welcome in Germany, and hope to see you in the GT3 car next 24 hours.
Samantha Tan chatting to Lars there, talking about the 665 BMW 240i Racing Cup car that John Miller and Bryson Morris are also piloting. The Misha she referred to, I assume, is Misha Goikberg, who maybe has given some lessons in his GT86, I think she said. So, and certainly there's Misha Goikberg and Samantha Tan have not necessarily raced together before, but have been part of the same teams, and there's some history there, of course, both North American. So great to have Sam Tan as part of potentially the N24 for next year. And I wonder whether, again, so she was at Spa last weekend racing.
Yeah.
Is that it's too quick to have been just a deal settled because of what SRO have announced and Nürburgring being part of the championship next year. But it's just a track that it's better to be experienced here and get a license for it in case it's necessary in the future.
Yeah, you're quite right. I'm sure Samantha, she's so global in her desire to race cars. I think it was part of a long-term plan, come what may. But you can be sure between now and the end of this season and the early races of next season, there are going to be a flurry of other drivers who need to come and learn this circuit now that it's going to be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. So more names coming here. It's going to just tighten up the activity. But the thing is, you don't just come to this circuit once. You've got to come many times to really get the feel of it. thinking you know your way around the circuit and really knowing your way around the circuit in the daylight is one thing, but I think they need to come here and do some racing where certainly the light is going to be low to gain that experience. But great to have Samantha, such an enthusiast. And again, for a lot of these teams, it's also good business. If you can run 4 cars over the course of a weekend, that's 4 lots of people paying your crew, your engineers, your mechanics, and it's all going to work. Right now, Tim Neusser, we're waiting for him to take over the Schnitzler Racing Mercedes, listed as race leader on his debut in the car, but alas for him, that is within the pit lane because the SP9 Pro Class is in the hands of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches that will be sweeping past. That should have swept past by now. So Tim, welcome to the top level. But it's Falcon Motorsport all the way with 1 hour, 21 and a half minutes remaining of the 6 here. Round 5 of the NLS, but it's looking very good if you like Porsches and you like the two-tone. Two-tone is aquamarine and French blue, and it's the Falcon Motorsport crew. Tim Neusser just going through the cut-through on his outlap in the Schnitzler Mercedes. So he's fallen back behind, but still running safely, surely, in 3rd place overall.
3.6 seconds was the gap between the two Falcon 911 GT3Rs. Brand new cars for this season, remember, because there was a brand new 992 version of the GT3 car that came out at the start of the year. That's very often overlooked as well, because the BMW was refreshed, completely refreshed last year with the introduction of the M4. But that new Porsche 992 iteration became chassis number 55, effectively eligible for GT3 racing, and the only one we've had since then is the 296 Ferrari Competizione GT number 56.
And then number 57 will be the Ford Mustang for next year, as shown. So the number, it has risen, but actually you have to cast your mind back. It's nearly 20 years since the start of GT3, and it's grown and grown and grown. And anyone looking back over the history of GT racing in particular and sports prototype racing, you sometimes just forget the frequency of change. And you know, not so many years ago, all the cars, there were no GT cars in Le Mans 24 Hours. It seems extraordinary. You think they've always been part of the race. No, they haven't. So things chop and change, and it is not always cyclical. You have some great moments for racing and some less so, but right now it's a hugely exciting time, and to be able to commentate tomorrow on the 6 hours of the World Endurance Championship at Monza with, well, they'd sold by last Friday 85,000 tickets. You can be sure Ferrari on home, Ferrari race winners at Le Mans. It's going to be absolutely rammed. I would suggest almost as full as a Grand Prix. And actually, the way the crowds get spread around, not very much of the circuit at Monza. There should be some huge banks of people, because then there are large elements you can't get close to. So a lot of the lap, unlike Silverstone, where you can wrap your spectators all around the track, you don't spot spectators out at the Lesmos, do you? Or the run back down under the old track up to the Ascari chicane. So it should look absolutely fantastic, and whatever happens, it's going to be a fabulous day, I would suggest, tomorrow at Monza.
Well, the pre-script couldn't be a heck of a lot better, having taken victory in the biggest race in the WEC of the campaign, and yes, just a handful of weeks later to Monza, and then the World Endurance Championship goes into a bit of hibernation before Fuji in September. But the Nordschleife will continue to hurl meetings at us conveniently. In fact, I've got the rest of the calendar immediately in front of me. That was purely by accident, but let's run you through that anyway. So the 12 hours of the Nürburgring is the 9th and 10th of September for the Red Bull Formula Nürburgring event. That's the one that Yuki Tsunoda is going to be attending as well, and out on track, in fact, although not part of the main NLS race. And we'll have NLS6, which is the 63rd edition of one of the organising clubs. NLS7 is the 62nd edition of it should have been the other way around, surely. So NLS 6 and 7 organised by different clubs, but combining to create a 12 hours of the Nürburgring across both days. Then later on in September, the 23rd, will be the 55th edition of the ADAC Barbarossa Prize, which is NLS 8. And then NLS 9, the 47th edition of the Paget Racing DMV Munsterland Pokal, which is the 7th of October. And fingers crossed we don't need the alternative date, the first weekend of November, because the weather is going to be just as beautiful as it has been today in the Eifel region for the remaining part of the season. How fast do you like it for Martin Ragginger in third position? He is, though, trying to close this gap to David Pittard, which stood at the start of the lap at just 3.6 seconds. Heading now through the Stefan Bellof S and into the Schwalbenschwanz for the 32nd time. Galgenkopf next. Bits of the track, though, on the approach to Galgenkopf still affected by quick dry and a bit of sand that has been laid down to mop up various spillages through the course of the day. And now, that rare thing again for Martin Raginger, pretty much a clear run out of Galgenkopf, but it doesn't last long because there are cars away in the distance that he might be able to use to produce a tow.
4 cars in front of him. One of them is the sister car. It's David Pittard leading, as Johnny said, by 3.6 seconds at the start of that. 3 cars in between, including the Renault Megane we've been talking about earlier. Ollie's Garage Racing, that was a considerably slower car. No disgrace in that, but it may still be in front of the number 4 Porsche when they get to Hohenrhein. It most certainly is. There's a Porsche Cayman there as well. Oh dear, poor old Martin Raginger, desperate to go up the inside. There was no inside because the Cayman was overtaking the Renault Megane. Possibly not the best driving in the world right there, but you do start to run out of options. But just it looks number 4 Porsche with Raginger was gaining on David Pittard. It certainly lost out by some margin as they go down to the first corner. It had got to 3.5 seconds down, now 8.5 seconds in the rear. These things can happen in the blink of an eye, so Martin Raginger is going to have to do it all over again. The good news is for them, finally it's green after so long at Flugplatz, and that's why their lap times have come down from 8 minutes just south of 9 minutes to 8 minutes 32 seconds for David Pittard. Things are opening up.
That was a little bit more demonstrative there from Martin Raginger as he got 2 wheels up on the curb, needed to get by the Dorint sponsored 911 Cup car as quickly as he could. Just a dab of the brakes there for Raginger to arrest the speed into Goodyear Spanger. That little U-bend which forms as the cut through, which is also used by the trucks during their massive Grand Prix weekend, the European Truck Racing Championship, sometimes joined.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring, 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Coblor.
In einer Welt, in der Zeit kostbar ist, entscheidet Präzision über Erfolg oder Misserfolg. Seit über 90 Jahren prägt das Traditionsunternehmen Baumann Logistik aus Bonn die Branche. Wir vereinen klassische Logistikdienstleistungen mit innovativen Full-Service-Konzepten. Von der nationalen und internationalen Spedition über die Intralogistik und Lagerung bis hin zu Container-Raumsysteme und Modulbau. Mit uns haben Sie einen Partner an Ihrer Seite, auf den Sie sich verlassen können. Baumann Logistik aus Bonn. Ihr Partner in der Region.
Hey guys, I'll be in Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen in September with a beautiful NLS5. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
The 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW is now in the pit lane, joining the sister car. So Tom Neubauer, we spoke about Tom not taking charge of this car for what felt like a long time, but it is already back in the garage with the oil drip tray in position. Clearly there is a concern maybe about oil pressure in this car not running right, and they're going to do a substantial amount of damage to it if it continues, and that is a sorry sight now, Bruce, for this garage that did contain at the start of the day two BMWs for Valkenhorst Motorsport, the 34 and the 35. They've both been out racing today, but neither of them will do the distance.
What I thought initial guess was they had finally decided to get number 34 back in the race, because in a long race like a 6 hour, 2 hours more than normal, there might have been time to go out. They said they didn't feel they had the feel in the tyres today in their Yokohama rubber, but actually the main concern for the 34 crew was they didn't have much feel in the steering rack problem. But it's not, it's the sister car. So different sort of lightning has struck for the second time. And instead of sitting there in fourth place, suddenly the second of those two Valkenhorst BMWs in the garage, repairs going on, and Jörg Breuer being very sort of philosophical, but I guess some days it doesn't work your way. But I tell you what, just having seen for all parties involved, just the pace across the course of this race, delayed slightly by all these slow zones of those two Falken Motorsport Porsches, you have to say they're the right team on the right tyres on the right day. They haven't really had to work the tactical game too much because they've had the pace just whenever they've needed it. But there've been spikes of performance but for other crews, but for Jörg Breuer at Valkenhorst Motorsport, it's the case of grin, bear it, come back better, stronger. But certainly that is a team that's got questions to ask today about a couple of factors, not just why their tyres haven't lit up properly for them over the course of a run in these warm summer temperatures, but also mechanical problems for both cars. That's really unusual, because Valkenhorst Motorsport, absolutely tip-top team.
Well, Jörg Breuer actually competed in the 2023 edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the Pro-Am or might have been the full AM lineup for the crew at Valkenhorst. Henry Valkenhorst himself was part of that lineup, together with Christian Bollrath and Sami Matti Trogan. So he's a racer and a team manager, Jörg Breuer. And, you know, when the team succeed, he has had a very good day in the office, if you like, but today time to put the brave face on it and realise that despite their best efforts, they were never going to get a great result with either one of their M4s. And when he turns around, he's reminded of that fact to see both cars up on the high stands in that garage. A real sorry sight, considering that they qualified pretty well. The best of them second, wasn't it, with the Kuba Gamasiak tie?
Second and sixth, yes, indeed.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So it's looking good. Okay, the SP9 class a little slimmer than it has been. 10 starters, but 2 of those in Pro-Am, 1 in AM, but both of those pro entries from Walkenhorst Motorsport spiked here. We may yet get 35 back out onto the track, but it's tumbling down the order. We're sitting in 4th place. And again, Mercedes Schnitzelam Racing didn't seem to have the ultimate pace. It certainly didn't have the pace of a whole group of cars in front of it, but it's chipped away, and a very well balanced driver lineup has worked towards the front. Tim Noyce, the third of those to come in. He's the new boy. He's driven, as Johnny pointed out, in junior class BMWs for Schnitzelam Racing, but stepped up to join Marcel Marshowitz and Patrick Assenheimer. The driver's got so many outright wins in the NLS over the last handful of years. You know, going very nicely. They've moved up to 3rd. That's good, consistent average pace. Just waiting to see what Tim Neuser can do on his first flying lap, because that's the big question. What's his pace relative to the others? Yeah. All lap times at the moment, though, not representative of the driver's pace, because there are still slow zones around the circuit. And so still the fastest cars lapping just over 8.5 minutes, where at this point in the race they should be doing about 8-minute 5s.
Nick Deisler has just come into pit lane from the lead of the 240i class, 36th overall. And Deisler competing with the second of the 240i's, which is one of the Kolbs in 653. That's not likely to be Vincent Kolb, so bear with me a moment. It is in fact Carl Friedrich Kolb, joined by Marcus Nolken. So they're running second in BMW 240i and 48th overall. That car's also in the pit lane, but there's no real danger of the first and the second place 240i's switching positions. There are several minutes between that normally very closely fought contest, but 10 BMWs in 240i, at least 1 retirement so far, and others that have had some dramas along the way. 347 is the only SP Pro car in the entry. That's a 991.2. So I'm guessing a Porsche that's not quite a 991. It's not quite a 992. It's in between the two. But it is still a GT3 Cup car for Dieter Schmidtmann, running in 19th position.
Right, you talked earlier in the race. All right, I just want to double back. I couldn't remember what nomenclature the M3 GTR was. E46, of course it was, tipper by tongue. That was the car that set off at the head of one of the groups, but was hunted down almost immediately. Porsche Caymans coming past, but an old school BMW M3 GTR looks absolutely fantastic. And you talked earlier, Johnny, about whether we'd get to 42 laps at the end of 6 hours of racing. A normal good standard is 28 laps after 4 hours, but of course the slow zones have really cut in. I don't think we're even going to quite make 41 laps. So much time with these long slow zones. We should get 40. We may get 41. Now this seems to be a new habit. It seems early in the lap, drivers must wave out of their window. There must be someone in the grandstand as they go through the Mercedes arena. We saw it much earlier in the race with someone else doing that, as though it was waving to the marshals on the final lap. But I think someone out of our sight, out of view of the camera angles, must have a great big sign that's either quite rude or quite funny, or possibly both.
Excellent to see. It was the Bitburger sponsored car, wasn't it? And
that's
its
right.
Driver that was partaking.
Both in BMWs, there may be a theme there.
Well, BMW's waving at perhaps BMW fans in a Mercedes grandstand. Something
but he's still
delicious about that.
Well, the E46 GTR still waving as he drops down the dip and then puts his hand back in as he goes up. Still waving again. He's approaching the Vidal chicane. It's obviously one way of cooling the car down, wafts some cooler air into the cockpit, but quite a strange one. And of course, in that E46 GTI. You see, I'm going to say E46 so many times to get strike that number into my brain. He doesn't open the window. There's a hole in the window for him to stick his hand through, a little circular hole, a bit like a cat flap, if you will.
Yes, just the right sort of shape to fit your wrists out of, and yeah, give the fans a welcome wave. So they're thoroughly enjoying their racing at Hoffa, and it's Alexander Prins who's being multi-talented there, being able to wave and drive at the same time. He has Thomas Mullens and Michael Kroll, Chantal's dad or uncle. There's a couple of a number of the Kroll family that have gone racing over the years, and Chantal subsequently married Alexander Prins, so now has his surname. She is not part of that lineup today in the M3 E46. Car 605 leading the H4 class at the moment. The 960 car turning right at Goodyear Spanger, and that is the second place car for Finn Zulauf in the Cayman class, so Cup 3, and it is Grosser that leads the way, Fabio Grosser in 959. The gap, well, was 0.8 of a second. I remember you saying that about an hour or so ago. It's grown substantially up to well, north of 11 seconds now.
Yeah, just waiting for, well, we've got 1 hour remaining in this 5-hour race. Right now, 1 hour to go. We've got the two Porsches from Falcon Motorsport 7 seconds apart in the lead of the race, but the one that's leading with David Pittard will be handing over presumably for the short final stint for the second driver, Joel Eriksson. But they have the scope to pit 1 lap later than their teammates, and that should give them about a 20-second advantage. So the order shouldn't change other than when they come in to make their pit stops. But once those are done, it'll be Falcon Motorsport numbers first and second, but it should be 3 ahead of 4. And that's the order they're in now as they run along the Dottinger. Has the gap gone out from 7 seconds? Possibly, but not by much more than that. It's about clocking it off, ticking through the numbers from here on in, and that other thing, not getting a puncture.
True. Yeah, which seems to have ceased for the time being. The opening, well, half of the race really was plagued with punctures that couldn't necessarily be easily determined what had exactly caused them, but maybe the teams have changed the odd suspension setting that they can do on the fly, and mind you, a camber change is not something you could do even though they're extended pit stops done to a minimum reference time. You're not going to be able to easily do that in a hurry, because the whole car needs to be stringed to make sure that it aligns with the other 3 corners. Guido Di Marai is still at the wheel of the 175 Aston Martin, by the way. That car running in 4th in SP10. The top 3 in SP10. 187 FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4. Then in second it is the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4. And in third position, a Toyota Supra from Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing, and the 170 car, 170 being driven right now by Michael Tischner, sharing with Uwe Kleen, Heiko Tonges and Tim Sandler.
Right, now we've got various people on the Twitter feed who keep a very close eye on the action, and Time Certain Clock has been as busy as ever, and he just pointed out, we were talking about the number of incidents and penalties. He said, looking at his notes from last year's 6 hours, we've had more incidents than it had in the whole race, and more penalties, and there was still more than an hour to go when he wrote that. Hopefully it's settling down. Certainly maybe the drivers having a little bit more caution, leaving a little bit more slack to not going towards the curb so much, because certainly that flurry of punctures is most unusual. Perhaps, again, we'd have to check conditions. It's been a very warm day at the Nürburgring, warmer than an awful lot of the rounds, but certainly for some of the crews out there, it just doesn't seem they've had the rub of the green. Very, very tough conditions indeed, but good to hear the Time Certain Clock has got so many records. I tend to finish the race, do the race results and try and jot down a few notes about what happened, but over 6 hours there's an awful lot that can happen. And again, you get the concept, you look at a race, you think, I remember who won that, and you think, no, that was who was in the lead battle with an hour to go, not necessarily the winners. Many a time, and as I said right at the start of this broadcast, we've had races here where you've had 2 or 3 cars going into the final corner on the final lap, and not all of them coming onto the start-finish straight, if you understand sort of action we've had there. But this circuit always provides great racing. Today, though, it has been, thus far, with just under an hour to go, one's been very easy indeed for Falcon Motorsport.
It has, but there's got to be some inter-team rivalry in that the 4-car of Martin Ragginger, who is so experienced behind the wheel of a Falcon Porsche, not this spec of Porsche, because remember the new 992 iteration came out at the start of the year, but if you know a 911, you should know really any type of 911, and actually this one apparently is even more, I would say, easy to drive, but gives you a little more feedback before a big incident is about to happen, so you are able to drive around potential wayward setup. And now arriving at Adenauer Forst, Martin Ragginger is looking to try and close the gap, but it didn't happen through Sector 2 because David Pittard, who has limited experience of driving Porsches, if any at all, I don't think he's ever in a motor race driven a Porsche, at least, and not one of the proper rear engine ones like the GT3 still is. Just the same as the street car, of course. Remember that the GTE car became radically different a few years ago, a mid-engine Porsche for World Endurance Championship campaigns. But yeah, Pittard was a 1.1 seconds faster than Martin Ragginger through the second sector. Now, we don't know what sort of traffic Ragginger came up against. This is a much clearer sector for Ragginger this time around, though. So let's see what the timing split is going to be at the end of Sector 3 and whether that 7.5 second gap can be closed at all, because it would be wonderful to have a real dice, despite what the bosses at Falcon Motorsport would like from a spectator's vantage point. We'd love to see them nose to tail for the final hour or so, which we have entered just 5 or so minutes ago. We are green again, by the way, at Bergwerk and at Adenauer Forst. So once again, a terrific effort for all of the track crews involved there to replace a substantial amount of the Arnco barrier. It's been well over an hour of work there, but finally all of that is green again.
Well, still time aplenty for the front-running cars until they make their final pit stop. Dennis Fetzer could go as far, or sorry, his car now in hands of Martin Ragginger, the number 4 entry that's running second, could go as far as lap 36. They're halfway, 2/3 the way around lap 35. But equally, the sister car, David Pittard driving, can go 1 lap further. And the difference between them, let's say they're calling it 8 minutes, let's call it 8 minutes between cars. But we are looking at really quite a sizable time difference, 2.7. We're looking at about 21-22 seconds, so leading by 7 seconds, and its final pit stop ought to be 21 seconds shorter. So it looks like it should be a tidy victory for Pittard and Ragginger. Pittard in a Porsche, sorry, not Pittard and Ragginger, Pittard and Joel Eriksson. And for Joel Eriksson, that'll be victory in this race last year and this year. So clearly it's a round that he seems to very much enjoy. And again, it's the difference throughout the championship of the different length of races, and certainly the noise from crews in the VLN and now more recently the NLS is they like the longer races. Yeah, more to get their teeth stuck into. But last year it was Falcon Motorsport that took the victory, but Joel Eriksson's teammate that time around was Sven Muller.
Hedvigshoa is the scene of a yellow flag area now, immediately after the highest point of the circuit of Hoa Act, and there's a Unimog out on track with more Armco bits heading to that sort of area, because Martin Ragginger with the 2-tone Porsche and the red door mirrors has just gone by that intervention vehicle. Now working his way through the right-hander at Brunchen, home of so many social media videos of people parking themselves there on weekdays, actually filming the public sessions and the incidents that ensue. Various road cars come back incredibly second-hand. I mean, a lot of people get through Brunchen successfully and have worked out the magic line, but plenty do not. As the 100 car arrives on pit road now, this is the Max Cruiser Racing car from the lead of Cup 2. It got up again as high as 5th overall, behind David Pittard's Porsche, Martin Ragginger's Porsche, and the Neusser Schnitzeler Mercedes. So the 11 car that is going pretty well in the hands of Tim Neusser, sharing with Patrick Assenheimer and Marcel Marchewitz, number 11 car, running in 3rd. Then Mike Ortman in 4th, and then it was the Max Cruiser car, which surely is in, must definitely be in for its final scheduled stop.
With a driver change, Benjamin Leuchter spotting, getting on board that number 100 after Nico Otto did a very, very good job. But Benjamin Leuchter in the early stages of when it was a three-car battle in Cup 2, he certainly was the one that seemed to have the ultimate pace in class. So it looks like he will be given the chance to finish it off for Max Cruiser Racing. Right, is this a better lap for the chasing, possibly in vain, number 4 Porsche crew? Martin Ragginger pressing on. It's lap 34. What did I say? He could possibly come in on lap 36. So at the end of this lap, it'd be 35. He could do this lap and one more. Let's see what he does. But the later he can make that final stop, the more advantageous it will be. The closer to the finish you race, according to the number of minutes in fact, it's calibrated, the shorter that final pit stop will be. But be great to see some laps with full green. We're getting towards that.
Yeah, there's absolutely no point in coming in a lap before your fuel allows, as we are green again all the way around the racetrack. But if you've enough fuel, which Martin Ragginger should have, to do another 24.3 kilometres, then stick with it, because you'll be coming in 8 or 9 minutes later, and therefore your pit stop can be so much shorter.
Well, it looked like a good lap from Ragginger. It's the fastest lap for an age as it went. So it's now fully green, but that was an 8-minute 10.8 second lap. So he's taken actually quite a few seconds. He's taken 2.5 seconds out of the race lead, out of David Pittard. So it's down to almost 5 seconds precisely, first and second. But just remember, Ragginger will have to pit at this end of this next lap, whereas David Pittard can go one lap further, and that will mean an advantage in the pit stops of about 21 seconds less. The number 3 crew will have to serve at a standstill. So things looking very, very good for Falken Motorsport, but particularly good for the number 3 crew of David Pittard, who's at the wheel, and Joel Eriksson, who is not, but will be for that final stint.
Well, it was 5:09 and 26 seconds when the track was declared green and clear, and then 10 seconds after that, the yellows appeared again at Flansgarten, so that didn't take too long. And in fact, the yellow flag's now extending to the Stefan Beloff S as well. But no, we're clear again. So if there was an incident there, it either cleared itself, i.e. a spin and continue, or it was maybe a slight technical glitch for one of the cars, which was able to get back up and running again.
Samantha Tan in her interview was talking about Misha, and you thought it might be Goikberg, but I've been told that it's Misha Sharudin, who's, well, you will know, is a YouTuber.
Okay.
You have them pinned up on your wall at home? No.
I do, yes.
But more importantly, an expert on the Nordschleife. So Samantha Tan choosing well, but it's all about gaining experience to maximise the fun. Again, thanks to the collective there for putting us straight where we've been floundering in the darkness.
That's fine, that's fine. I much prefer to get the facts right. My ears pricked up at Misha, because Goikberg is certainly a well-known driver in the race car fraternity. I'm not sure he has necessarily a great deal of history around here, though, and based, I presume, still in Canada, so it'll be a long trip as well.
But it would have fitted with the correct story, is that more and more people want to come here and get their race licence, their Nürburgring permit, and go racing. But certainly it's so annoying, isn't it? Just as you get green, you have to go back to yellow all over again. But I don't think it's too much of the circuit. You say Flansgarten?
Actually, Flansgarten became clear almost as soon as it was affected by yellow, but now Galgenkopf and the first bit of Dottinger Hoor, but Dottinger Hoor 1 and Dottinger Hoor 2 affected by separate yellow flags. That might just be a car touring its way in. Before I commit to this, we may get pictures of it, but it might just be another puncture, in fairness. And of course that then really comes to a head on that long straight where the yellows are so important. Some yellows, some white flags to warn of a slower running car, because Dottinger Hoor is now clear, whereas the yellows at Dottinger Hoor Marshall Point 2, no, they're gone as well.
Okay, that would be a slow-moving car, one would think, or a course vehicle. If you've had an incident, it tends to be actually most often right at the start. The exit of Galgenkopf, people just run a little bit wide, loop it round, and there is actually a pull-off area there, so if your car still has wheels on it, you can sort of go to driver's right and get off the circuit. But again, it's the natural thing to happen. You just want to get the ultimate pace out of that final corner onto that long straight, the run to Dottinger Hoor to carry maximum speed, and a little slip-up can often have quite annoying consequences, not just for you, but for the rivals around you. So lap 36 is going to be completed at the end of this lap. It should be David Pittard through first. He should continue past the pits. And Martin Ragginger ought to be bringing a sister car, the number 4 Walker Motorsport Porsche, into the pits for its 5th pit stop. At the moment, the number 11 Slam Racing Mercedes still in third place, 3 minutes now down on the race leading Porsche number 3. Fourth place is Mike David Ortman, leaving SP9 Pro-Am in the Pro Sport Aston Martin, and completing the top 5 is a car from Cup 2, Benjamin Leuchter. That's the Max Cruz Racing Porsche Cup 2 class car, but I think that is one of those ones where now he's out onto the track, he'll fall back behind the car that is listed as 6th last time round, the Dürr brothers Aston Martin number 24, because that's only been in the pits 4 times. And in fact, Mike David Ortman is now just 5 pit stops served, so he's just come in the number 17 Aston Martin. So yes, that's the first of the front runners, the SP9 class cars, to make their 5th and final pit stop.
Now, we've been racing for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Cup 3 has been very close at times, and I had to take a double take at this, but the battle that we're enjoying right now between the 959 and the 960 cars is for the race lead. Strangely enough, they started this lap 12.6 seconds apart, but obviously they've got, well, the leading car of Heiko Eichenberg has got on the wrong side of a caution maybe in the first lap. This was coming, this must be an out lap, or was it the affected area of the Grand Prix lap where that were yellow flags there? But
no, I think it's an out lap. I'm fairly sure I saw the red, white, black Porsche in the pits in the background.
Well, Eichenberg spent, if you bear in mind that the point where the car entered the pits to the end of Sector 1, that took Eichenberg 3 minutes and 17 seconds, whereas the car behind, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So there's a 12-second gain in the pits, which has condensed a 12-second gap to absolutely nothing now. And it means that Oberheim, who is doing the chasing for Avia WNS Motorsport, Moritz Oberheim, has a strong chance here of taking the class lead back again for Avia before the end of the lap, probably on the Dottinger Hohe. Yeah, 12 seconds change in the pit stop, because the first sector they were precisely 12 seconds apart, so that's the part that would have included the pit stop element. But it's where to find your way past, and I tell you what, at this late stage in the race, I think the ideal place is that there is only really one place, and it's where we try and take the run out of Galgenkopf, get a clean exit, get the toe, use the toe up the immensely long Dottinger Hohe, and certainly just then at 959 clattered the curves in its desperation to hold on to the Cup 3 class leading position. So Eichenberg's going to have to watch out. The car really needed to be readjusted as it came back 4 square onto the circuit. He's feeling the pressure. It's a great little scrap. This would be good in a 10-lap race, but here they are with 33 laps on the board, nose to tail in Cup 3. But Moritz Oberheim pressing very, very hard indeed. Back markers will play a role, and as soon as I say that, I look up, and back markers very much did have a little role to play there, but no positional change. Still Cup 3 is led by 959 ahead of 960. So when Fabio Grosser came in, he'd done 9 laps on the stint for car 959, but so had Finn Zulauf. So what I don't understand is why it's taken the Zulauf car, now with Oberheim at the wheel, far less time in the pits than the Heiko Eichenberg car. As I say, it's a 12-second gain. They were separated by 12 seconds coming into the pit stop, so that's the reason why they are now half a car length apart. So maybe, I don't know, a slight hiccup for 959. It means they retain the race lead, but only just for Zorg Rennsport.
Well, I tell you what, at the moment, Eichenberg's getting loose at a couple of points in a row, and again, exiting the Kleiner Carousel. He's again just not looking too confident. He's in the front of this pairing. Right, the real key. And again, understeering as he goes into Galgenkopf. The first part of that, he's coming to the second part of Galgenkopf. He's got to get a clean exit on a corner that just keeps on twisting around, get onto the Dottinger Hohe and then be released. But now they're onto the Dottinger Hohe. 2 car lengths clear. That's not really enough, because the car behind can get the toe, and that's certainly what Oberheim is doing. They've got a couple of BMWs doing the same thing ahead of them, about 6-7 car lengths up. They'll catch the pair of them, and one of the BMWs is overtaking the other, so it could be crowded track, and Oberheim's just got to mind to keep his patience. Oh, why not go between the middle of those 2 BMWs? Thank you very much indeed. Job done, but there isn't an outside to go for at the left-hand king. He's going to feint to the outside and then dive up the inside, or is he behind the trees? We can't see them for a second. Oh, it looks though Eichenberg is just going to hang on, but this stage in the race, this is where it's easy to make mistakes.
Moritz Oberheim glued to the rear bumper of Heiko Eichenberg. There's a cigarette paper between them, if that. And now Oberheim to the left-hand side. He's glued to that white line and very nearly on the grass, in fact. There were blue flags being waved there. Oh, yes, because they're about to be lapped by the Racing One Ferrari. So Oberheim thinks he can brake a little bit later on the higher side. The outside-inside trick, perhaps. No, he just wants to go all the way around the higher line at the Mercedes arena, but that's not going to work because he ran out of road well over to driver's left, whereas an unspooked Eichenberg stays in front. Oberheim, though, straddling that red and white curbing through the third part of the Mercedes arena. And you would not know that we've been racing for almost 5 hours and 20 minutes. This could very easily be the second lap of the race. And just as the BMWs did on the Dottinger Hof, these two Caymans, in a moment, both Oberheim and Eichenberg are going to have to try and make way for the Ferrari from Racing One, which is being driven by Christian Kohlhaas.
Well, fortunately for the two Porsches, the Ferraris picked them off fairly cleanly. But I tell you what, looking at the pace of Oberheim in the second place of the Porsches, car number 960, chasing after 959 in the Cup 3 class, he's got the pace. He's just got to choose his moment. But certainly one of those cars looks better nailed to the track than the other. And Eichenberg was getting a little bit loose over the start-finish line. In fact, the order had been reversed because the nose of Oberheim's car was just in front by the small parts of very little at all. In fact, by 0.021 of a second, but clearly on the outside line down into turn one, couldn't make it stick. But I do fancy his chances because he seems to put his car for Avia Red Sport exactly where he wants. But in front of him, Eichenberg is looking a little bit slippery, a little bit as though he may just catch himself out. Up front, haven't mentioned it for a while, just checking who's dived into the pits most recently. And after 36 laps, gap between first and second, 7.7 seconds. But they've come in to serve their fifth pit stops on the same lap, Ericsson and Fetzer.
Our afternoon has almost gone full circle because do you remember me picking out the times from Cup 3 from qualifying this morning, and I said, what about 959 and 960, separated by absolutely nothing at all on single lap speed? It was 0.02 of a second in the favour of the 959 car. Now I'm just checking to see who did the time for 959. It was the third driver, who is Fabio Grosser, but it just shows side by side here through Schwedenkreuz, but Eichenberg's not going to let that slip, and almost off into the gravel, definitely off into the gravel now is Oberheim, and he's in the barrier. Made a massive mistake there. That was do or die, but he's bounced off the barrier and returned to the racetrack, and on we go again.
Drive through the gravel. There was a mistake again, the front end of the class leading car of Eichenberg washed wide, and you couldn't blame Oberheim for going, well, here's my moment, I've been hunting him down. And then ironically, while the car in front was collecting itself, it pushed him a little wide, trying to see if there's any damage. It was skimming, a little bit of something hanging off the tail end.
That's floor, I think.
It could be a bit of floor flapping under the rear of the chasing car. I really feel sorry for Oberheim because he was waiting for his moment. It was presented to him, and then he just couldn't get the braking done, and did quite well to not really clout the barriers hard before getting onto the bridge. But Avia Rennsport, they're getting ready to bring him in. They've reacted quickly, the pit crew coming in. Now let's just see, in Cup 2, the third car in class, Benjamin Leuchter, he's another 35 seconds further back, but certainly he will be gaining positions there. Sorry, Cup 3 I'm looking to. I went to Cup 2 there for a second. Cup 3, third place is Baumann, but he's some distance back, 2 minutes back, but certainly whatever the pace is for Oberheim, it's going to be backing off there. Actually, it doesn't look as though it is too much, but certainly they're going to have to bring that in to check for damage.
So Moritz Oberheim will be saying, no, I'm absolutely fine to stay out. I want to try and catch Heiko Eichenberg. He's lost, well, let's just try and work out how much time he has lost. Have they been through the next sector split yet? No. And Oberheim, by virtue of the order at the start of the lap, is still shown ahead of Heiko Eichenberg. That's definitely not the case now, with the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car leading the way quite substantially over Moritz Oberheim. They're in no danger, if they were able to stay out on the racetrack, of losing out to third position, because actually the 950 car has just made its final stop, and that is either Stefan or Markus Schmickler. Unfortunately, our timing service has no way of differentiating between drivers with the same surname in the same car, but it's Stefan and Markus Schmickler sharing with Horst Baumann, and they are probably a minute and a half, no longer than that, two and a half minutes or so further behind what was Eichenberg and Oberheim battle. So if Oberheim doesn't need to come in, and he's got a substantial amount of this lap to work that out or not, the team were preparing, yes, that's fine, because they might be on a short call. You know, Oberheim pushes the radio button and says, I'm boxing. He is going to be overtaken by the alternatively fueled Porsche, but we know from start group 3 that Porsche is far quicker than the Caymans. Also slipping through there, a K. Kramer Racing Cup 2 car, and K. Kramer Racing looking to waste no time at all. Actually, I just spotted the best Cup 2 car of the race so far being done by Tobias Müller. Let's just see what time he did, an 18.005. So I'm not surprised to see at the rapid rate of knots as it appeared, Tobias Müller in the K. Kramer car catching and passing what looks like a stricken Cayman, but I don't think it is. I think Oberheim is going at a reasonable Cup 3 pace here. He's about to be overtaken by the race leader, Joel Eriksson, though, in car number 3, who slots by. So Finn Zulauf, who is Moritz Oberheim's teammate, and after all that hard work that Zulauf put in, this is a tough interview now, really, because he handed the car over to Oberheim, who is one of the quickest drivers in that car. But what I was looking up was whether it was Oberheim who set the qualification time earlier this morning. Yes, it was. So Oberheim, a good pair of hands. He did an 8:38.891, and that was just an overtake that you were never going to turn down, really. He just couldn't get the necessary arrest of speed that he wanted at Arenberg.
I just feel very sorry for him, because certainly Eichenberg had been making quite a few mistakes in the previous lap. I saw at least 4, and that was just when the cameras were on the car, and then he made the 5th, and that was the chance. It absolutely, the door opened up, but just then to find the front end of your car not wanting to turn in, couldn't get the braking done into the gravel, but somehow keeping going through the gravel was absolute key. Now, just waiting for the pit stops to come all over again. We've had 5 hours. We're just waiting for this final pit stop. When is it going to come? But certainly between the two Porsches running first and second, 3 ahead of 4, Ericsson ahead of Fetzer. 7 and a bit seconds between them outright, but I reckon Fetzer's car has to come in a lap earlier than its sister car. It must be surely, not quite running on fumes, but at the end of this stint, it's surely this lap.
Finn Zulauf, clearly an old head on young shoulders. He's only 18 years old, but he races in the ADAC GT4 Championship regularly with Avia, the WNS, with a 718 Cayman, indeed. So they've been to Oschersleben, they've been to Zandvoort already this year, and he's had at least a podium position in the GT4 element of that championship. 3rd at Zandvoort in the first race there, as Joel Eriksson is on the Dottinger Ruhr. 33 minutes to go in the draft. Well, not really the draft, but about 10 or so car lengths back is the red and black Porsche Cup car, which is catching massively Joel Eriksson. That's definitely a Cup car, isn't it? That's closing in on Joel Eriksson there. So that's an indication of quite how good these Cup cars are down the straight, because also being brought with Tobias Müller is the 107. That might be the 107 that's just been overtaken, in fact, by the K. Kramer car. So, Moritz Oberheim, I see what you're saying about Eichenberg. He very nearly drilled the barrier on the driver's right there. He ran so far wide coming out of Schwedenkreuz. And that was one of those moments for Moritz Oberheim saying, I've caught this, and then all of a sudden half a wheel width in the gravel, and you just get sucked in for the rest of it.
Yeah, what really happened, yes, as the track just fused a little bit to the left, Eichenberg just started running out, but it was the way he came back across, and unfortunately I think that just pinched Oberheim a little further to the right hand side of the track, and then the track was starting to turn to the right hand side, and he just simply ran out of road on the outside. So Oberhein's car into the pits for fresh rubber, just looking for damage. A little bit of rubbing on the front left corner of that 960, the chasing car in the Cup 3 class. So unlucky. They're now looking with more concern at left rear, because that was the corner that thumped the barriers first. And certainly the driver would have reported something there, very much checking all the suspension back there, rocking it around. Oh, it feels as though they might be... No, and they're just tightening it up. Looks it's been a bit loosened by clattering the barriers, but they seem to be prepared to put a fresh set of rubber on that left rear, so clearly they think it's sort of okay, but still the toolbox being used, and any chance of winning Cup 3 out of the window. Any chance of getting the podium in Cup 3, despite those first cars being so far clear, I think is also now out of the window. What have we got left? Just over half an hour of this 6-hour race to go.
I've noticed that Joel Eriksson and you might have said this already, but when the 3 and the 4 came in, they came in on the same lap. So Ragginger did an 8-lap stint, Pittard only 7 laps. We were expecting possibly an 7-lap stint from Ragginger.
Why did Pittard come into Eriksson? I reckon doing my maths, that was 36 laps on the board. So Fetzer had done an 8-lap stint. I don't understand why Eriksson on a 7-lap stint came in. Because a lap later he could have gained 20-odd seconds.
That's what I mean. So all of a sudden they're now separated by 4.5 seconds because Pittard's pit stop was done at exactly the same time, or well, he was slightly ahead on the road of Ragginger, so it might have been slightly shorter, but not as short as it could have been had Pittard stayed out for the full 8 laps.
You know what, on today's form, I reckon he probably picked up a puncture.
I wouldn't put it past
Hey guys, I'll be in Nürburgring in September with a beautiful NSX. Come and check it out. Definitely looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Sporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Falkenreifen.
Einmal mit meinem Red Bull Boliden mit E-Fuels durch die grüne Hölle jagen. Ich freue mich und bin dabei bei Red Bull Formula Nürburgring. 9. September 2023. Alle Infos findet ihr auf redbullformulanürburgring.com. Seid dabei.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Jones on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're much later in the day than we normally are for NLS racing. It is 5:36 local time and a little under 24 minutes to go in this once annual ROWE 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen for 6 hours rather than the usual 4. We've got a 12-hour race to look forward to next up in September. But Joel Eriksson really turning on the style, and to be honest, Dennis Fetzer not too shabby either, because Eriksson's just set the fastest lap of the race on lap 38, a 7:57.370. Fetzer 8.5 seconds further back, though, low in the 801s, an 801.3 for the second Falken Motorsport Porsche Bruce.
So gilding the lily, if you will. Dennis Fetzer really settling in very nicely. But that was an incredible lap from Joel Eriksson. I watched through the first sector, the second sector, the third sector. There was a bit of a pattern coming here. He was gaining pace with every single one of them. First lap in the race, under 8 minutes. Neat, tidy, pulling clear. There was a question mark about why the number 3 Porsche came in at the same lap as its sister car. It had one lap further it could potentially do, which necessarily, being the final pit stop of the race, is time affected, and the later you make that final pit stop, the shorter your stop can be. But whatever reason, Falken Motorsport were confident, and clearly with the car as it was, they worked out that it was what they needed to do. Joel Eriksson taking over from David Pittard. He's going to race it through to the end of this event. Is it going to go out? Let's see the first timing sector of this lap. No, in fact, Dennis Fetzer catching. Second timing sector. No, in fact, Dennis Fetzer catching. So perhaps there was a little bit of traffic there, but Fetzer's been very, very impressive, and he's certainly going to keep Eriksson on his toes. But that clock ticking down, 22 minutes remain, and with laps of around 8 minutes That means will we get to 41? I think we'll complete 41 laps, but only just. We will see. But certainly it's Falken Motorsport all the way at the top. Best of the rest. Patrick Assenheimer back on board. Still only 37 laps on for the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. That is third, and quite comfortably so. I expect a quick lap to come through from Assenheimer. He didn't really expect him back in the car. We thought Tim Neuser, the novice in the team, would take it through to the finish, but in the determination to pick up a podium, I guess that's probably why Neuser was popped out after just 5 laps, and Patrick Assenheimer, not even the most experienced driver at Schnitzelarm Racing, but the quickest as well, solidified that third place, bring it home.
Now it's at 9.52, the Cayman of Chris Rink, able to get by Moritz Oberheim. Let's just see what order they cross the line in. Yes, separated by a quarter of a second, but the Smerlis racing car is now ahead of a repaired Avia WNS Motorsport car of Moritz Oberheim. Remember, that was the car that's rattled the barrier on a couple of occasions at Arenberg when Moritz was trying to overtake Heiko Eichenberg after a very good run through Schwedenkreuz, but just couldn't make it work. They go either side, or they can't quite go either side of a slower Porsche Cup car. And again, Oberheim all over the curbs, but he's gifted the position to Rink, and it might be now that one of the former champions, Christopher Rink, in 9.52 this year, is able to work his way into the distance, sharing with Francesco Merlini.
Yeah, I still think Oberheim will get past him because he just has the pace. But if he gets past, he's going back into the position from which he left the track, second in Cup 2, albeit about over 2.5 minutes lost, with limping back to the pits, the inspection, the repair, and on the Grand Prix sector, climbing up the ascent to the Vidal chicane, and Oberheim is on driver's left, which is the better side for turning into the corner. It's a tighter line for him, but he makes that move neatly, tidily, back into second place in Cup 3. He's got to keep it going. Under 20 minutes remain until the checkered flag will come out after 6 hours of racing. It's one of the big ones of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Normally 4, sometimes 12, but this is an in-between size. Yes. 6 hours.
There was a car peeling off into the pit lane, I noticed there at the end of the Grand Prix track, which is never ideal because it means A, your car's going to be delayed, and more importantly, B, the lap that you've done of half of the Grand Prix track doesn't even count. It's like it didn't happen, as it is erased from your lap counter. Swinging right and left and right again through Hatzenbach, this whole sequence of corners heavily populated by vans and trucks and campsites as well along the N24 weekend. Slightly less dense of fans today, but nevertheless a great vantage point as they then go over the road at Flugplatz into the very fast right-hander as well. So Flugplatz the corner, Kittelbacher Hoor is the slight rise over the road bridge. Schwedenkreuz next, that's not that left-hand kink there, but is the one coming up at the rise for Christopher Rink. And having allowed Oberheim back through, he had a really good run on Oberheim on the Dottinger Hood and was able to outmuscle him on the main start-finish straight, but Oberheim has got back into the groove now, perhaps realising what the issue is after that ding into the barrier, and can adapt his driving style accordingly. Huber Motorsports Porsche down the Dottinger Hood, and this is Carlos Ribas in car number 125.
So 38 laps on the board, 39 laps about to be completed, and in the early part of the lap, the chasing Dennis Fetzer took chunks of time out of race leader Joel Eriksson, his teammate. Second half of the lap, the favour has been returned, so it should be around 8 seconds to go. Sorry, between the pair of cars, we've got 17 3/4 minutes remaining, so we'll just check the time when our race leading Falken Motorsport cars come through at the end of this lap, and to let you know if they're going to get this lap and one further, or will they get 2 more. I think not really 2 more. Because if they can lap at 8 minutes flat, that's 16 minutes left of racing. We'll see when they cross the line. But certainly this has been a race peppered with slow zones, damaged barriers being repaired, but really principally it's been punctures that have been the feature of this race. But Falken Motorsport, they have been fine. They've sort of risen above it all. Obviously their tyres right for the conditions, and today much warmer for much longer. The sun of earlier in the day has sort of rather faded away. It's still a bright day, light cloud at the Nürburgring, but all is going right for Falcon Motorsport at the lead of the race. Just waiting for Ericsson to come through ahead of Fetzer. And then with, if they come through in the next 40 seconds, we could yet get one further lap. Therefore getting onto lap 42. But I think we'll complete 39, 40 and 41. Right. Oh, it's going to be very tight indeed. 16 minutes 40 on the clock. The race leader comes through, 16:37 when he crossed the line. That is time for this lap, the next lap and the one beyond. So we will get to 42 laps unless there is a slow zone around the circuit. And every time I check to see if it's fully green, we had a sudden flash. There was a moment on her act. Yellow flag. It was almost immediately drawn in. They're toying with us. They're toying.
Well, it makes more sense in my mind to think that we normally get to 28 after a 4-hour race. So theoretically then, if you split 28 into 4, then you get 7, and 6 times 7, 42. So there's a chance of getting there.
Could you show us your working, Johnny? The modern idiom of maths, rather than me just going, oh, I reckon that'll be this.
Hikariello's helmet, interestingly. He's not in the race, is he?
Nope, unless it's a very late entry. He's possibly still on the... Well, he raced for Falcon Motorsport.
That'll be why.
In the Nürburgring 24 hours. Lights still flashing from Dennis Fetzer. The red tape across the headlights, the number 4 Porsche, but he fell to 11.038 seconds down, falling away by best part of 2.5 seconds from race leader Joel Eriksson. So as I said, first part of this last lap, or the lap we've just completed, was going the way of Fetzer. Second half very much in favour of Eriksson. Does he simply, Fetzer, sit back and settle for second place? He's way clear of Patrick Assenheimer. It is going to be a 1-2 surely for Falcon Motorsport. Assenheimer very much the best of the rest for Schnitzler Racing with their Mercedes, but Aston Martin in fourth, the two Doer brothers, Ben and Phil, and another Aston Martin in 5th place that's heading for victory in the SP9 Pro-Am class. It's Maxime Dumaret, who's been sharing with Mike David Ortman, yet to complete their 39th lap. They're about 2.5 minutes down on the race leaders. It's been a fair day, a dry day, a warm day at the Nürburgring, and it matters not. Any of that, any of the slow zone, they matter not for Falcon Motorsport. They really have got a handle on this race and have worked their way forward. They started from 3rd on the grid, that's car number 3, and having qualified down in 20th in the overall class, but shunted forward from the number 4 car, had to start from further back. It certainly made up for the deficit in qualifying. And anywhere you start just away from the front of the field, it does take you a few laps to pick your way up through the order, and that stretches the disadvantage that you had. But since then, certainly Martin Ragginger, who started the race, it was patient, picked off those ahead of him as and when he could, and done a very, very good job. But that little deficit has been built upon through the course of this race. Also the fact that the number 4 Porsche would always pit until the final pit stop, which we had after lap 36. A lap ahead of the teammate car, the number 3 car, meant the drivers of number 3, Pittard and Eriksson, knew they had an advantage in their bag. They didn't need to use it. They didn't stop a lap later for their final pit stop to give them an advantage of about 20 seconds. They were confident in everything they were doing, and it really has, Johnny, worked very nicely for them, because as soon as that final pit stop made, Joel Eriksson just went, right, here we go, and banged in the fastest lap of the race. He's just done another lap under 8 minutes, so he's right on the money. Dennis Fetzer, 2 consecutive laps in 8 minutes and 1 second, so he too is, really, really showing great things.
But what it also provides, this particular long race, I suppose, is a chance to try out some new drivers to the Falcon Motorsport stable. So I wouldn't necessarily go as far as it being an audition process. Well, not for David Pittard, because he, after all, is an N24 winner for this year. But certainly for Dennis Fetzer. Fetzer's just, 22 years old, did we say? And is early on in his career. So a chance really to see what he's like in a slightly different Porsche. He's 22 years old, has raced Porsches with Huber Motorsport before, but you plug him in with someone highly experienced with the team in Martin Ragginger, and see how they get on. And it's an awful lot of time behind the wheel as well, in close combat, in combat that actually means something. And the same really can be said for David Pittard as well, for future signings within Falcon.
Yeah, no, totally. David Pittard, of course, he started this season focusing on the World Endurance Championship with Northwest Motorsport. The Aston Martin crew pulled out of the championship very early in the season before Le Mans. And so he too is no driver wants to be sitting on the sidelines. They want to be racing, and David's experience in the NLS race is going back up. I think it was 2018 he came across. He's quite legendary in these circles. I'm sure he wants to spend the rest of the season racing, and he certainly put down his marker with Falken Motorsport, not just with the team but also with the tyre manufacturer, and of course with that company called Porsche.
Exactly.
What an opportunity for him. So it looks though he's embraced it. And for Joel Eriksson, his teammate, it looks like it's going to be 2 wins in consecutive years in the 6-hour race, the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. So the Swede will be delighted, but certainly for the boss of Falken Motorsport, a 1-2 is what the marketing men want, isn't it?
It is, but there are a number of boxes ticked this weekend for me, for Falken, and I don't think it's the last time we will have seen Dennis Fetzer behind the wheel of one of their cars. I'm sure if he hangs on to some of the absolute best sector times, and remember that it is so important to do well in individual sector times around here when you're looking to qualify for the 24-hour race and also looking to try and get yourself into top qualifying. The whole top qualifying process is based these days on outright sector times rather than individual laps, because the danger is if you base it on individual laps, so many of the laps around the Nordschleife are affected by traffic and also by incident. It's really difficult. You're relying entirely on getting a clear lap around 24, nearly 25 kilometres, and that just isn't possible all of the time. So it seems strange to think about sector times, but that's the reason they do it, and nowhere else would even consider it, frankly, with you've got 3 very short sectors on a 4-5 kilometre circuit.
No, exactly so. And you think how much of his previous stint was done with slow zones. At one point we had it at 4, if not 5 positions around the course of the lengthy lap here on the Nordschleife. Job very, very well done. But again, looking around this lap, first sector, yep, Joel Eriksson gained a second. Second sector, 0.8 of a second. Third sector, 1.5 seconds. So looking very, very sweet indeed for number 3 crew. You always want to beat your sister car if you possibly can. It looks though Joel Eriksson and David Pittard, who's probably stretching out in the pits at the moment after his 3rd stint in the car, and the 6th stint, 3rd stint therefore for Joel Eriksson, soon to be completed. 9.5 minutes remain. Onto the Dottinger he goes, and accelerating with no one around him. So what was an 11-second advantage over teammate Dennis Fetzer appears to have stretched in his favour, at least around the early sectors of this lap. He'll cross the start-finish line to complete this lap, do 1 further lap, and therefore just squeak into 1 more unless he backs it off big time. But with this advantage of only 11 seconds at the start of the lap, he can't afford to do that.
Yeah, so it's going to be probably 8.5 minutes still on the clock when he ticks off 40 laps, and then a decision maybe for the team to make. I'm sure they'll be absolutely fine on fuel, but working his way now out of Hohenrhein and past the large building to the right hand, to the right of his seating position, which is the tower, the AMB tower that overlooks the start-finish line, but also on the other side the whole of the paddock. Meanwhile, Dennis Fetzer picking up quite a bit of a tow here from a GT. No, that was a Cup car, I reckon. And again, Cup cars showing how much straight line speed they've got. Diving to its inside though, to take the position in car number 4. 13.1 seconds after an 8:04.149 this time around. And maybe those associated with Falken are able to break out a small grin, a small smile perhaps. Don't want to be celebrating too early. It's very easy to do that. I think we've got 1 lap or maybe 2 laps still to go. Oh, Fetzer's run wide. See what I was talking about? Very easy to think we've got this in the bag. And Fetzer maybe just a slight lapse of concentration. Hit the brake pedal just a tad too late. And that could have been a whole lot worse than it was. But he kicked up the dust. I think all 4 wheels were fully off the road briefly, diving up the inside of a couple of back markers there, Bruce.
Yeah, it was Benjamin Leuchter in the Cup in the Cup 2 leading Max Cruz Racing entry. But so all the praise we've been giving Dennis Fett, so you could imagine the line of doom being put through his name. Nice try, couldn't go the distance, but luckily he is still going. 13.2 seconds in arrears after another stunning lap from race leader Joel Eriksson. A couple of laps below 8 minutes, then an 8 minute 2-second lap, and 2 laps of 8 minutes and 1 second, then an 8 minute and 4. So you can sense that though the fuel load is coming down, the tyres are starting to feel. It's a shortish stint, but again, 2 laps here is the best part of 50 kilometres, but all on his own sim in the cut through. He kept his right hand wheels on the circuit, but the left definitely outside the circuit boundary. David Pittard down in the pit garage, he's quite happy, but he'd rather his car had been the whole race 30 seconds further back, so this could be the final lap. But sporting a summer haircut, still a bit warm, mopping his brow, waiting to see if he can take another win in the NLS. He's had quite a few now across the years, in the VLN before, now the NLS, but this will be his first one in a Porsche, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was sweeping the brow because he thought, oh, my teammate really did dodge a bullet there. That could have been curtains for Dennis Fetzer, but he'll have to now push that out of his mind and imagine that it didn't happen at the start of the lap. But I can imagine the next few corners would have been a little bit harum-scarum, because he would have had dirt all over the Falcon tyres as he reached Bilstein Curve and the braking point for the Vidal Chicana. There are yellow flags back out on track now. A slow zone, in fact, at Arenberg, and that's because of a BMW in the barrier on the left-hand side.
It's the gold and red one, the gold one with the red stripe up its middle, and that was one of the 2 BMWs that was split on the Dottinger Höhe by the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches going between them. It's pulled over to track left. Can't see any notable damage. It's right by a point at which it could be pushed back through. Car number 651 in the 240i Racing Cup class. So even late in the race, racy livery, but racing no more. Driver's still on board, but a rescue vehicle there. But anything, if it doesn't work, it could be pushed forward and then shoved backwards into the gap in the barriers.
Aaron Venish has been driving that for the last stint, and possibly a bit more than that. All German lineup for the Adrenaline Motorsport team Motec sponsored car. The problem is they were running 3rd in the 240i's, and if that car can get up and running again, then that will be fine. It should still make the podium. If not, then we're looking more like Anton Ruff might be able to close in the Smealis Racing 660 car, which at the start of this lap was down in 59th position, and probably, well, one of the gaps between it and the Venish car is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So you add them all together, it's got to be at least 6 or 7 minutes back. So there is a bit of time to play with. The problem is, for the Venish car, it didn't look like it was going to be upwardly mobile anytime soon.
No, it certainly didn't. Again, just looking at the gaps between first and second, first part of this lap. Of course, Dennis Fetzer's initial sector time was poor when he ran a bit wide. He only lost 0.8 of a second, though. But in the subsequent sectors, though, every single one of them has gone the way of Joel Eriksson, and in some of them he's gained quite a considerable margin. I reckon we could be getting closer, between sort of 17 and 20 seconds the gap will be first and second, with one further lap to go, unless Joel Eriksson decides I've got just enough of a gap to back it off. But right now I don't think he'll be doing that, Mass. He'll just be relying on any messages coming from the pits, turning into the Caracciola carousel, the original carousel, high, mighty, smooth, exits the corner. So it's looking like a 1-2 for Falcon Motorsport. Joel Eriksson at the wheel, and Dennis Fetzer trying to give chase, but one little mistake at the start of the lap. He was already dropping back a little bit after a very, very strong showing, but this short final stint has really been a showcase for Joel Eriksson. And David Pittard, I had a little look as to when he last won a round of the NLS or the VLN before it, and it was midway through, it was the 11th of July to be precise, 2021. The Grenzland-Rennen sharing with Christian Cronjes and Ben Tuck for Walkenhorst Motorsport in the BMW M6. And in fact, that was the final win for an M6 in the championship. Okay. Since then, it was the M4s that took their first win, which is the ROWE Racing version. Conor De Filippi and Augusto Farfus, 23rd of April last year. So manufacturers move on, drivers move on, but the championship, well, it keeps on advancing.
Yeah, that was NLS2 last year for Conor Di Filippi et al. But yes, the BMW stranglehold on the win so far set to be broken, and almost 2 years to the day, therefore. What, we're 3 days away from the 11th of July. David Pittard will taste the champagne again on the top step of an NLS podium. It's a podium he knows very, very well, though, from a couple of months ago. And the Nürburgring 24 hours. Once again, a Porsche, the number 3 car, with Joel Eriksson at the wheel. He is backing off, so I think he's trying
Doesn't want to do the extra lap.
Exactly, yeah. And the team will be in communication with him. Say, just let that GT tyres BMW past. We're looking to try and back time this. You've got 90 seconds to try and burn before you get to the line. So just blend out of the throttle in some of the more natural positions of the track. Through Schwalbenschwanz he goes. And why would you want to risk anything? Now allowing, well, here comes Dennis Fetzer to get very close indeed to Joel Eriksson. Are there going to be some team orders, though, here as well?
How do the two sides of the pit garage communicate with each other? Does 4 want to beat 3? Lights flashing, I'm here, says Dennis Fetzer. Back off, thinks Joel Eriksson. Now, will we have Villeneuve against Pironi, San Marino Grand Prix all over again? I rather think not.
Well, the reason for this is entirely different, of course. That was not a timed race. This is, and they don't want to do an extra 24.3 kilometres because anything could happen to either of these cars. So let us assume that they were going to finish with 13 or more seconds between them. Dennis Fetzer has not shown the pace to get in front of Joel Eriksson. In fact, completely the reverse. And had Dennis Fetzer not made his error at the Goodyear Spanger, maybe it'd have been a different story. I very much doubt it, though.
And Eriksson backed off in the previous sector by a mere 18 seconds. There I was saying the advantage would be between sort of 17 and 20 seconds, and it seems that is the case. But of course, it's going to be much, much less because of the backing off. So we are looking at next to nothing on the clock. In fact, I think Big Ben has rung over in Westminster. But right now, out of the final corner for the last time to complete 41 laps. It's going to be a 1-2, or more to the point, 3-4 for Falco Motorsport. First and second here, 6 hours. 1, 2, 3, completed.
And the perfect photograph as well, with the two cars in chevron formation. And David Pittard wins an NLS race for the first time in almost 2 years. In fairness, he hasn't competed in absolutely all of them. The key headline for me, though, is that this was his Porsche debut, certainly at this level. Never run, I suppose, on Falcon tyres either. So much newness, and yet it's like he's been racing for years. It'd be nice if this interview was in English, but we know that David's German is exemplary, so it's... Oh, no, it will be. Here we go. Let's hear from David Pittard.
How do you feel? Yeah, it's mega. Perfect. Yeah, dream result really. Perfect start. Can't thank the boys enough. Big thanks to Steffi from Falcon as well for having me on board, and Sven, who's in Silverstone this weekend. Yeah, yes. Dream result.
Sven is not here, but it was your first start in 911 GTR3 and first victory. So then it was a photo finish.
Yeah, mega. I think we would have crossed the line with a few seconds to go. When we had 2 minutes or 3 minutes over P3, then yeah, we could make the perfect finish for Falcon. So yeah, big thanks to those guys.
So and more to come, also alles mehr, wenn die Fahrzeuge unter dem Podium sind.
A photo finish as in a staged one, rather than it being so close that you need a photograph to separate them. But actually, I mean, it'll go down in the annals of history as an incredibly close finish at a 0.135 of a second. But that is because the Patrick Assenheimer Mercedes hasn't even crossed the line yet. It is somewhere in that fourth sector, because it was many minutes back.
It's very seldom you can have that much of an advantage. You can back it off. But I can almost imagine David phoning up and saying, just put the headline in. He turns up, he wins again.
Yeah, exactly.
2 races in a row on the Nordschleife. 1 in a Ferrari to win the 24 hours of Nürburgring, which was such a result. It was the first global win for this year's new Ferrari, the 296 GT3. And then what happened a few weeks later? Oh no, probably literally the following weekend, Le Mans. First win for Ferrari outright there as well. They got in first, but great scenes of joy at the Nürburgring, one of the most deserving drivers down there. Joel Eriksson won this race last year, he won it again, but for Falken Motorsport, whatever they did today, they had the right car with the right drivers in the right conditions on the right rubber. And if you have that, you steer clear of trouble, things go your way. If you're Shearer Sport PHX, it went very wrong indeed. Leading the race with their Audi, Frank Stipler at the wheel, and a puncture, a big puncture, took them out very early on. Still waiting for the third place Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. Shouldn't have to wait too much longer. Here it is, yellow and black, sweeping through the final corner of the race. So third place for them, that will be a good result for Schnitzelarm. For Tim Noyes, the new boy in the team, Patrick Assenheimer and Marcel Marchewitz, they take third place. And really with quite a few of the other front runners coming up short, that is one they can put in the bag. Bank the points for that one.
Going back to David Pittard, I suppose there is a point where being a track specialist rather supersedes being a car specialist. You know, you can be an expert in a Porsche, but do you know how to really take the Nürburgring in your grip and know absolutely all the secrets within it? And I think, you know, there's a point on that graph where the two will meet, and David Pittard has hit that on the nose today. So the Schnitzelarm racing car with its Goodyear tyres now trying to pick up as much debris as possible on the slowing down lap so that the car easily passes the ride height checks post-race. And David Pittard very nearly has his toes nipped off by Joel Eriksson, but hops out of the way at the crucial moment. And Joel himself, who is still relatively new to Porsche racing, making the move from BMWs a couple of seasons ago. And in Sven Muller's absence, Sven therefore racing Porsche Super Cup in support of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone this weekend. A more than able substitute in the form of David Pittard. And the two may not have worked together too often before, although they both have BMW backgrounds, I suppose. So, yeah, there might be some previous racing that they have done sharing cars, or at least in the same team. And now they can warmly embrace and offer reciprocal congratulations there. Joel Eriksson, David Pittard, victorious for Falken Motorsport, and it's a perfect result for the Falken Tired Cars as well, who sponsor not only the NLS cars but also the N24 Championship as well, with the Falken sponsorship on the wings, top of the wings of each of the cars. And they have come away with the perfect result, with number 4 of Dennis Fetzer and Martin Ragginger finishing in second position. Those places bunched up deliberately in the closing stages to ensure they didn't have to do the extra lap. And a conversation with Martin Ragginger now as well, with these to be done in German, so we won't catch up with that. But as I say, Dennis Fetzer, yes, all right, he blotted this copybook, I suppose, a little bit on that final tour, but otherwise it was a really good run for Dennis, and I don't think he will be a stranger to Falken moving forward, Bruce.
No, and Falken have already run a lot of drivers across the course this season in the first 4 rounds of the championship, so they're used to cycling drivers through. They have a lot of drivers on the sort of Porsche Works books, and often they're required in other championships on the same weekend. It's always been their policy of cycling lots of drivers through, building up to compete in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, not part of this championship, but so much of this championship is about people gaining experience of that. And today, sometimes over the years, Falken Motorsport have been supremely fast, and other times they've not been quite at the races. But today, there was no one even close to them. Whether the Shearer Sport PHX with their Audi that went out early on could have had a go, but we saw that Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs, just simply on their Yokohama tyres, didn't have the rubber for these hot conditions. Now from Joel Eriksson, the race winner.
So happy for the team right now. They gave us a rocket this weekend, and the car was just lovely driving at the last end. It was pretty hot out there because our air conditioner was not working, so yeah, really sweaty now, but I'm really happy at the moment with the team. So the car was great the whole weekend, so yeah, happy to reward them with this.
Im Endeffekt ist mega happy, nicht nur für sich, sondern auch fürs komplette.
Joel Eriksson deserving a big glug of liquid now, and he will be able to celebrate with the Falken team in a moment or two. Smiles all around there as well. Schnitzelarm Racing home in third position for Patrick Assenheimer, Marcel Marchewitz and Tim Neuser. And a chance for Lars to catch up with Patrick Assenheimer as well in another German language interview. But Assenheimer showing that he was the class of that car, really bookending the 6-hour race after he did a double at the start and a single at the end, didn't he?
That's right.
We didn't actually see a lot of Tim Neuser.
No, Tim just did 5 laps. It went a double stint from Patrick Assenheimer, a double from Marcel Marschowitz, and then it looked as though, because it was going to be a regular stint and a short stint for Tim Neuser, but it was decided just to make sure they could get on the podium in 3rd place. Back went the man who's won many, many rounds of the championship, and Patrick Assenheimer delivers the goods as you'd expect. So 3rd place for Schnitzelarm Racing, very well done indeed. So hold on a second, that was Porsche and Mercedes in the top 3, Aston Martin's in 4th and 5th, and the BMW M4 GT3s that have won all 4 rounds until now, nowhere.
Exactly, but really, I suppose, from a numerical point of view, they had the Volkenhorst cars, and that was it, wasn't it?
That was it, entirely. They had 2, they both failed, one with steering rack problems, and then quite late into the race, number 35 pushed into the garage, and that took it out of the top 10 within the final hour.
Yeah, no Rover Racing BMWs in the Rover 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, but they will return to the Nürburgring Nordschleife very shortly, I'm sure. Elsewhere in the classes, SP Pro-Am won by Pro Sport Racing and their Aston Martin for Maxime Dumouriez and Mike Ortmann. Cut 2, Ben Leuchter and the rest for Max Cruiser Racing. And Cut 3 eventually won by Heiko Eichenberg and SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in the 718 Cayman R959. That is it for the Rover 6-hour ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. My thanks to Bruce Jones. I'm Johnny Palmer. The next NLS race, a full 9 weeks away. But your reward for waiting that long? It's a 12-hour race, 6 hours on Saturday, 6 hours on Sunday. We'll have it all covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bye for now.